Now,
Next on the sheet.
now we're going even further into predictions, and this is where it gets worse. Or, depending on who you are, it gets better. What do I have? What is this list? Oh, God! What did I do? Oh, no!
It's the week one predictions, everyone.
Yeah.
So these are from what, like, round one, week one. So this is like, what, in March? This is March.
Yeah.
This is what we thought. We want to comment on the trends first and then kind of highlight some of the...
Okay, yeah, no, we also need to explain the rules. So let me explain the rules. So what we do is we, at the very beginning, do our predictions for what we think the standings are going to look like at the end of the season. For this year, it's a new situation because the season just continues forever. And the way we'd normally do it is in the middle of the season, we're allowed to swap two teams. They have to stay in positions and just straight up just swap. You can't like move one up, move one down or anything like that. They just have to swap positions. That's the only thing you can change. We're allowed to do that. And now this is like ultra hard mode because it's the entire year. And theoretically, we would have already had a swap by now. But
I think it's the opposite. I think it's ultra easy mode because now they're in two groups. The logical swap for everyone
is to put the team that's in the wrong group in the other group?
It's just DKKT for everyone.
Everyone, because everyone has KT in the bottom half and D plus in the top half, I believe. A lot of us.
Every single person.
And so you just swap them because then they're in the right group.
It's the only swap that we can do. However, I think the ability to be correct is way more difficult. Because, like, have you had a look at your predictions there, Dan?
To be honest, they're not. Like, they're not.
It's just
bad.
it's the bottom half that always cooks everyone.
I think with two swaps, mine would be okay, but it's mine. It's not like that's the thing. You're never gonna really be right. No one's ever gonna be spot on.
Oh, hang on.
I think we have basically two schools of thought. All of us went for Genji, but we have with G-Sun, for example, going for Humble Life first. I think then you're cooked.
You're fried. You're so fried.
Yeah.
Or
Kyan's having a really rough
if you
time.
went for DNF not in 10th.
No, everyone did.
Just a specific person that's here in this room who did not put DNF in 10th and put Bro in 10th. Official Bro anti joining Chronicler.
You have Bro lower than me, brother. I don't think you want to make that argument here.
Bro.
That has nothing to do with what I was talking about, okay? It's a totally different story, okay?
Maybe the actual Giga Chad move, instead of moving teams into the correct groups, just purely use your swap to get Bro into the correct position.
But we don't know where Bro's going to end up yet.
Oh, it's 100% 6th.
Oh, they're going to overtake DK.
Oh, no, not that far behind.
Seventh, sorry.
It's only 4 wins away.
Yeah, I think the Bros
game's
definitely 7th. I think that was the mistake that I made.
I think Bro are going to unlock some hidden rule. They're going to spend all of the Bro tax and just leap into the Legend group.
We did just watch Bro.
6th team in
We did
Legend
just
group.
watch Bro all barely beat DRX, right? That did happen this week.
They just play to the level of their opponents.
They were
in
just
the Rise
having
group.
a
rough day.
They're in the Rise group.
Yeah, but Teddy's back and he's performing well. Do you want more? I've got more. Plenty.
Bro cope?
Yeah, don't you worry. I can bro cope all day.
The brope.
Yeah.
That sounds wrong. That sounds so wrong, Chronicler. Why would you say that?
Well, I said it.
You said it first.
Sorry, I'm your bro, and I was holding you, so I thought.
So
that's
do we
want
to go from the bottom and go up? Because we have a so the biggest mistake for everyone has been KTDK.
Yeah,
that's been universally. Which, again, we were pretty close to... It was literally a single game that ended up deciding that.
Yep.
For that to not be the case that it was. But is that just everyone?
I think everyone pretty consistently had DK, KT mixed up.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of overvaluing of DRX because we had that period where, like, Yukal was looking really good.
Yukal was popping
Yeah,
off.
Yundo, who put them in 9th.
Max also put them really low.
Yundo's in nowhere.
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Max
I had the Megalo.
Yeah.
So my bottom side is going to save
Wait, Max,
me.
you were looking...
I'm like... It's
Not Comic Sans for like the first time ever.
To go back to the predictions, if the KT pred had to come through, I'd be like, oh, we cooking.
Honestly, Max is with the KT D plus swap is actually... The only problem is that because his D plus are in 3rd, when he swaps KT and D plus... T1 has to come 4th.
I'm cooked.
Which is any problem.
Because the DRX...
Is that a problem, though? Because T1 in the middle of a regular season often do like
It is summer,
It's
chill
a
out a
short
bit.
season, and their form at the moment is like kind of insane.
but it is summer.
I mean, it's been 1 week.
there is something's going to happen
Summer
for
of
to
KT.
T1 in summer.
yeah.
Like
I
I,
mean,
don't know
KT
what.
did
There's
but-
bound to be
lose.
something.
KT just lost as well, and that means that they have to win next week against both T1 and then Humalife
I mean,
Esports
it's
on
possible.
Saturday Showdown.
It's possible. You
Could
could
happen.
be redeemed.
KT have to climb
Wait,
a bit.
so-
are KT playing against Hunwood like twice in a row? Surely not.
There's only like 4
Are
teams
KT
to play
playing
against.
against Gen G next week? They should.
There must be.
Maybe it's
Yeah, they are. No, they are. They are. I
It's,
know
it's
for sure.
T1, it's T1 Hanwha
Yeah,
Saturday
It's
Showdown.
it's,
Sorry,
it's
that's
KT
yeah.
Gen-G for
It
sure.
is.
Yeah. Okay.
It's KT Gen G
So,
and KT T1.
Do we just go from the bottom and then go up and then kind of look where we're at? Because
Yeah.
I feel like we have some very identifiable brackets. So 10th is DNF.
Except for
Any cope?
Yes. And there's only Kion that thought that
Should we ask what she
the
thinks?
bros maybe
Guy,
weren't
you
going to
wanna,
be able to.
No
you wanna give your
comments.
comments? She says no comment.
She has decided to
No
renege
comment.
from
No
comments.
comment.
Bro,
That's allowed.
It's
Bro,
just
anti.
sad. I know that this team should be better, but I don't think it's happening anymore. I think it's done.
DNF.
I think it's over.
Yeah.
I think that it's a go next. for
I
I
them.
think as
genuinely
soon as they
think-
couldn't win that game against BNK, it was doomed.
I just
Which
generally
one?
think it's
Both
insane.
of them.
It's actually impressive how, like we saw the stats today, how much goal they had and how they managed to lose. I think that's actually more
then it
impressive
got
than with
worse in the
it's-
next game.
It's harder to lose. It's actually harder to lose. I think it would have been easier to win that game. I'm not even kidding. I actually think it would have been more straightforward and easy just to win the game from that position. It's like they're pulling out it's like a magic trick. They pulled a rabbit out of the hat. We're like, oh look, here's a loss. I'm like, where did that come from? I have no idea.
They did manage to win a
crazy.
game in this series, right? That did go to 3. Am I insane?
They did.
Yeah.
Against DRX, not against
Yeah,
BNK.
against
You did
DRX.
cast that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I
but the
did cast that
BNK one
today.
was more insane to me because they didn't win a single game. But like,
They were better in both games. Yeah.
yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fine at laning and micro. I think like they're not top tier, but they're fine. Like they get leads, they know how to do that. And then when it comes to objectives and team fighting, they literally cannot do it.
No, but even mid game, they had some in that one. They had some good
Yeah.
team fights and good mid game, and then it's just like at the end of the game, they just go. They just I don't know. They just lose everything.
Yeah.
They'll just make one critical moment where they just flub it, and they'll just be like, "Oh, I guess we lose again." And it's I don't know if
just-
it's like a mental block that
It
they
is.
get
It
back
is.
into that
For sure.
mindset.
Yeah.
Because
Of,
you
"Oh,
know
no,
these
it's
players are
happening again."
better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like
There's also a
they've
lot of
totally
you can-
lost all confidence.
Yeah, you can see a lot of like there's not a lot of faith in their teammates either as well. Like you can see a lot of Berserker just leaving fights really early, just like nah, this is doomed
It's
again.
over
Like,
again, yeah.
and I don't blame him for that in any way, just because it must be really difficult to. They probably also have a lot of success in practice as well. They have been pretty vocal about the fact that practice is going okay, and they can't replicate any of it on the main stage.
It's one we've seen this with teams that lose this much. It's just like with the DRX season, a couple. What was it, 2023, I think, or 2022, where like they cried when they finally got their first win.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's just been these moments where a team is very clearly less than the sum of their parts, and that's this team. And like obviously there's ups and downs in individual performances, but they're just like it's like the players at least should be able to beat DRX, beat BNK, beat Bro on a bad day. And we
Yeah.
know that they put themselves up, they just can't do it.
That's-
It's just
Yeah.
it's rough.
That's the thing that hurts me the most is like I feel bad for the players, but I also feel bad for the fans of the specific players because it's like so hard to handle. Like, is my favorite player just like awful now? And the answer is no. Like, I don't think
Not
Koshik
individually.
is awful, but it's like it ends up being a pretty bad result when nobody has confidence. Piosik's not playing at his top, or Berserker, or whatever fan you are, a Bulldog, you know. It's like it's so rough because you know they're so much better, but like there's just no hope. So
I think
feels
I
bad.
think the season's cooked. Unfortunately, there's
Yeah.
no there
Yeah.
because
It's
we
like the
never
Nongshim
reset.
and BDD. Like BDD
Yeah.
was on the roster. Like it's
I mean,
ridiculous. It's
in
not.
And
Tim's-
Kana,
Yeah. Well.
in
And
terms
Dread.
of in terms of the state they're in now, then yeah, it's cooked. But also like the thing with it being these smaller groups, I feel like it's really hard for them to gain the distance back. Because remember, they don't just have to get from like 5th to 4th; they have to get from 5th to 3rd.
Yep.
And for that to happen, like, not only does DRX have to like lose, and like DNF has to get like at least 7 wins, and both DRX and BNK FearX have to lose a bunch, right? It's like they have to climb above both those. And the thing is, if they lose a bunch, who are they losing to?
you know what's going to happen? They're going to be mathematically eliminated and then win the rest of their series. Like I feel like we've seen that before. No, I'm not even joking.
Or at
Like,
least
that's
win
so,
some of them.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Well, and then
That's
they'll,
when
they'll
that's
win,
when
like,
the bros normally started their
yeah,
like,
when they
comeback
then they win
victories,
like
their blue
two,
shelling.
two free series anyway, and you're just like, ugh.
It's a big mental block. For
I don't
sure.
want to talk about DNF anymore.
Okay, let's not talk
who's
about DNF.
next?
So the next we have a
The
bracket
most common
of Bro,
ninth
BNK,
place.
DRX,
Yeah, I think
and
we
I
can
think
talk about all
those
of them,
three
maybe.
are.
Very similar.
Do we have anyone that doesn't have those three next? We have some DRX over predictors.
There's a bunch of like KT and 7th people, like me, Atlas, Ox,
Yep.
There's 7
Yundo,
or 6.
G-Sun,
Yeah.
Ian. Yeah. So obviously they don't belong in that group anymore, but with our March predictions,
I feel like
some of us
the
have them
BNK
there.
FX one is like, I feel like this one feels rough because it definitely they're nearly in this position, right? Right now they are 3rd in Rise group, and a lot of people have them in like 9th overall, which is nearly 3rd in Rise group. But I feel like that because when this happened, when we did these predictions, they were like here, and they had this big upswing, and now they're like close to being
Yeah,
where they
back
were
again.
when this will happen. Like there was that period where I was like, we start off like, oh man, they look pretty rough. Vic was underperforming. Then they had that massive upswing. We're like, oh, they're an actual team, and now it feels like they're kind of struggling again,
Yeah.
which is a bit rough.
I think the hole in the mid lane is really starting to hurt them again.
Yeah.
I think also Claire, unfortunately. I love Claire. I think he hasn't been able to keep the highs up. So I think both their solo lanes are really struggling.
Yeah.
So then it's just like Raptor and Diablo desperately trying.
I feel like it's back to Challenger again. It's just get Diablo a team, but he's now in the LCK. It's just the same.
I think Jungle AD. I think Jungle AD are good. I think
Yeah.
if we end this year and they don't manage to progress,
Yeah.
those
Keep
two,
those.
keep those
They,
two,
they
yeah.
win games with 2 players sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
They're like, nope, we are going to win.
They won against DNF.
We do not
with two
care.
players.
Yeah. they do
Raptor
that.
had a field day on that one. That was really impressive.
I
Yeah.
feel like DRX is mid, Yehu, and Vikla obviously. Closer doesn't fit in this, even though like Bro's in the bracket, like he's not the same. But like in terms of holes in the mid lane, I feel like those 2 players are very similar in terms of like they just do crazy weird stuff that other players don't do in pro. It's almost like they're stuck in this solo queue mentality or something. Like
I feel like
where they
Yahoo
just
does have
go
some
way too far.
fundamentals in lane, though. I feel like Vicla's
Yeah, he's-
fundamentals in
I
lane
agree.
are just not the same. And so, like, just...
But then Yehu does more crazy things. I
Yeah,
think.
he does.
Whereas
He
Vikla
makes
is a
up
little
for
bit
it.
more useless. Like he kind of like falls behind and then he just kind of,
Useless, but doesn't do as much personal damage to the team.
I mean, it's hard because we're talking about like how these players are not doing well. So
Yeah.
it's hard not to be.
I think-
a little brutal at times.
All of these teams, or DRX and BNK, are clearly held up by specific players. For Bro, it's just like the random Bro day where they're like, well, we suck today. And you're like,
Power of friendship.
well, I watched you be good consistently.
Lose
and
together, win together.
And they just don't
Bad
do
boys
anything and
for
just
life.
lose. Because I think with Bro, actually, interestingly enough, I think Palu's probably the weakest link. But even he has had good moments. And I feel like that team, on average, doesn't feel like you clearly have players. Like maybe Closer and Croco pool ahead.
I don't understand Polo and Morgan. I feel
Yeah.
like both of them
Yeah.
just like
Oh, yeah.
I
How
kn-
do you rank them?
You can't.
I have no idea.
That game 1 against DK was like one of the worst support games I have ever seen in my life. I actually tweeted about it. I
And
was
you
like,
love Beryl.
oh, I'm looking forward to the I will dominate tweet about this one. Like, oh my God. And then he came back and had a monster performance back to back and then won the series.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. And the Lord has never done a wrong thing in his life. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I just
He played amazingly well
I'm-
and only
He does
amazingly
play
well.
Renekton sometimes.
I can't
yeah.
understand his will, okay? I'm not devout enough,
Yep.
is what I'm saying. But it's just, I feel like mid-jungle is a bit more consistent.
Yeah.
But those two, it's like they can knock it out of the park or they can definitely underperform.
Knock themselves out.
There are just some players that really struggle with consistency. Like, I don't know about you guys personally, and obviously I'm not a pro player, but I'm a guy who struggles a lot with consistency. Probably you can attest to this, where like some games are like really pop off, and then in other games it's like, what the hell is this?
I
Is it
played enough
silver?
Arena
You
with
know?
Dan. It happens.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there are just some players who get stuck in that, and it's like, well, they are at a very high level. They're like challenger level. They are obviously very good players, but like some games, it's like, what the hell happened to you? Like, how is this? Either it's a mental thing, or they just, I don't know, their hands can't calibrate on time, like in the game 1 for Palu or something.
Sometimes
you
you
know?
get caught up in
So-
the tempo vibes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So
But,
true.
but if we could all swap, I think we would predict that this is the actual standings at the end, right, for the group, based on current power level.
Which one.
So the one
they're
like
pretty
sorry, the
cemented.
rise. I mean, Bro in second,
Oh, the
BNK.
current.
Yeah. We have the current standings. Like that would be. I think that how it is now is probably how it's going to remain. But because the game score and the series score are so close, there is obviously still a lot of space there. But my guess is that this will be the standing of Rise Group in the end. If I could swap a lot.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think
It's really interesting because the middle of the pack is so close,
Yes.
and yet
I
we're
think-
still
exactly.
feeling that this power level.
I think
is pretty
first and last
locked
is
in.
super obvious. I think current form 2-3-4 makes complete sense. I think 2 and 3, I could see BNK FairX stepping it up,
Sure.
and it's
yeah.
close enough they could. But I think Bro right now are above, so I think that makes complete
And
sense.
it feels like
think
DRX
3 and 4
after
are
this
interchange.
week. DRX after this week, like I think they're below those other two teams,
Right? Yeah,
and,
even
and
though the
obviously
score
below
is not
DK.
that far.
Like
Yeah.
it just feels like right now, and obviously that can change, or like maybe UCal comes back, or like they make some roster swap.
Watch
or-
DRX beat
Yeah.
DK next week.
Could happen. You
Oh,
never
dude,
know.
I'm ready for my boy Teddy to pop off. But I'm also not ready for DK to continue to look terrible. They did have the one redeeming match, but it's the problem is it's the Rise group, and they began with a loss against Bro. And I know maybe just
They have
get the
always
loss
done
off your
that.
chest. Maybe that's the way to do it, but it's still not a great start.
Yeah, so then DK, right? I think they'll stay in first, mostly because of the lead they have, but also because I think they are the best.
Well, it's
Still, even with that
it's
loss.
a double combo of the lead they have, and also like if Bro consistently beats D plus, that's not enough for them to catch up. They also need like D plus needs to drop games to like BNK FairX or maybe even DRX or DNF. Like
Yeah.
that's the problem. That the gap is that big
Yeah.
that it's like even if Bro beats them another 2 times, they still don't catch them.
It's a very important point because mentally we've done so many spring summers where it's like, oh well, DK could lose a bunch of games to HLE Gen GT1, but that doesn't exist anymore. Like they need to lose to DNF or DRX in order to
And-
fall, and it's just not going to happen.
And the reason why DK is also this far ahead in game score is because they lose those series, but they got so many individual games against Genji, against Hanwha Life.
They played long series.
They play long series, right? Which
It's like
yeah.
it looks really interesting having a look at the Legend Group standings. I know I'm getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but you've got HLE on plus 20 and T1 is only plus 11. Like it's crazy how the game score can differ, and their match score is only 2 different. It's like 15 wins to 13 wins. And you can see DK, I mean, they are at plus 3, but remember, this is the teams that are on the other side of the bracket. They should be edging towards the negative numbers, and the game score for Bro is negative 11, and theirs is the best out of the remaining teams. Like, it's nuts.
I wonder if we're going to see. I think right now I agree that DRX look to be the other team that's eliminated, but I wonder if we're going to see like
I
literally
think it's BNK.
a
I actually
two-
think DRX are better than
a 2
BNK.
3 week upsurge for any of those teams with some 2-0 victories can completely swing that balance. So I'm actually really interested to see what happens
The
there.
9th place elimination spot is scary.
Yeah.
The only last thing I want to say is that the gap between D plus and Bro is bigger than the gap between Genji and HLE.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So like
Yeah.
you think of how far ahead Genji are, and Bro, D plus is further ahead of Bro than that. So I just think it's you can't catch that.
I mean, as the weeks go on, it's going to look even more weird because DK's game score is probably going to continue exploding, and Nongshim's is going to get completely obliterated. And so it's
Yeah.
going to, like, they are the punching bag of the Legend Group. This is like such an interesting
We
experiment that
talked
we're
about
doing
this,
here.
like what it
Yeah.
means.
Yeah, because we saw DNF be these are the first guys that show us what happens if you just keep losing. What happens is it compounds and then you continue to lose and it gets more and more difficult. And so I imagine that is only going to continue.
we can have a situation where Nongshim end up like 10 and 18, and DK are like 18 and 10.
Well-
But DK are rated lower because they're in the Rise group.
I also think
That
it's
could happen.
interesting for how they'll perform, like D plus against Nongshim. Like, do we think it's the real punishment against better opponents versus the
Mental vibes.
Yeah.
mental vibe?
Tempo
No, exactly.
vibes.
And I think at the beginning we
Actual
were
tempo
thinking that
vibes.
maybe the Legend Group would be better because you get better on broadcast
stage.
practice and stuff like that. But the
You
way
still
I
scrim
saw
them.
DK, right, it seemed like they were having some pretty good scrims and then came into their first match and were like, oh, we easily won the first game. We don't really need to try that hard. And then they got smacked for it. That is like the overconfidence. Came into their next series and actually played well, and that was good. If they continue like to actually respect their opponents, it can be good. But I think you can get a bit lax because I imagine they're mainly scrimming legend opponents because they're decent practice for them and they don't need to worry about sharing strats, right?
Yeah,
so they
I mean-
get pick of the litter as far as scrims.
I feel like D plus would be the if I'm a legend team, that would be my key team I'd look to
100%,
scrim.
yeah.
Especially because apparently they have been performing well in scrims.
Scrim books.
Also think that to me, DK, Nongshim, and KT are still very close. BDD as a player individually stands apart of any of those 15, but the rest I think is very close. And I think
he
BDD
also had that
is-
one game.
The Talia, yeah, no, I'm
I don't
aware.
know what happened.
The Talia
there.
game.
It almost was like he was trying too hard.
Well,
he
he
was
al-
doing like crazy things
he
that
did-
were not very BDD.
He did already. I think he started falling off a little bit towards the end of round 2, which makes sense because it's like the classic. I need to do everything.
But then he looked like a god against Nongshim.
Yeah,
But that was against Nongshim.
and also, Peter and the rest of the team played well
Yeah.
during Road to MSI.
I think for me there's a gap between KT and then Nongshim and D plus. I think Nongshim D plus. It's hard to judge, and they're not playing the same opponents. But I would put them in a similar pool of level at the moment. And I think KT is above them right now. If we went into like a
It goes
playoff
back to our
situation,
like three-way tie conversation from the end of the last season, right? Like it's the same sort of story of like it seems like KT in that moment had all the momentum, but not the scoreline to back it up because their start to the season was so rough, right? And so I think that is continuing, and I think KT have kind of figured themselves out. I do actually still think that KT might look better, but I just hate it because I'm feeding the meme. You know, that's the problem. Like as soon as I want to feel like I have some form of faith,
I
and
think
then I remember it's KT and I'm an idiot.
for me right now, I would agree that KT's ahead. But to me, those 3 teams, just like Broad, BNK, and DRX, are effectively the same. Where on a given day in a best of 5, I can very easily see how they would win a decisive series. I think as soon as you move up another class, I just don't see it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine if you disagree.
I feel
think
like
that-
there's like a small line between KT and
Sure.
Nongshim and D.
I think that's fair.
And then there's like a gigantic line
Yeah.
above KT, which goes into the next, the top upper echelons, which, especially in best of 5s, because you're mentioning best of 5s, which, by the way, the end of our season is going
Which
to be
will be
like
play-ins
it's going to
and
be a month
playoffs.
of best of 5s.
It's gonna be so
It's
good.
so sick.
It's great, but also teams that are good at best of 5s will flourish, and Nongshim got 3-0 by KT. And then also Life got 3-0 by T1. So all these teams that are like really good at best of 5s, like T1, maybe they need to be ranked higher than HLE, even if they get 3rd.
But
Really depends.
the thing is, I wouldn't use that as an argument to say that those teams aren't good at best of 5s because HLE did great in best of 5s in LCK Cup. And Nongshim even
I
took
don't know.
Gen G
I don't
to
know
5
why we're
games in
saying that
LCK Cup.
HLE are not good at best of 5s all of a sudden.
No.
I,
They
I-
just
I didn't say that at all.
I'm not saying you're saying that, but I have actually seen this sentiment online, which is why part of the reason I'm bringing it up is I've actually seen people say that like HLE aren't good and like they're bad at fearless best of 5s, they're bad at best of 5s simply because they like had recent issues.
because they got reverse swept by the best team in
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah,
and
sorry,
in my
I
mind-
have like an overly aggressive recency
in my
bias.
mind, it's like
sensor.
I think of T1 as like the best of 5 team. That's why I was like, well, T1 took down HLE in a best of 5, so like obviously we know that T1 are really good at best of 5s, but
Yeah.
also HLE are also really good at best
Yeah,
of
yeah,
5s.
yeah.
So like
No, I think I think
it's-
your point is
yeah.
valid. I think your point is valid about how like best of 5 is
But,
going
like,
to change the dynamic.
KT, like
Yeah.
how are they going to do? I don't really know.
But I do just want to mention because I have seen people making this point online, and I think there's a lot of recency bias with like, oh, they lost their most recent best of 5s, they must be bad at best of 5s. I've genuinely seen that.
That is
throughout
how
the
that
line.
goes.
insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is always, the overreactions are always crazy. When, like, you
Well,
lose,
it's so
you lose
interesting
a
'cause-
series by 1 game, and then
Yeah.
it's like, well, you've always sucked.
yeah.
And
But
like
this team
every
is definitely better than the
post-match
other one,
thread
100%.
is that. It's so funny because like I think it might have been EWC like after a G2 match, and it was like a game 1 post-match thread that was just telling Labrov to like leave the team and like this guy is so terrible, and then he hard carried 2 games in a row, and the post-match thread for the whole series is like Labrov, we're so lucky. This guy is amazing.
Never be a game 1.
We're
Andy.
so
It's
back.
so funny just because it's like instantly, like on a dime, we are straight back to like praising the person. So I think you need to take it with, add the extra grain of salt for the people that are dooming immediately as well. I'm sure that people also think that Doran isn't that good at Ambessa after today. And I can tell you for a fact.
What do you mean? He got 5 POM votes.
Yeah.
God, stop.
Got him.
Double media soup cheesy.
I don't know how like the
It's fine. fine.
I don't
Let's
know
not-
He
Anyway.
got kills on Mbessa.
He
That's
did.
why.
He did.
He
did
didn't
also,
die to
he
Krugs
also
once.
killed
That's
Gio
actually
a
true.
bunch of
Well,
times.
actually,
did.
I think if you want the actual technical reason, he got the kills on Gwen in game 1, and I'm pretty sure the voting for
Closed
no,
after
no,
the
it
first.
opens. It opens after game 1, right? I've heard
Does
that
it?
Chupin opens after game 1, so they can start putting votes in then.
Is
so
that the
people
same
start
for
voting.
media? Do they?
I don't know about media.
Wait, so
They
wait,
take
you
their
can
badge
you
away
can
after
vote
game
before
one?
seeing any of game 2
I've heard that's a
or
thing.
3?
I've heard that's a thing.
That's not good for our fans.
That
So-
might explain a few things.
So if you ever see and you're like, wow, that was a real game,
But
vote,
also, maybe
that's
it
why.
balances it because you attack recency bias by doing that, right? Like the eager people that really want to get their vote in, vote for the one that plays well in game 1, and then the people that are last minuters.
I just think there's more.
By the
of
way,
the,
I'm gonna
the
say-
eager Andy's like.
I want to
Yeah.
say,
He's my favorite. He's the best.
I want to say, Wood did explain this to me, so
Uh-huh.
he gave me this info. So if it's wrong, blame him.
Yeah.
He told me this is how it was,
Poor Wood did.
and he said that.
He already suffered so much that he predicted DNF.
But he said he said that like a lot of like if you actually look in future votes, you can gotta see the lines.
Interesting. Okay, I can understand that. now.
So
So now we need to just we need to talk about the legend group. That's what we're up to now. As
kind of did
we
a
did
lot
a little
already.
bit.
we
but
sort of mainly have figured it out because
So-
what we're supposed to do is go through and talk about our swaps, right? But I think it's KT DK for everyone, no matter what.
Yeah, so
That's
we're
figured
just
out,
taking
like,
this as an
that's-
excuse
yeah.
to talk about how did the teams develop, right? And I think KT's improvement was the highest out of any team.
But hasn't been demonstrated yet.
No. Compared to when we made these predictions.
Oh right, yes,
KT,
that's 100%
KT
true.
legitimately really turned it around. Because let's not forget, they were playing with Wei at the beginning.
And it's so interesting
Doc
looking
Dom-
at the opening video now as well, and it's like, wait, who's that guy?
Yeah.
Peter looks weird.
Yeah.
Um.
Because the redemption arc of Duckers
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's
has been good.
the duck is looking good.
crazy.
Cuz is also kind of back. That's nice.
Yeah, it was sad that he left, but I
He
think
did leave a little bit.
yeah, he
But he's
left at
back.
the beginning of the season. Had a great end of the last round robin, which was good.
I think one thing I do want to raise is T1 right now, 2 series behind Honor Life Esports.
Yes.
There's a lot of game score difference, so it seems likely they would have to overtake. So they need to get like a 3 series lead on HLE to overtake.
Mm-hmm.
T1 are in really good form. HLE,
I think
What do we
T1 will
think?
finish
KT.
fourth.
I feel like HLE is the biggest question mark for everyone right now.
No, I think T1's a big question mark.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe those two are the most.
I think everyone's like
Questionable.
diving on the T1 hype train a little bit too aggressively.
he's just trying to play for his prediction ordering.
Absolutely.
T1 of summer.
No, I also
Believers.
But my question is, do people, and I'm directing this to Brendan and Mao, do you think T1 could overtake HLE based on how the standings are and current form?
I mean, I predicted against HLE. I thought KT would beat them, especially after seeing Genji kind of just absolutely make quick work of them, and obviously at EWC as well, they looked kind of weak. I mean, they played, who was it, AL, right? AL?
Yeah.
But it was like a best of 3, so maybe it's like a little bit too much, and it is still early, but like I was very... It just feels like they're kind of in a rut right now, which can be fixed on time. And if they fix it, I think they will be in a better spot than T1. But if it doesn't get fixed and T1 continues to streak, then T1 should come ahead.
I mean, T1 is streaking, but they're doing it off the back of 3 players. That's
That doesn't
that's
matter
the
though,
problem
right?
that I have. Because I think that if Hanwha's playing to the form we know they're capable of, I think if Faker and Doran continue to play the way that they're playing, it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, but HLE beat KT on the back of literally one player called Viper.
Yeah, that's what they do when things go wrong.
Yeah, and I like the thing is as well.
I think Zeus in that series was a lot better. I think the first series he was really bad.
The way
we
I
didn't have
see
much
it,
of a challenge, though, because Perfect's not really
That's fair.
playing very well.
Yeah, but I think the fights for me were a big difference. But I'm a Zeus homer.
the way I see it, three series gap. You know, if T1
And it's definitely possible. 100%.
It's possible, I think, but as well because if T1 beat HLE, I mean, I'm not saying they will beat HLE 3 times, but a really straightforward thing. Let's say they just like T1 has a way of just if they beat HLE three times and the results with
In-
everyone else are similar, that would close the gap. Right?
Not in regular season. I actually think that I'm tempering all of this around T1 don't play all that well recently in regular season compared to when they make playoffs. And they're definitely going to be in the playoffs, at least the play-ins, right? But there's also no way that they're going to be falling below Nongshim at this point. I think that T1 will probably have that break again, is what I'm thinking. It's sort of like, it's like that summer mode that they go into. It's always the slump. It happens every single year, and I'm just predicting that that's going to happen again.
So my only question I'd ask is because essentially, if you think of like how long a normal season is, right? It's 18 best of threes. We've already had 2, and we have 10 left. So like, we only have like 10 best of threes left, which is normally like half the length of a season. So do you think that changes? So our normal patterns and traits with teams, like this is such a different length of season, and also the teams that are playing very different. Do you think like the different format is going to impact? Because obviously there's a lot of things like when it comes to the LCK, tendencies with teams like T1, Gen.G, KT, we see these recurring tendencies that happen again and again. Do you think this different format, the length of this period of the split, the teams they're playing against, is going to impact that, and maybe T1 don't have the dip, for example?
No, don't think it makes a difference.
So the way I look at it, I think that...
Thank you for answering.
You're welcome.
I think that neither of the top 3 teams is going to have a perfect record against one another. So I don't think that T1 are going to 3-0 Humble Life. I don't think that Gen.G is going to 3-0... Well, obviously they can't because they already lost against T1. But like, I think Gen.G is going to keep dropping series compared to where they were before. And I think whereas for Hanwha and T1, winning those series is a lot more relevant than it is for Gen.G, right? I think for Gen.G, they have been extremely vocal about this. I do expect them to...
They've already qualified for Worlds.
Not only that, but also if your actual goal is Worlds, you should be taking it relatively easy during this split. I think that's just the reality, because you want to be able to
like, it's
peak at the
already
right time.
congratulations.
But for Hanwha Life and T1, I think it's very different because they want to ensure that they don't get overtake, or T1 wants to overtake, Hanwha Life wants to overtake. So I think for me, with the lead that Hanwha have right now, plus the fact I don't think Hanwha is going to drop to KT or Nongshim. And I think that I could see T1 do that at some point because I think their playstyle inherently is a lot more volatile. I think that when they look good, like today, they just completely blitz. But also if Carry has an off day as well, then all of a sudden that playstyle just looks not good, right?
But Carrier's been good for like the last couple of months. I feel like, right?
I would agree. Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
I feel like his streaks are kind of like slow. You know, like some players are like this.
That's fair.
And I feel like Carrier's like this.
No, I get it.
Because he did have that big slump, and now he's like kind of like we're so back. But we'll see.
But you also need Humble Life players to continue slumping, right? Like Peanut needs to continue to play bad, and so does Zeka. And I don't think that will remain the case. But I think just because the lead at Hanwha, if they were even, I would probably take T1 over Hanwha right now. Because I think that T1 right now look better. But I think with the lead that they have, I think Hanwha, it will get close. But I think that Hanwha Life still, to me, is in a good enough form. Like, I don't think they ever drop to KT and Nongshim if they take those matches seriously, which I imagine they will, because they want to stay in second, right, for playoffs.
I do think that based on the sentiment on this table right now, KT are definitely a dark horse.
They're always a dark horse.
I don't really rate.
I don't think our sentiment matters.
Really rate KT.
They're always a dark horse. They could
You don't
get
rate
first.
KT?
Not that, no, I think they have very easily exploitable weaknesses for good teams.
That was my point for T1 as well.
In what terms?
I think for
do you
T1
mean,
it's very different.
are we talking in terms of in the ability to upset like HLE? Are we talking in terms of ability to make it to Worlds? Because they probably will. Are we talking in terms of like beating one of these teams in a best of 5?
I think that with the performance of both support and top, KT can get series wins, but I don't expect them to consistently, over the course of the rest of the split, win against the top tier teams. And I think that they're both, I think Perfect is very exploitable, and I think they're also overly reliant on BDD, which really hamstrings their drafts. And if BDD is an off day, obviously, which he doesn't do often, but we have seen games of that, they just kind of get boomed. So KT, to me, I don't think they're that well-rounded. I think they're most likely the 4th seed, but I don't see them make the jump up to actually be a contender against T1 and Hanwha Life and Gen.G.
I actually feel like KT are more well-rounded than you're giving them credit for. Like, yes, Perfect is a bit of an outlier, but I do feel like Nongshim tried to ban out BDD, I believe, in their series against KT earlier this week, and then basically because just got whatever he wanted, like Wukong,
Yeah.
Xinjiao, like basically all of his like top tier picks. Also, Duckdom, his rise has been gigantic, and Peter has. I feel like he's not super reliable, but he has like 2 or 3 picks that he really crushes on. Like Alistair is a big
Nico
one.
is the best in
Is
the league.
Nico,
Yeah, that's
right?
fair.
So like, I feel like there are other angles, but BDD sometimes does have to like
Well-
hard carry at times. But it does feel like, I feel like those other players. deserve
So
credit
you guys
as well.
think that KT can make the jump and actually overtake T1 or Hanwha?
I do.
No.
I'm the only one.
But again,
I don't think so.
Well, that's why I was.
in
that was
overtake
what
in
I thought
terms of the
conversation.
standings, or overtake in terms of.
Both in a best of 5 / overtake them in the standings.
I don't think they'll overtake them in the standings. I think in a best, it's really hard to say in a best of 5 because
I think in the best of 5s, like the specific weaknesses to me are much more pronounced because you can really, especially in Fearless, really target.
Yeah, KT is good in best of 3s, I think. But if you go to best of 5s, like I don't know if Peter will survive. I don't know if Cuz will survive. Perfect will not survive.
The thing is-
Duckdom, I think, would be fine.
the thing is as well is the way I,
think,
see
yeah,
things.
Cuz, Dockers, and BDD are fine.
The way I see things is because especially in the standings argument, like to catch up in standings, they'd have to catch up in T1, and I think T1's just going to increase the gap because I think T1's form, like right now it's Genji HLE T1, but I think in form it's Genji T1 HLE, and I think
Got
the
it.
gap.
right now.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
Genji and T1 are a lot closer than T1 is to HLE. So like I think T1 are going to gain on HLE more than KT would ever gain on T1. I think the gap's going to open up there.
You're
And then
advertising the Saturday showdown next week, aren't you? Because it's T1 versus Hanwha.
And
That
then
is the-
Look at him
yeah.
go.
And then if we come to best of 5s, I
Only
feel
the
like
first one, by the way.
again, like HLE have very talented players, and who knows what can happen. Like yes, they can 100% bounce back. Like this, yes, you can predict that they will bounce back. They'll show a better form, but like if they don't, if their mid jungle stays in their current form, like right now, Cuz and BDD are leagues ahead of Peanut and Zeka. If they played a best of 5 right now, I'm not saying they would win, but I could see like maybe if you exploit mid jungle advantage, that could be an angle you play through.
But they,
right?
they did just get 2-0.
Yeah, just got whooped by them.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like
But I think, that, like, you're right. I think KT can honestly win or lose on any given day.
even
We'll
even
just
if,
have to see.
even if they lost that series, I'm saying like a best of 5 is a different environment when you come in with prep, and I think that like one loss to best of 3. Like again, they're gonna play each other 3 times, right? They're gonna play each other 2 more
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
I expect KT to take one of those off HLE. I think that will happen, right? And I think that in a best of 5, do I think that like KT are favored against HLE? No. But I think off the 3 teams in the top, Genji, HLE, T1, I think right now HLE looks like the most vulnerable. And I think that it's like, could KT beat HLE in a best of 5?
Yeah. I also think,
I
oh,
think it's
man,
possible,
we've got the
but I-
Telecom War next week as well. God, next week
That's
is
on
so
Wednesday.
good.
Wednesday.
That's the beauty
Oh,
of the
man.
Legend group. Like
we
every
talked
week
about
is
this on
good.
the space where it's like obviously the Legends matches are all bangers. Like every single one is a banger basically, except maybe
But then
the
you get the
Nongshim matches.
surprise mega banger Rise Group game
So-
that is so good.
That's what I did as the host. I
DNF
was like,
DRX today was amazing.
I was like, I know the Legend ones are bangers, but tell me which one in the Rise group you like because that's the one I want to know
No.
because which ones are going to be bangers.
They're different things. Legend is for the gameplay. Rise is for the culture, right? Rise is for tempo vibes.
Yeah,
Tempo
yeah.
vibes, you know.
Rise is for
Why is-
bro and brew.
Yeah,
Rise
so
is for
Legend. Legend group is like it's more of like a beer type group,
Yeah.
whereas the Rise group is you're swilling your glass of wine.
Rise group is
100%.
how is DK gonna break Chronicler and Atlas Star this time? We don't know. They're gonna find a way. It's is Sponge gonna sponge all over? It's cinema.
spongiest. It's all of the
I
things.
really like the group so far. I hope that as we get deeper in, it'll remain good. The only
As
thing,
we supervisate what's
yes,
going
which
on.
I still don't understand
you,
that
Dan.
part. I do want to highlight the only thing that I am sad/worried about, and I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir to you here, is that I think a half reset would have made specifically
Yeah.
the top and bottom end way closer, because we don't need it for the mid part, I think, at the most. And I would have liked there to be...
You can almost not even do it as a half reset. You could just make these matches worth more or something like
Well,
that.
that is... But with our
That means
you
the
would
same
do that,
thing, yeah.
right?
Oh, is
Yeah.
that how you do it?
Well, no,
You
would-
don't cut them all in half?
Well, you can do both, but
Yeah.
like you can also make these
Means the
worth
same
double,
thing,
or you can. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But I think that would have, because I am worried that we are going to very quickly mathematically be locked into some scenarios if things go wrong.
I mean, the fact we're already.
I mean, DNF can already not make it to first in their group.
All I'm gonna say is I call this. We already have the little playoff thing next to Gen G. I said
Yes.
very early
In
on,
week 1.
we're gonna have like the little thing show up on the standings where it's like, oh, they're locked in this, locked into this. I just personally think that like, okay, thanks, Chronicler.
Yeah, this is gonna.
We opened
We're
up a
in
can
for
of
the long
worms.
haul now.
Thank you. 'Cause-
Sorry.
So basically,
we can not
in
have a conversation.
in any previous no, in any previous season, we've had spring and summer has always counted more towards Worlds because it's close
And
to
it's
Worlds.
been warmer.
Yeah.
I've heard this exact rant like
It's
15 times
always-
already, by the way. I knew
It's
what I was
always
doing.
counted more towards Worlds because it's been close in proximity. When you have championship points, summer is worth more. But this is the first time where like you would rather have wins in round 1 and 2 than 3 and 5 because at the end of the year those points are worth the exact same, but the points that you got in round 1 and 2, they count for MSI, Road to MSI qualification, they count for your Legend and Rise group qualification, and right now, like Genji's got 19 points, right? So let's say, would you rather win a round 1 game, Genji against DNF, or a round 4 game, Genji against T1? The answer is the round 1 game against DNF, right? Because
They've
you get
got
the same
32 points. By
you
the
get
way.
the same point. Well, they have that point. They have how many series wins they have, but they get the 1 point
Don't want to get away with it.
is worth the same amount. Yeah, I just think it makes no sense to me that you're equating a points that were won months ago, and they're completely even to points that won right before we go into playoffs.
I think a soft reset would have been
it's
good.
Yeah,
it's a
soft
new
reset would've been
format. There are going to be issues.
Yeah.
And
I-
it'll
I-
be fixed
yeah.
next year, hopefully. If
I
it's
don't
not
think
fixed
perfect.
next year,
I think
that's
LCK
when I
is-
start to get angry.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait,
Yes,
wait,
yes,
wait.
yes, but my
we
issue,
realized this last year.
my issue is
Yeah.
that I feel like these were foreseeable issues.
Well, Did someone
for the
foresee
prophet,
them?
the UK goat,
Yes.
he knew about it way in advance.
Sorry,
Nobody else
I
could have seen
remember
this
some
coming.
Wikipedia comments that he's not, in fact, the UK goat. And he never won anything.
No, we figured that out. We realized that he is actually the UK goat. That was discovered. What I
I'm
like
saying is
that there's
every
change.
format should be ran past me first. I think
That is a really good
agreed.
point.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
also, we don't want to get it right first because then we go straight back into a stale format. We need to have issues with it. So every year it's iteration,
I like
and
that.
then we get to talk about improvement every single
Spoken like
year.
a true KT fan.
Oh yeah, that's what we're into. It's about enjoying the mistakes and the problems, you know,
I mean, it's actually true.
and
Like,
celebrating change.
Even though this format has its flaws, I am enjoying the fact that it's different.
It's cool.
Just
It's fun.
just
It's
because
new.
it's
Yeah.
different. I'm like, okay, yeah. And you could even say the same thing about Fearless, and maybe that's like a little bit short-sighted, where it's like, oh, it's different. Like you can see like new champs, whatever. We don't have to get into the Fearless discussion here. We've done that many times on and off air. But just the fact that it's different, I'm enjoying it because when you do it for a really long time, it's like.
It's really changed how
Okay,
the
another
seasons
spring.
feel. It's,
Yeah.
it's
we
cool.
don't
I
we
mean-
don't like mold about Zeri, Yumi, and Lucian Nami anymore. You know,
Although that
it's
did
no
happen
cork.
today.
Well, that
Zeri
did.
Lulu.
Yeah,
Lucian
Zeri Lulu
Nami.
happened.
One.
We had a Yumi hover as well, which was terrifying.
The only reason I'm bothered about it is because I was super hyped for Legend and Rise because I thought it's gonna be sick. Every day we get a banger high gameplay matchup and a banger high culture matchup.
yeah.
But the problem is that like because we've carried over the scores, it just feels like quickly we're gonna get to that point. You know the point we normally get like week 8 or week 9 where like everyone's
Yeah.
locked in. These matches don't mean as much. The teams start doing a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, we
And
often get a bit lucky.
To be f-
but yeah,
To
that
be
can happen.
fair, I do think that was offset by the absolutely insane final week of placements for these groups.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
that was an old timer, like the DK
tiebreaker
Nongshim
and
KT
stuff? Oh my
situation.
God.
Yeah.
That shit was crazy.
No, but that stuff
Yep.
was fine. Like that
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
was cool.
No, but I'm saying
Yeah,
is
so
we
the
wouldn't
first
have had
round
that.
we won't change.
Oh,
Well,
right.
no.
or something.
What I'm talking about is we wouldn't have had that without the format change. I'd still agree with you
So
that this was
Yeah,
foreseeable.
we have to take the good
Could
with the
have
bad
preempt-
because like the
I
Legend
think
and
that's
Rise
more-
stuff is still super hype and new, and like we have some really good new stuff that's better than last year, but also we have some.
Yeah, we just
obvious
need to
flaws
just
that are-
tweak, soft reset, and we're good to go.
I-
you
So
know?
as long as they invite Dan into the next meeting,
Yes,
the
yes.
format change for next
Yes.
year.
I think they have his
also-
number.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we
sure
can
they do.
figure it out.
I also 100% certain if once we get to like playing playoffs month, people are going to be very happy with the new format.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, as soon as we get out of the Rise and Legend group, which is in and to itself awesome, right? Because we do, as you say, get the culture and the like,
culture and the
close matchup.
gameplay.
Yeah, the gameplay and the culture, and it's beautiful. But as long as we don't care too much about the stakes when we get to like the round 5, when stakes are basically missing, we can just have a good time, you know, really lose ourselves in the culture or the gameplay. Then we will get rewarded with the play-in stage, with the playoffs, and it is going to be dope. It's going to be really, really cool.
Double elimination, best of 5
Oh my
extravaganza.
God, it's going to be magic. Just best of 5s everywhere. Oh, I'm going to love it.
Guys,
And I think it's almost time for us to finish. Hello, Kaya.
so everyone swapped DK and KT,
Yes.
but there's
Yeah.
2 people that did not.
Oh, wait, how did they not?
Bet one of them's Degon.
So number 1, it's what did. He swapped HLE and T1.
Trolling.
Actually troll.
Trolling.
troll.
Trolling.
What?
Actually troll.
Trolling reported.
What?
And the other is G-Sun, who swapped HLE and Genji.
Oh, that's okay. That
Oh,
I
base,
get.
base.
That's
yeah.
actually
I get.
that
Yeah.
guarantees 2 correct ones. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Or
That one-
theoretically could
it
almost
sh-
guarantee.
I think that is very likely a good swap. Also, in her case, do note that she has KT in 7th, in which case that swap isn't actually that good, because if you have KT not at the top of the group, the value isn't as high.
True. Yeah.
Because DK is expected to, like, if you can swap DK 4th for KT 6th, then it is basically most likely a guaranteed good swap.
The idea is to make sure that you get as many actually correct as
Correct,
possible,
yeah.
so you don't move them closer. You move them to where you
what
think they're
did
going
is
to be.
trolling though.
What did is actually just he just messed it up.
Is this the DNF runoff? Is he just still mad?
So tilted. He's given up on Preds. He's like, I'm just going to have fun now. And then just get angry after he has fun.
Poor dude.
Poor guy.
Wow, maybe he's going for. Oh, wait. So you know how when you play 500, you do like you bet for tricks, and you're like, I'm going to win 6 or whatever, and you need someone to like bid 8. He's going Mazaire. He's just hoping that he can do the full reverse and get everything wrong.
You know, in the June board game, the other June, not Imperium, but the other June board game, there is a
kinda like
faction. The Bene Gesserit predict when someone else will win, on which turn they will win, and if they get it right, they win the game instead. That's basically what Woodid is doing now.
God, that's actually so sick. I didn't
know.
know they added that. In
Oh
the
yeah,
expansion.
no, it's a different Doom game.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's very.
We
cool.
should add that to our.
Why don't we just
predictions.
add
add
that?
that.
We could also add that to the other June
Oh my
game.
god! Wait, we actually can add that at the beginning of. You can call a shot, and it gives you extra points.
Call a shot like who's going to win?
No,
Wait.
like I think this person is going to
Yeah,
do
yeah.
best, or
Oh.
make this predict.
So predict whose predictions are going to be the best predictions.
Yes, and if you get it right,
Can we also
Get more
predict
points.
who predicts correctly on who's going to predict the best?
Yeah.
Would
Yes.
we be able to fit that? Could we fit that into the graphic so we could have a little picture of ourselves and then a
but
little
you can't-
picture of
no, no,
whoever
no.
we pick, like
no,
on,
no,
our,
because you
on
can't
our breast pocket or
no,
something?
because you can't reveal it.
No, at the end though, when
Oh,
we
yeah,
reveal
of
it,
course.
like I predicted that this guy was going to do the best based on what I saw in the. Oh, that'd be dope.
Who do you guys pick?
I don't know. We haven't seen the predictions for next week, have we?
No, it's at the end of the. It's like for these.
For these, yeah.
Oh, we could just do it for. I was thinking every week we
I think
literally
Brendan
do
is.
it.
No, I wouldn't pick Chronicler.
Well, you can't
Why not?
because I'm not there.
Yeah,
next
who
year.
is in the best position?
No, it would be for
Oh, you mean for this
year.
For
yeah.
this year?
Like, I'm saying if we had to do it now.
So it's someone with. Is it Orcs? Look at Orcs.
No, it's not me. I don't think.
So it's,
No,
is it Degon?
actually, it's me. It's actually me.
A
lot of his
I don't
teams
know.
are in the
You have
right
being
spot.
Oh no,
BNK
BNK is kind of boomed.
I think
yeah.
it's like, but you. I
I
think
get
are
the
high up.
guaranteed bottom 2 points.
I think you're
almost.
high up. I think Degon is looking pretty good.
I don't
It
think
might,
anyone.
might be Wolf.
No, I think it's Degon. Degon or
No, I think
Wolf.
Wolf suffers from the same issues as Chronicler because they have the exact same predictions.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. So it's
Oh.
Degon and Atlas are looking like the front runners.
Yeah, I'm not as good as I thought I was. Actually, it's maybe a bit doomed.
Wait, Degon has the same as you as well, Chronicler.
But he does.
Yes.
Oh, well then.
That's
Yeah,
what I did
wait.
with Wolf. I'm like, hey,
You
what
guys
about
are
Wolf?
exactly the same.
Huh.
You three are in a
Chronicler's
good
like,
spot.
wow, Degon's predictions look really good. I'm vibing with this guy. Maybe I should have copied him. You did. You
Oh,
did
that's
copy
a
him.
bummer. What do you do? What do you know?
Well, I don't know. I think like it's all cooked, and I think it's
all
who
cooked.
has the most uncookedness at the end.
Well said.
Started with a whisper. I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Makes me stronger.
BNK PX 화이팅! 우! 오케이브리온 화이팅! 훌륭한 선수 데뷔 5주년 축하합니다.
스미 코치 PRX 화이팅!
오케이브리온 화이팅!
PRX 화이팅! 오케이브리온 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I am Atlas, and I am joined by Orcs here. The AA duo are back at it again for two, I would like to call them legend matches. I know one of them's a Rise match, one of them is a legend match, but I honestly think that if you played these two series back to back, you may struggle to tell me which one is higher as far as the level of play is concerned.
I think so too. I think, honestly, you know, when we look at the later match, HLE against Nongshim, I think both been having a little bit struggling form.
Yeah.
But this BNK FearX versus Bro match, bit of a banger.
Oh yeah, absolutely massive hype.
Rise group banger, and a lot of stakes on the line. These two neck and neck at the moment.
Exactly right, and I think my eyes are going to be glued towards the bottom side of the map. But first, let's have a look at the standings, see where everything is sitting for now. Having a look at the Rise group first, as of course that is going to be our first matchup. DK still at the top, largely to the benefit of the fact that things have all carried over from the last few months of play, and they did do a fair bit of winning towards the beginning. Bro, though, hot on their heels, and I would like to tell everyone that right now, as far as game score win rate is concerned, based on this round, Bro, the second best team in the LCK.
Wow.
Yep. And you can tell me all those things about strength of schedule and the fact that they're divided into two groups, one with all of the hard teams and one with all of the not so good teams. But I don't care. I'm still saying that Bro are the second best team in the league, and right now it says a number 2 next to them. So, yeah, checkmate.
I can't argue with that. I can't dispute it. Because
I don't think anyone can.
you said that you're disregarding all those things
Yeah.
that I would use to argue. And I'm getting choked up right now.
I know, I could
with how
tell.
compelling your argument is. So fair play.
You're welcome.
Max.
You're
You've
welcome.
done well there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Undefeated against Bro since summer 2022. My goodness. Okay, so this could be the kryptonite that the Bros are currently facing here as BNK FearX with especially Diablo.
Which is interesting because Bro are green. So you'd think they would be the kryptonite team. And they have been to Gen G, but in this case, BNK FearX are the kryptonite to the green.
We recently, for your birthday, went and watched the Superman movie, though.
Yes.
And kryptonite only worked to a point. And it seems to be made out of, like, the guy's friend.
Yeah.
And then it just, like, isn't kryptonite anymore, and it's fine. And then you go swim in a proton river or something like that.
Oh, man, there's so many levels to this.
Yeah.
It's getting very convoluted.
It was a very convoluted movie, like, let's be honest. Okay, can Bro achieve a 3-win streak after 3 years? My goodness, yes. Yes, they can. Get that Bro tax in to make it a reality, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we have to do. It is all about us. This is the best thing about Bro, is that it's up to you. If you want them to win, you can make it happen. Just make that chat purple, and the Bros could come out on top. That's all I'm saying.
And it is such an important match, right? These two are neck and neck. They are both currently above that deadly line, where if you fall below where currently DRX and DNF are right now, you don't get another opportunity. Right now, they would both qualify 2 play-ins, both have a chance to continue in towards playoffs at the end of the season. But DRX currently on 6 series wins are hot on their heels, so whichever team wins this series has a bit of a buffer, has a bit of safety, has a lot of confidence, and so a very important match today to win.
Absolutely is.
And I think current form, Bro look pretty fantastic, but BNK FearX, I think particularly jungle and AD carry, Raptor and Diablo have looked pretty phenomenal.
I would agree. This is a bit of a mismatch. In my opinion, though, Vikla has not necessarily been the greatest mid laner that we have here in the LCK, and it's the year of closer. As Wolf has mentioned many, many times, often without any sort of, like, we're not even talking about Bro at the time. Like, we might be out to dinner at one point. We're having a discussion about the weather, and he's like, by the way, guys, it's the year of closer. And we're like, okay, thanks, Wolf, I guess.
Has he done that thing where late at night he just calls you up and says it, hangs up?
Yeah. We're often having a conversation about Pokemon. We're playing the Pokemon trading card game together, and we're like comparing the great pulls that we got. And he's like, by the way, year of the closer. And then he drops like this sick Pokemon card that he got.
Oh.
He does that all the time.
Wow.
It happens all the time. So we're going to be learning to see whether it's going to continue being year of the closer or whether Vikla can make a little bit of a bounce back. Because honestly, if Vikla and Clear get themselves in order, this could be a really, really scary team.
And in fairness, there was that period, like middle of round 1 and round 2, where BNK FearX were in good form and Vikla was in good form, and this team looked really competitive. You know, there are pieces of this team have consistently looked competitive. I think the bot lane have been the shining lights for this team.
Yep.
Most duo kills of any bot lane in the league, which is pretty crazy to say. Diablo and Kellen have been taking names, but I think, as you said, the solo lanes been a bit hit or miss, so hopefully today it's a hit. I think if Clear and Vikla can step up, this roster really can be competitive.
Yep. And I think it's really interesting as well because I think Hype has started to reach some pretty massive form as well. And there's a huge outlier, especially with this particular round of play. Hype is doing 32% of his team's damage. Like, this guy, I know it's like 6 games or something like that, but he really has been putting the team on his back and getting behind some of the great team play that players like Morgan have been putting out there.
No, that's the thing with small sample sizes. That's
There's so much more fun, man.
You get the really cool stats.
Exactly.
You know?
And they don't necessarily mean very much, but the best part about it is that you get to make it mean whatever you'd like.
Exactly, you know, overreact to them, make them valid, right?
And my favorite thing is when you've even got a large sample size, but it tells a story, like the stats tell a story that's just wrong. And that happens all the time as well. It's just absolutely brilliant. Sometimes
Also,
it's circumstance you never necessarily know.
You can choose to ignore aspects of the stats.
Yeah.
To favor
Oh.
whatever story you
We
want.
do that all the time, do we not?
It's
It's my
beautiful.
favorite thing. Hang on, I'm just going to adjust my tie a little bit because Kenzie's here taking some photos. Thank you very much, Kenzie. Okay, we're about ready. It's almost time to get into the draft here. And one thing that I do want to say about Duke and the fact that he's come in, picked things up after Edgar left, I think their read on the meta, their read on this patch has been really good on the side of the bros. And I think that when you have a new coach, sometimes there can be teething issues. Sometimes there can be, you know, disagreements, things like that, resulting in drafts that can get a little bit wonky. I think that their drafts have been pretty good on the side of the bros.
Yeah, and I think an example of a team who've had a great read on the meta and read on the patch has been T1, and you've seen how many favors is given to them. So I think Bro having a good read in the patch is a big reason why we look at them as being in such good form. So they have an advantage with that.
Yep.
We'll put them in a great spot. Do you want to mention we have a champion added to the global ban?
Yes, it's Mel. We're not going to necessarily go into exactly why she has been removed, but there's a bit of a bug, and no one's going to be playing Mel. Guess what? They weren't going to be playing Mel anyway. So I actually asked when I got told that she's globally banned. I was like, are we even going to say anything? Because I don't think it's going to change what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But we're going to be honest about it because that's what we're about. We're about manipulating stats in our favor and honesty.
When it's on the graphic, I feel like you have to mention it because people will be wondering. They'll be like, hey,
Well, exactly. Now we've drawn attention.
what did Mel do?
Well, what didn't she do based
Yeah.
on what the bug is? You could probably go Google it and figure it out yourselves, but it's not something we're going to go into right now. The PVV probably going to be coming through here, although the Vi ban has been seen less and less as we've gotten deeper into the patch.
Also, we do have the Talia ban, and so heavy bans towards closer. This is setting up for an Azir first pick, and we know Azir, one of Victor's most played. I would actually sacrifice the Vi ban and ban Azir away from Victor
100%.
here.
We haven't been seeing the Vi first picks really work out all that well, especially when Wukong exists.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. So we'll see what they opt to go for if they follow that line of thinking, because it definitely feels like BNK FairX is setting up for that Azir.
Yep. One thing that I will say, though, is the Xin Zhao is going to be the ban.
Very different direction, I
Kind of
feel.
crazy. Croco was one of the guys that made the Vi work, even into the Wukong, right? We saw that they were able to just, I mean, the Croco closer combination, the CCC, as it were, is just very, very good. So they made it work. But let's see what the bros do have planned here. I think like a Rumble Wukong wouldn't be too bad. Gwen Wukong could be fine as well. I think Wukong probably needs to be snapped up, though.
I mean, a situation like this was so telegraphed. They clearly opted into this. It is fearless, so they're getting Vikler's Azir out the way, and they're thinking, we're okay to give that over. What can we get in return that's worth it? They do opt for the Gwen, and then they go for that Vi. Does set up potentially for maybe like a Rumble Wukong on the other side. Rumble, the remaining pick that's really good into the Gwen. We've already had the Aurora taken away, so we're not going to see that. Wukong, that last top tier jungler, and obviously that team fighting power of the Rumble Wukong really strong, so they are just going to pick that up together. I kind of wonder what they are going to go for in the mid lane, though, into that Azir. And it looks like it's going to be the Ahri. Yeah, Ahri Vi coming through. So top side picked up completely for both teams. Now getting in the second rotation.
This is a little bit on the bro side of things, a bit of a, we like what we have. Let's ignore what's happening on the other side of the rift. Because, like, Rumble is by far and away, probably, I would say, Clear's best champion. Vikla, like you say, has been favoring the Azir. Wukong's the best jungler on the patch. I don't think, like, I think BNK would have blind picked this if you gave them the opportunity.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit rough. As the Rakan, actually something that would have worked relatively well for the Bros, but not into the BNK composition, and so that's probably why they're going to be taking that one away. I think angling for a bit of an R for Alistair, perhaps.
Rakan with Wukong is so OP. I feel like it's so
true.
difficult to deal with. The Alistair ban comes out from Bro, actually, so not wanting to lean on that as like the R4 Alistair we often see. I wonder what we're gonna get from...
Oh, it's a Nico angle.
BNK FearX. Yeah, Nico could be a good ban. Senna, sometimes we've seen the Senna priority kind of fall off, but sometimes we could see that picked up as long-range pick, but I think it's dangerous into the Wukong without having the information available. Even something like a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa could be a really good pick for Bro in this situation.
Yeah, they also don't need to pick the Kai'Sa now. In fact, Kai'Sa's a bit awkward. It would have to be played pretty full AD with the fact that both of these teams currently have a lot of magic damage. The Lucian currently being hovered here for hype, though. I really feel like it's a Nico angle. I just feel like Nico is so incredibly powerful. Fits in so many of these compositions. But it will be the Lucian that'll be locked in here for hype.
And I think, honestly, for BNK FearX, you have the Azir. You're playing into quite a short-range dive-focused composition for Bro. I feel like you can just play something where, you know, as long as you're able to play safe, as long as you're able to sort of disengage, you're going to be comfortable. They end up going for that Sivir. So, you know, you're going to have threats coming at you. If you can kite backwards, you know, you have the disruption of the Rumble Wukong, you're going to be a pretty good spot.
Sivir Karma would actually be kind of fine, but instead they pick away the
They
Braum.
actually deny the Braum. And then, you know, it's a bit of a risky one because we'll see what Bro end up going for. You know, you can't really go for one of these typical engage supports, and also the Rakan, which is a common option into the Braum, isn't available.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what they really would want to pair. I mean, the Nami is something that you could, in theory, do. The Rel is there, but doesn't feel that great.
Feels like it's a pick for the rest of the composition, not for the lane.
Yeah, I think the Braum takeaway honestly working out pretty well for BNK FearX. And right now, you know, threats are going to come in. They're going to be short-ranged. You have this great ability for this composition to kite back and just anytime a threat comes at you, you just apply the Braum passive, stun them up. You have so many auto-attackers on your team who can stack it up quickly. I think BNK FearX pretty happy with what they got. A lot of picks with a lot of strength. And it's not to say Bro don't have tools, right? They have the RE Vi, they have the reset potential, they have, you know, the Gwen can be a lot of power, but I think the Lucian Rel doesn't really inspire too much joy. And we've seen the Sivir do so much work if it can get to the later stages, and I really think Sivir Braum into Lucian Rel, you're going to be pretty comfortable in the laning phase.
Yep, Sivir Azir has just been running amok here in the LCK for this season.
The Streamer duo.
Yep, and honestly, it has been very strong for a great many years on and off. So it's not exactly something that's new. The good old On The Hunt means that also their lack of engage doesn't necessarily matter as much, especially if they can get to the objectives that they're looking for before their opposition. Because like you say, kite back going to be the way here, playing around the Azir wall, allowing Sivir to get those ricochets in against a relatively short-range composition of what Bro has put together. I think the Bro's definitely going to have to play above their comp's expectations in this one if they do want to pick up a win, but it is a powerful duo on a powerful mid-jungle combo. See how it goes. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. BNK FearX taken on the Bros. And no, if you are just tuning in right now, at which point I would say, wow, amazing timing, you know, right as we get onto the Rift. But if you are, no, it's not blind pick. No, this is in fact, that was still a draft. We're still playing Fearless. You're not going to see these champions in game number 2. The BNK FearX composition, yes, indeed, just managed to get through. And they decided that they would just play it because there it was. It's pretty impressive. Let's see whether the Bros can fight against it here. Morgan taking the exhaust on his Gwen this time around. It is a playable matchup into the Rumble, you could say, but something that Clear has been able to navigate in the past. Both of the junglers looking for level 6, you know, got a bit more scaling on Vicla's side. Closer probably wanted to put on a bit of extra pressure early. We'll have to have a look at what the bottom lane is going to do to allow Bro to get any of these leads that their composition desperately needs.
Yeah, I think proactivity from Croco is going to be really important. And he has been such a shining star for Bros to join the lineup, but it's also a little bit risky in those. Oh.
This is kind of working out here as Diablo taking a fair bit of damage. Hype trying to throw as much into him as possible. Now Kellen taking a little bit back, but you can see Diablo just going to be eating that potion and getting himself back in order. I like the aggression from the Bros. Doesn't necessarily work out, though, the way that they really wanted it to.
I think pretty good, to be honest. They got the heal from Kellen.
Oh, they didn't actually invest anything. I thought that it was a heal back, as there's a flash forward. Diablo going to have to flash to get out of the way, but Hype is right behind him. One more auto will do it, but there is the barrier, and that saves Diablo's life. Kellen puts up the door, but still, BNK FearX are going to get pushed out of the lane. Great aggression here by the Bros early.
Yeah, good threat coming in from the Bro bot lane. I think a little bit disrespectful. Diablo getting hit by the CC from the Rel level 1. Really put them on the back foot. And
There's
then that
a lot of flashes missing in this lane as well. It's only Kellen that has his up and available.
Yeah, the insta punish that came through. But the barrier, the patience from Diablo does keep him alive.
Scary stuff here for BNK FearX, but not end of the world by any means. Going to need a follow-up here from the Bros to make something happen as Clear doing his best to take down the wave. Morgan with a 2 CS lead when the waves do reset. But I think see how the Gwen can go.
This is what you need to do when you have a Lucian lane like this. You really need to be punishing and finding these windows to punish the Sivir, especially level 1 before the spell shield was available, and then finding that angle level 2, force the spell shield with the W from Rel, and then the Q force the flash. Trying to put Diablo on the back foot before he can just sit there and wave clear endlessly.
Yep. It's very, very important. Now has himself a longsword lead as well, as Hype got the pretty comfortable back timer. Crocker going to be starting on the Shellfish at the same time as Raptor. Both of these junglers wanting to race to level 6 as quickly as possible, although you could say that Vi probably a little bit more adept at ganking earlier on than a Wukong is, but both of them probably just wanting to beeline it. And speaking of which, Raptor is in fact the one that shows his face first.
He gets a little bit of poke on a Hype, but does give over the information of where he is.
All right, so we're not too worried, are we, about like how things are going right now? We need the Bros to control the mid game, right? If they want to stay in this one, and if it gets later and BNK FearX don't have a huge deficit to overcome, then it's going to be real smooth sailing.
I think it's even if it gets late and the game is even. I mean, it definitely gets harder, but it's still not completely unplayable because you have like the Gwen as some insurance and. When you have this composition... Oh, no.
We are going aggressive here as Polo and Crocker going after Diablo. He is flashless, as we know. Polo chasing after them. Hype will be able to catch up. And there is the first blood going over to the Vi, quickly followed by a second. Croco's Vi, man. He is just built differently.
And this is just such an obvious flub from BNK FearX because, they had the cover from their jungler on the bot side of the map. And then Raptor resets, and what does he do? He goes to his top side. And you could see that the junglers were mirrored. It was super obvious, super telegraphed. Where is Croco going to be after his reset? He's going to be coming down to the bot side of the map. And they overextend so heavily, you're down summoners. There's no reason for you to be in that position. It's one of these scenarios where, yes, getting vision down is nice, but look where they're positioned. You don't need a ward there to know where Croco's going to be. And with no flash, Devil does everything he can. He gets a spell shield, he gets a sidestep, but you're that overextended without a flash, you're dead.
They must have just got the timing messed up, right? They must have thought that he's on his way there, so they wanted to get as much defensive vision down, but he was already there and killed them instead.
I think it's just so greedy. The fact they already had that control ward and then he went for the ward over the wall, it's just... I think part of League of Legends is, you have to use... You don't have to always have vision of someone to have an idea of where they are. And I mean, I know these players know this, but it just felt like they were like, let's get a ward down, let's get 100% confirmation, get the camp timing. And it just cost them so much. Those 2 kills for Croco are so meaningful. Puts the bot lane a little bit more behind, not too much, but a big lead for the Vi makes so much of a difference.
Yep, there is a nice Shattering Strike here as Clear taking a lot of damage, actually. He is going to look to go back anyway. Does have teleport up and available, so it's not end of the world for the Rumble. Still, message received as Morgan catches this wave underneath his turret. And the Bros off to a great start. 800 gold going to be the lead here as that lane swap has come on through. But the first Drake is going to go the way of BNK FureX. Takes a little while for Raptor to get through the larger health bar of this Mountain Dragon. He will be able to secure it as the Grub's going to be up in a minute 20. That's likely what the Bros are going to be playing for here, as they do have their bottom lane towards the top side. But look at this, like Kellen having to scrounge for some minions here. This wave is going to crash, and so it should be Diablo picking up the majority of these. It's a decent amount of gold in advantage here for Hype, although 180 is not exactly the end of the world. Piercing Light going to be blocked there by the spell shield pretty nicely.
The significant thing is that Diablo and Hype are pretty even in terms of XP. Diablo's actually a little bit ahead, but Polu's like a full level ahead of Kellen, so that Rel 6 is going to be available a lot sooner, which can be really significant if we come down to a fight around. I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to be available for these Grubs, but yeah, that ultimate for the Rel could be a big difference maker when it's up and available.
Yep. Level 6 has been hit by both of our junglers. The Cease and Desist and the Cyclone, both very, very important as Polu picks up a shield just so that he can take a boomerang. Hype using his barrier to avoid boomerang damage himself here. And you can see Diablo doesn't really care about how that early game went. He's still just relentlessly shoving this wave towards Hype and Polu.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The 2 kills didn't go over to Hype, and also this is the kind of the evolution of the Sivir Braum into this matchup. You eventually get to a point where you just shred the waves, and it's hard to find the engage windows, especially when those summoners are back up and available. But Polu is so close to that level 6 point, hasn't hit it yet though, and the Grubs are being started. Croco here, looking for an angle to get in. Will BNK FureX just take one and leave? It looks like that's the call.
Yeah, that's what they're going to go for here. So Croco going to come over and say, all right, well, I guess we'll take the next 2.
Yeah, Polu just hit 6. I think this is 100% the right decision.
Yeah, really smart, though, from BNK FureX to just make sure that they had that tiny window and then get out before it becomes an issue. So the Bros do manage to get the Feat of Strength for this, right? So it's still great news. A couple of Grubs going to be really helping out the push, especially for the Gwen. But not going to be biting off more than they can chew on the BNK side, and they still get the experience from the Grubs, things like that. Not too bad.
It feels like a small thing, but in these situations, the difference between like a Rel having an ultimate and with the reset potential of Bro's composition, I think it's just such a good call from BNK FureX to take that one back away, not let that opportunity happen. And, you know, they still have that Dragon in pocket. They're still feeling okay. They'll live to fight another day. They are still behind, right? And Croco is going to hit his first item spike before Raptor does. So that's a problem they'll have to deal with at a later date. But for now, still not feeling too bad about the state of the game.
Absolutely not. Going to look for a little bit of a reset here on Vision. So going to be known here by the Bros as Morgan back up towards his top side now that those Grubs have been secured. And Croc are going to be grabbing some more Shellfish here. Man, if this is first item for the Vi, the game all of a sudden becomes very difficult. But we'll see. There it is. Okay, so Sundered Sky is done.
I mean,
now it's like, what can Croco do?
We had it wasn't on Vi, it was on Xin Zhao, but we had this situation yesterday with Ona on Xin Zhao, and it was against a Wukong, and the items looked similar to this, and he just completely carried a team fight because Sundered Sky is just so broken in these early fights. I mean, it's just broken in general. Particularly in these early fights, if you're the only person with an item, or everyone else has one item and yours is Sundered Sky, you're so strong.
Well, we're going to see it now, as Kellen is going to go on a journey with the Vi, which is suboptimal. Croco is now going to discover Diablo, as the stun does come down. Croco could be in a lot of trouble here. Does need to auto-attack something to keep himself safe. Does just do a little Volt Breaker to get himself out, as there's a nice charm onto Vikla. And the Spirit Rush is still used. So Croco will survive. Did that thing where he felt like extraordinarily strong and then died because of it almost.
Yeah, I think Croco heard my words and was like, hey, I'm so strong.
I think Ona literally did that in the last game as well.
Yeah, but Ona, you know, I think pulled off in a different way in the team fight and had multiple targets to hit. Croco just tried to punch a Braum to death and then didn't hit him with the second Q and wasn't really in a position to ult, and also was by himself, so it didn't really pan out. He doesn't go down, though.
It was compiling factors.
Yeah, a lot of compiling factors. He didn't go down, though. That's the important thing, but
there was just enough Brotax to keep him alive. There wasn't enough Brotax to make it a good play.
True.
That's what we got to. Okay, maybe the Brotax just came in because Diablo is so close to dead. The flash goes over, the double tap, and down goes Diablo. Hype says, yeah, you remember Challenger? I do too.
And that's both summons been as well for the Sivir, just caught in an awkward reset there. Good pickup from the AD carry of Bro. Timing is not the best just because of the fact that he will have to reset here with the Dragon coming up, but I don't think BNK FearX really in position to do it and actually wrap the top side. I think they're just going to forego it completely. So end result is Croco is going to be able to take this one. So
Yep.
I guess timing's going to be perfectly fine.
Great ward there as well from the Bros to make sure that they know exactly what's going on. Raptor going to be walking over it here as Morgan. I mean, he can clear out the wave with the needlework and snip snip. There they all go. So no dive going to be available here as the Winter's Bite going wide. Polo going to be able to just crash over this wall. And we're just sort of babysitting here. Bit of a supervisation situation, Ox, as we like to say here in the LCK.
Supervisation.
Yeah. And they did definitely supervise.
Yeah, and I think just rough to... Oh, Helen.
Kellen's going to show them the door.
He did ghost away there. But yeah, I think the dive onto Morgan, very ambitious considering his full HP with the exhaust, but now his ult's down, they do force him off and get some plates at least. But still, it feels like Bro getting a lot out of the situation, and yeah, just recalling on the ward.
Sometimes you just call it window shopping.
The thing is, the turret was right there, and obviously would have taken longer to get back to it, but I think what's worse about it is, for the fact that Raptor was going top lane, they weren't intending to contest the dragon, it seems. You know, maybe he changed path after his AD carry died, but I feel like recalling in that situation indicates you are rushing the recall, but I think you had the time just to go to the tower, and obviously it's a mistake. He paid for it, good punish by Hype, but yeah,
Feels
not
a bit
great
unforced
spot.
error read.
Definitely. But it was good vision setup from Bro, credit to them. Even had a deeper control ward, so wasn't really great spots for him to recall in if he wasn't under that tower specifically.
Man, a lot of crockery falling on the floor here. As Crocker comes over and just punches Kellen a little bit. Just protecting his control ward as best he can. Realized that he probably didn't have the information to take him down, especially with the jungler in mid lane right there. Raptor now going to get engaged on here. Cease and Desist is available here for Crocker, but he's taking a lot of damage. Magnus Storm to follow up. There's the Cease and Desist, and he flashes away after dealing with the monkey. Vikla just not very many options here. Did have Flash and Emperor's Divide. Didn't find a chance to use it. Just watched as the monkey goes down.
And that's just worst case scenario for BNK FearX, because not only do they lose the fight, but they TP their top laner in, and now Morgan just gets free time with the top lane tower, so it just wins across the map for the side of Bro. And Crocker with that Sundered Sky, you saw how low his health was, definitely felt like that healing must have saved him there.
Man, the Bros really playing well in this particular game. Even Morgan benefiting from that one, so his threat in the side lane is going to be really worrisome. Let's have a look at this one more time. Croco goes in. It was a decent amount of damage to start things off here, as Croco did take a fair bit. This Magnus Storm was just so helpful, though.
I don't even think there was a Sundered Sky proc that saved him, because I think he was full when he actually hit it. But the backup was so much quicker from Bro. It felt so delayed from BNK FearX, which is why it felt like such a weird pick to attempt in that situation. But it was a good turnaround from Bro. And I think BNK FearX just got a little bit bloodthirsty, and they did pay for it dearly. And now, 2,200 gold ahead for Bro. They feel like they're in such a good position.
This is fantastic. They do need to keep stacking these dragons. It's going to be an Infernal Soul this game as well. My goodness, high-value dragons in this game.
I mean, that comp is just so momentum-based that once you get ahead, it feels so easy to keep forcing and keep finding angles. Also, the thing with Sivir is that, you know, into the Vi, you can smite on the way in with the ultimate to proc the spell shield, so it's kind of hard to feel safe into it. Oh, the Raptor's going to save. You know, Raptor's not here, but the Raptors will save Arrow.
Raptor really multitasking here as the clone is going to get charmed.
What a team player.
Yep, beautifully done.
Blocks the culling, blocks the charm, you know.
Oh, that Orb of Deception starting to do some damage here. Malignant's done here for closer. One item spikes kind of for everyone. As Morgan finishes his Riftmaker relatively recently. Essence Reaver done here for Hype as well, looking for that item number 2. But this should be first turret going over to the Bros. They already have the Feats of Strength, as it's 4-0 on the kill score. 1 Grub and 1 Dragon. That's what BNK FearX have been able to pick up so far in this game. The Bros really just playing with that extra tempo that they were able to pick up. It's working out very, very well.
And Dragon in a minute. This is where it kind of gets difficult. I think, honestly, for BNK FearX, it's much of a deficit this early. I think maybe just give it up. Try and put your focus elsewhere. Maybe look at that top tier 1. You don't really have the setup for it in terms of vision right now, but they've actually got a lot of vision around the dragon, but I just think you can't really contest it.
Whoa, okay, Hype is just going in. The exhaust does come down onto the monkey. The double cyclones have come in, but there is the cease and desist, and the Wukong, absolutely nothing he can do. Clear is also just getting solo killed here in this bottom lane. They've taken down Polo, but that is all BNK are going to be able to collect as the Bros extend it to almost a 4K gold lead. And look at the Lord, man. Really laying down the law here in this bottom lane.
He's just dominating this matchup, but bear in mind, Clear, this is a pick he's typically comfortable on. This is a matchup where the Rumble, typically favored in the early levels, hasn't been able to find the momentum into the Gwen and is now getting absolutely demolished. And Raptor, it just feels like this is the second time it's happened where someone dashes in on him and he feels almost a compulsion, like I have to engage, and he just dies. They managed to trade onto the Rel, but, you know,
Yeah.
I don't think you have to go in there.
And Morgan did the thing where he auto-attacked Clear a bunch of times and hit him with needlework every time. Every time.
Yeah, I mean, Clear just didn't even look like he didn't even try and fight him. I mean, he wasn't really going to win, but it's just like he's so far behind in the matchup. And again, he just hasn't found any headway in this matchup. He's kind of getting dominated by Morgan. Morgan now pretty fed, not only from, you know, how the lane has gone, but also from picking up those plates, picking up the tower.
I think he was also a bit of a benefactor in the lane swap scenario as well. I feel like something went wrong as soon as that lane swap came in, and Morgan was able to navigate it a little bit better, get himself a little bit more resources. And when you're the team that doesn't have the tempo, oftentimes these lane swaps can really bite you. And it just felt like Clear just didn't have a place to be on the map for a few crucial minutes, and that's led him to this huge deficit that we can see. The largest in the game, to the tune of almost 2,000 gold.
And I mean, the Gwen is the biggest issue, honestly. If there's anyone on Bro who you want to be ahead, it is the Gwen. That's the insurance policy. You know, we talk about BNK DRX and how the Sivir, Azir, such a potent threat in the later stages. The Gwen is the thorn in their side that is going to really give them problems that they might not be able to deal with. And with Morgan being this fed, I don't really have an answer.
Well, the Gwen not going to be immune for now, as, okay, the Glacial Fissure doesn't really do too much of anything at all, as the Equalizer just not in the right place. They overextend as Diablo comes in, never mind. Morgan will be taken down. Empress Divide hits too. The flash from Hype was forgettable at best, and that is a triple kill for Diablo. And as we were singing the Bros' praises, they just kind of don't make it work.
Oh, Croco takes a tower hit, should be able to get an execute here, so that's at least... Oh, he actually isn't. The Leandries giving Vikla that kill as well, so an even bigger boon there for BNK DRX. We'll be able to get this bot lane tower. Will they be able to get mid as well? We'll have to see.
I mean, the gold is completely even again.
Yeah, I mean, such a huge win just when we're saying Bro have everything in their favor. Someone must have stopped funneling the Bro tax, because Morgan steps into 3, and this is a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy. Like, the ult from the Braum is kind of a disrupting one. The Equalizer completely whiffs, but Diablo comes into the flank, cuts him off with the Q, and then cleans up with the auto, and then there's the Braum passive just being applied, allows his cleanup to come in.
And there was no Ahri the whole time.
Yep. Clothes are not there. And again, a lot of the momentum in the fights is around, well, obviously the Gwen has so much power, who just didn't get to do anything there, but the Ahri getting the resets.
Oh my god!
Yes, that's what we said as well, Vikla.
Oh, again.
Pretty good.
I mean, this game just went from feeling kind of doomed to being in such a fantastic spot. And, you know, that lead on the Gwen, 1.7k, if you don't have that lead on the Sivir in return.
All right, the Bros set up once again as Otacon is going to be the prize here. And let's just see. 2 minutes on the Dragon as well. Going to be another important one as Polo looking to clear out some vision. Croco and Closer, they need to stay together. That's going to be the difference maker in the next fight, is whether this Ahri can actually turn the tides. Because they really did feel when he wasn't there.
I think a big thing is the fact that they have the Braum as well, is that when the Vi goes in on a target, Braum can kind of jump in, block the follow-up from like a culling or from like a charm or the Ahri or the deception as well. So I think it does kind of disrupt a bit, just delay that potential to one-shot a target, which is pretty important. So if Kellen's sharp on blocking that, it can make a big difference. They are leaning towards Yadakan, trying to get some setup there. With it being on the side of the Dragon as well, it means it's kind of comfy because you set up vision around the Arakan and it kind of bleeds into the Dragon as well, so there's no downside to it. But you can see how different the game now feels, how confident BNK FearX are with this newfound pressure.
They've got 2 items as well on their main carries. And the Infinity Edge is going to be a really important one here for Diablo. They really do need to deal with these threats. Both him and Vikla starting to really hurt as Riftmaker and the Oleandri. So deceptively tanky in a longer fight here is Vikla as well with this Azir build. But look at Morgan on a flank angle. Might be able to catch Clear out of position as he is going to be rotating down. They have the information, I'm pretty sure, of where this Rumble is. But BNK starting to feel more and more comfortable. Arakan, they know that it's been started. Morgan going to be clearing out vision on this flank. The Rumble, I think, is still there, ready to spot him. And as we can see, he absolutely is. But Raptor is getting lower and lower. Harpoons are coming in, and Clear has to throw down the equalizer, but it's in the wrong spot. He just misread the play completely. The Magnus Storm is decent. The Rel does still go down, but Diablo is going to follow suit. And this is what happens when the Scissors are left to run amok. As BNK, they do have to back away. It is actually a 2-for-1 trade in BNK's favor, even if it did still feel like the Bros had a decent fight out of it. Morgan still wanting to play this one as best he can, as the Orb of Deception doing a fair bit of work, but the Bros still going to be backing away here. As Clear, back in once again. I don't know how they didn't win that a whole lot better.
Yeah, managing to take out the Sivir was significant, but Vikla still so strong, so healthy, pumping damage out. Such a big factor there.
Let's have a look at it one more time.
Replay, yeah, so Raptor pretty low. They do focus initially onto Clear here, but he's able to get this flash out. A lot of focus comes on a Raptor. They turn here in this great shuffle from Vikla. The bot lane gets instantly deleted. Yes, we do see Diablo go down as well, but this Azir turret kind of saves him, allows him to disengage, and the Vikla's still so healthy, level 15. He's such a threat that they just didn't really have the tools to approach. And now we get them opening up again. Importantly, the Sivir still has flash, so that's something to note. Still available for this point. Guys, stop starting. You get shredded. Your resistances get so low, and they just keep starting the Anakan. I feel like it's such a dangerous move to go for.
And the rest of the Bros are back here once again. If at first you don't succeed, let's try for it again. Clear once again is in exactly the same position, puts the equalizer in exactly the same position, and Morgan, he goes in, but this time there's no one else there, and he's just eradicated. Closer doesn't find the charm, and there goes the Arakan over to BNK. This game, I mean, the tempo vibes have just completely changed.
Big shift to the tempo vibes. You see Closer fishing, not going to find an angle, though the Dragon is going to be secured as well. BNK FearX managed to navigate both the Arakan and the Dragon. Playing with fire, but they managed not to get burnt, and now they have a goal lead for the first time in a long time. You see this approach here, and Morgan just ends up essentially face-checking Kellen, and then it's that Braum passive being applied. Everyone just moves into the Shroud, applies the stun. The support doesn't really come in from the rest of the team. They're cautious on approaching because of the threat from this Azir. And it just felt like it was one man approaching, the rest of the team watching.
Yeah, it was super weird as well.
Supervisation from the rest of the team?
A little bit of, yeah. It's more like just being a spectator, though. There is a slight difference between supervisation and spectating.
Spectatorization?
Spectatization.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to talk to our observers because they're the professionals. They probably know the right word. Maybe it's just observing. That could be it. But I think that the Bros need to try a different tactic, which is not throw Morgan in by himself, because I think they need to actually challenge the door. The door has been put up and then they've thrown everything into it. And instead, I think that Morgan needs to come in a little bit later after maybe Croco has gone in alongside Closer looking for these picks or something like that, so that this Gwen can actually get some value.
If Morgan's on a flank and Polo and Croco are leading the charge, I feel like that is the slam dunk. That is the angle you want to find. This just walk the Gwen in on the front line, consistently failing.
Yeah.
Or Bro, so...
Level 15 for Diablo as well. 3 items now completed. This Sivir is so scary.
Yeah.
Hype trying to walk up, but it's starting to get more and more illegal to do so as this game goes on. BNK now with their eyes on the Baron. It's been spawned for about a minute. They do have full vision of the area. Closer coming over here, and the Bros, remember, they get picks really, really effectively. if BNK find themselves out of position. I think BNK still needs to be very vigilant with their positioning in this game. But so far, in this mid to late game, they absolutely have been.
Yeah, they haven't really given any major opportunities. Since they got that big swing, it's just been those bigger fights. And sure, there've been some punchback from Bro, but it was such a momentum turn. And now they're just trying to establish control around the Baron. Infinity Edge does get picked up from Hype, so he's going to be pumping a lot of damage, but still behind quite significantly compared to the Sivir.
Yeah, it's kind of massive.
And I think BNK FX aren't really in a rush right now with this game.
And you can see that's kind of been how they've been playing as well. You know, although I guess they did start Otacon like 3 times in a row, but they had the better position. They were ready for the turn, and they made it happen. Still, it's not over. It's 300 gold. We're even on Dragons. Like you said, it'll get harder. It won't be impossible to win, even in an even game state. My issue is the tempo vibes, though, man. It really just feels like the Bros have kind of lost the plot, and we know the Bros are a team very good at having an early to mid-game plan.
I mean, we know.
Then things tend to go wrong.
Tempo vibes are expensive.
They are.
They cost a lot of Rotax.
They do.
So,
and right now I can see 1.
No way.
Yep. Smacky,
1?
Smacky 20 in the chat with some Brotax being applied. That's it. That's all I could see. And look, we appreciate it, but we're going to need more than that.
I don't want to play the blame game, you know. I hate to be the guy.
It's not Smacky 20's fault. That's
well, it's obviously not Smacky 20, but you know, I don't want to be the... Come on, guys.
Yeah, we just need a little bit more. 3 items are now completed there for Closer. Thanks, Smacky 20, for that one. You can't make donations for every single one of the players, though. So there's only 1 3-item spike that we're able to hit at this point in time. As we have a 500 gold lead for BNK FureX. Dragon going to be coming up in 1 minute. The Baron's still there. The Bros still able to get out and get vision down. So they're not completely locked out of the map yet. But look at this. Diablo, now with 3.5 items, is able to shove these waves so comfortably. Level 16 for Morgan. That could be a big deal. He's also got his arm guard now completed to augment the Zhonya's that Closer now has. And okay, that's the purple chat that I was looking for. Thank you so much, guys. That's what we needed to see. And I think now we're almost guaranteed. Like, look, see? Gold lead is just evaporated.
Yep.
That's what purple text can do. That's the power of the purple text.
We just got to teleport, you know?
Yeah, there we go. That summoner just wouldn't have been available. They didn't have it.
Upgraded boots for Closer.
Oh my god.
All these things coming in.
The feat of strength really is Brotax, actually.
Yeah. Oh, and
are we trading Soul Point for Baron? Is that the play?
That might be... They don't have Morgan, which is a lot of DPS. He's kind of off to the side.
It might be something that they do want to look towards. Does BNK also have infinite wave clear? So it does make things a little difficult. As, all right, Closer going for it here. Orbit Deception finding something as the door is now on cooldown. Another Equalizer is awkward as heck. And it looks like the disengage, they're going to say thank you for the cooldowns. And now we're going to move over towards the Baron ourselves. Oh, Charm goes barely wide as now Clear is looking for an angle. Actually gets a lot of damage down onto Closer here. He's going to have to go back, get that health bar back up to par. And that is going to deny any Baron starters. Croco he's off.
He's flanking. Yeah, that was a TP in from Closer as well before that, so he can't TP back in with HP. We're looking for Kellen.
Okay, yeah, well, they'll find Kellen. Let's see whether they can actually kill him, though, as Croco doesn't press the R button. And it is going to be the Dragon going very comfortably over to BNK. The Bros realize that it's being taken, and they are going to look to start off this Baron. This will be a fight, though, as Kellen doesn't have an opportunity to go back, as now Vikla gets a flash on top of Closer. The Charm's still going to connect, though, and Kellen, he still has the door. It's not quite enough, as now Diablo trying to fight Morgan here. He goes Golden Polu with the Magnustorm. The exhaust is decent, and Polu's surviving, but the rest of his carries are not. And BNK, they turn the fight, they stop the Baron, they take the Drake, and they're looking poised to win this game.
Such a hectic fight, but the cleanup comes in from BNK FureX. Bro look for the angle, but they don't have the follow-through in the fight. Closer, he's the momentum, he's the follow-through, he needs the resets. Vikla does a great job of finding him, forcing him away. And because they don't have the Ari resets, they get that first kill on the Braum. Morgan gets focused down. And even though they find this engage and they manage to kill the Sivir, over the wall, you have the Azir hitting, you have Raptor and Clear in the mixer, and they manage to clear up the fight. And Bro, unfortunately, will fall in that fight and will lose the Baron.
It's just feeling like a bit of an uphill battle now. Bloodthirster completed here for Diablo as well. He is going to even be alive to pick up the Baron here. The only one to fall down in the last fight. And BNK just feels now like they've hit that turning point. I don't even know whether purple text will be enough to save the Bros now.
That doesn't mean you don't.
That doesn't mean stop, yeah, because there's still a game too, guys. But right now, it's feeling like this game is a bit of a struggle. Let's just say that.
They are on struggle street. I think that's clear to say.
You can see that Morgan is still ahead. And this is the thing that's kind of amazing to me, is that Clear has kind of missed every ultimate, and still they have crushed these team fights. The power of like the AoE damage of Sivir and Azir together.
Yeah, I also
just
think
absurd.
The Braum's gotten so much value.
Yeah, man.
Like the amount of time, like when Closer went in mid and he just stood there with a door and was like, yeah, I'm what? You know, that was pretty great. When Croco tried to engage onto him and he just kind of jumped away like, okay, buddy.
Yep, when Morgan goes in and then the culling was there to follow up, but then the door.
Yeah, when Kellen just walks up to Morgan and does this neat strategy of water attacking him.
Yeah.
It's so powerful.
It is. And BNK now just looking to tear up these structures from the map. This rotation towards the top side going to be unanswerable here by the Bros. And it's just going to further extend this gold advantage, now to the tune of about 4,000. As the Bros are still hungry for it, still looking for an angle, an opportunity, a flank, if they can get one. As Morgan will be able to defend this turret at least momentarily, but I think it's only one more wave. The charm does come down, and the Spirit Rush will be able to get Closer out to relative safety, but now it's going to be on cooldown. As BNK successfully push away the Ahri. And now look to just set up once again. I mean, the Phalanx just gets put back together so comfortably here by BNK DRX.
Yeah,
and
it just
first
feels
hit
like
goes down.
They don't have the damage at the moment. It feels like it's so much effort to take down a single target. Closer's trying to find a flank. They immediately just beeline him, force his ultimate just to get away. And there's not really that much they can do.
All right.
So hard to find the momentum.
Well, we are teleporting in. Got a whole bunch of pings here towards the bottom side of the map as well. BNK DRX understanding that that might be what they're trying to do. Still a minute and a half on the Dragon. Still 40 seconds left on this Baron as well. Might be an opportunity to utilize it one more time, but probably not.
I feel like they just need a pick.
Well, I think they might need like 5 in a row.
Yeah, that would do good.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Let's see. This is technically Rise Group Gaming. And that means that we never really know what to expect.
Never count them out.
Exactly. And that's never count them out on both sides of the spectrum as well.
Yep.
Because teams can throw from any position. And teams can fight their way back from any position as well, just depending on how you frame it. And we are thankfully in the position where we can frame it whichever way we want. It's all right. This inner turret, not long for the world. Last couple of seconds of the Baron going to be helping out there, and they do extend that gold lead to just over 5,000 with this composition that does scale so beautifully. I do want to say, I mean, after saying that Vikler has been having a rough time, he's not looking like he's having a rough time in this game. This Azir play has been fantastic so far.
I mean, he's just, if there's any pick I feel like BNK DRX would trust him on, it is the Azir. They set up such a good Azir spot for him with the bans, and Bro said, you know what? We think we can handle. No, they couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't. You know, they thought they could handle it. It's been a problem. He is so tanky. He does so much damage. Still yet to die. They're sending it now, though.
Yeah, they're going to look for it here as Clear is going to be flashing away. That is Infernal Soul, and that will be secured here as Cease and Desist will connect onto Diablo. Magnustorm is fantastic as well as they take down Callan to start it up, and now the Bros have found their angle, although Vikler, he may have done it himself. Never you mind. He grabs a triple, but Morgan says, I'm the golden boy, and they grab themselves the ace.
Rise Group, baby! You can never count them out. They just throw them into the mixer. And just like that, Bro find the fight. They do lose the Infernal Soul, but initially Clear flashes in. They're all in the pit. And they find the combo onto Diablo. Kellen does get in to try and block for him. but he's just kind of trapped in this blender. Vikla comes in with a huge shuffle, but by this point, he's kind of like the last man standing. And Closer does get those resets. You know, he's able to clean up the fight as a result. Him and Morgan.
My goodness, that was very, very close. There is an inhibitor, a Nexus turret that has now bitten the dust due to the fact that they did vacate the area for a few moments. So the Bros, they win a fight, but they lose Infernal. And like, I think that even though, you know, you normally talk about aces that teams pick up as being a positive thing, it's still Infernal Soul. The Bros are unable to really get much except for, like, I think there was an inner turret that they took on the bottom side of the map. The gold lead is kind of evaporated, but it's Infernal Soul. Baron's going to be up again in 43 seconds, and I still think in an honest team fight, BNK going to be feeling pretty good. Great Vault Breaker there to get out of the way of the ult.
You know what that was?
What was that?
That was a pitch to the investors, right?
Got it.
They can win a team fight. They've proven to you Brotax.
Yeah,
players.
look at what Brotax can do.
Exactly. They just need a little bit more, right? There's Infernal Soul in the enemy team now.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more Brotax. Just a little bit more. Just a smidgen more.
Maybe the Brotax just gets you an Elder Flip. You know, like Brotax can pay for one of those good spatulas.
By giving over Infernal Soul, we get the quicker Elder, the sooner we flip Elder, and there is nothing more Rise Group than flipping an Elder Dragon.
Oh, there absolutely is not. That's challenges, baby. That's what we're talking about. It's a really awkward position because I feel like I've called the game over for BNK like a lot in the early game, and now I've called it over for Bro, and now I just have no idea. I'm just gonna stop.
Yep.
There might be enough Brotax to get Bro the win. There might not, and that'll get BNK the win. Maybe that's gonna be the stance that I will take from now on.
Fairly confident that at some point this game will be over.
Yeah.
I don't know when that's gonna be, but we'll see.
You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping that it's just never over. That we're just perpetually in this game for the rest of time.
That's just Limbo. That's just where we're gonna end up.
Yeah. Oh man, if Limbo is like that, Limbo's underrated. I've seen the good place. I think we're in the good place right now.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Croco's on a flank.
Oh god, let's see whether he...
Wait, they're really far. This goes down so fast.
Yeah, we can't be wasting time here, gentlemen.
Croco, where you going?
Well, they're gonna strategically give up the Baron in favor of winning the team fight when BNK think that they can walk through their jungle, but they can't. But instead, they're just gonna walk into the enemy base and kill the net. Thanks for this pan over to the inhibitor that is about to just get taken by the minions. Minions don't want this to be Limbo, as they are just all gonna recall. And okay, so some spectatorization, spec-potatoing here for the Bros as they watch the Baron die.
Look, I think realistically, if they'd fought the Baron and lost, the game could have ended before the Elder Flip, and we wouldn't want to be denied that.
Oh, that's so true.
I think
it's a selfless give of the Baron.
In fairness, also, do have Morgan very close to a Rabadon, so
we have 6 items now for Hype as well, as he finally finished his shoes.
Nice. Let's wait for the spike. Very late shoes buy. You know,
especially when you've got feats of strength, I feel like it's a bit more valuable to buy shoes.
He's just been going Hobbit mode on the Rift. He's just been walking about with his toes out.
Sometimes that's just the way to be. You know, it makes you feel like you're on holidays, you know? Oh dear. Well, Morgan parking himself on a little bit of a flank, as Vikla is a great target if they can lock him down. Cease and desist does come on through, but the rest of the team is here. Down to the GA does go the Vine. Now the rest of the Bros are going to show up. Empress Divide, fantastic. So is the Magnet Storm though, but Closer is caught off on his own. Unable to press the R button. Now Morgan is just evaporated. And Vikla and Diablo are able to make this one work. The flash out, not going to really do anything, and I think that was the backbreaker, as BNK should be able to march up these lanes and take down the Bros here in game 1.
And in the end, Morgan finishes Rabadon's after the fight, would deny the Elder Flip. They try and send it on a Vikla, but he had the Zhonya's in pocket. And we see BNK Fearx will win the game. Vikla on the Azir, an absolute monster.
We miss out on the health bar of that particular Nexus turret, but that is absolutely fine. The Nexus is still going to get taken down here. And I just want to say, what a joy of a game. What an absolute joy of a game. I'm just feeling privileged to be a part of it, as BNK will be able to win the first one. But do you know what, guys? This is a 3-gamer.
Yeah,
right?
Oh no, 100%.
It has to be.
This is going to be a journey. And kind of in reference to the fact that we had a Lucian go in Hobbit mode on the Rift, this does feel a little bit like the start of a Fellowship.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be a 3-parter, and I just can't wait because the second film was a banger, the third film was a banger as well. So this series is undoubtedly going to have 2 follow-ups, which are going to be fantastic.
That's why best of 3 is the best.
Yep.
Because if you get to the 4th and the 5th, which I include as like the Hobbit movies, just don't. You know, I did like the song. Liked the song in the first one.
Yeah.
You know, that they all sing in the house together.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool. Plus the cast was great. Story was just a bit overextended. The Hobbit's, it's just a small book, right?
Yeah, it's a tiny book.
I know. Like, it's supposed to be a play. I watched it as a puppet show.
Oh.
Absolutely incredible. But now, it is time for us to take a short break. We'll probably get as much of the puppet show conversation out of the way so that we can come back fresh for the second game of this series. Gonna be a break, then the space. Gonna break down that joy of a game. We'll see you again soon.
everyone. Welcome back to the space after a battle back by BNK PremiumBeat. They take game number 1 here against the Bros in this Rise matchup. There's a lot of tension between those teams, just like these two in their staring contest.
It was huge tension in this game, right?
As what it's not taking the.
This is game 1. What it has already broken.
All right, I'm already mad because this first game couldn't be like this. Because I'm gonna talk about the team comp first. So they have the Vi Ari with the snowballing. They had such a great game, my bros. But what happened in their mid game? Who's the shot caller? What's happening, Digon? Explain to me.
What did
I can't understand.
The shot caller is. He needs to know. And we have a lot of evidence on why he needs to know. Let's start off with highlight number 1, where BNK PremiumBeat, they start baiting around the Otacon and are trying to get the Bros to walk into him, and they succeed.
And 2 times in a row, we see Bro pull off exactly, or fall for exactly the same game plan. I think a lot of the execution in this series was truly, again, a classic Rise group, you know? And it started out as the group of culture. I'm starting to think it's culture like yogurt, because the gameplay is a little sour. I'm not loving what I'm seeing here.
Appreciate
and I'm a big yogurt guy.
Claps in the chat for
But
Chronicle.
Morgan just popping in there and just getting popped immediately. The team looking really disjointed. And this is, I think, what actually ends up losing the game, even though there will be a lot more, unfortunately, we're going to be looking at. Because from this point on, BNK get Otacon, they get Soul Point, and we all know for these Rise teams, Soul Point basically as good as getting the Soul, because someone's going to mess up.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, Bros were actually snowballing really well from their early game. They had such a great team come to do it.
Early double?
Yeah, but it's just so sad that we can't really show what happened, like, before the Otacon. But anyways, I think they're just making so many mistakes.
Is it time?
And
This is what
the thing.
broke. The next play is what broke would do.
Oh, man.
And Digon, actually.
That one broke me. I got it on the first.
I've never heard Digon yell, but he was yelling at us.
I was yelling.
Yeah, right?
I was yelling.
Yeah, even though they made so many mistakes,
show 'em
you know,
the thing.
they
Show 'em
could
the thing.
actually play the game. They could actually win the fight because they had the better positioning, better vision control.
This is a good bait.
This is such a good.
They don't have vision on Palu.
Look at Palu.
What a flank.
Look at Palu. Now
Look at
he's
Palu.
flanking.
Oh!
Is he flanking? No, he's not. He's not flanking anymore. He's jumping around. He's not team fighting. He's not joining the fight. He's not in the team. What is happening?
Wadid just did a pretty good impression of me when that happened. Because Chronicler said, man, if Palu was there just a second earlier.
Literally a second and a half. If he matches the engage with Morgan, Morgan snips that entire team fight. And you can see as well, the call to go in there by the rest of the team looks really trolling because I'm like, why aren't they waiting for Palu? It's because Palu should have been there. And it's these moments that I think truly make the Rise group a group that will give you gameplay that you'll never forget.
Not done yet. Still one more opportunity for them to get back. They don't get the soul, but they do win the team fight here. And here comes decision-making time for the Bros.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna show the fight as well, but I said just don't show the fight because this fight is irrelevant anyways.
It hurt, but they're just not doing well.
Right, listen, so they win the fight, right? Such a great moment after those kind of, I don't care, like the silly mistakes, but they won the fight at the end. And here...
Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead.
Why are you resetting? Just push
Everyone is
bot. Dead. Don't reset. You can push bot.
Disco.
Get
Look
the
at
bot
look at
wave.
the disco.
Bot inhib for the next Nash tempo, right? But why these guys resetting and TPing? And you know what? Are they getting bot inhib? Are they getting bot inhib?
So this specifically, like Gwen, you see how quickly you kill the turrets.
I mean,
literally the only person alive would be Bro. Would they have won the game if the bot inhib was down? Probably not. I think at that point, with the comp they have, once you fall substantially behind, it really, it's rough. But I do think at the same time, if they are able to get that bot inhib, maybe that's the pressure you can have. Are you okay with it? You wanna? No, he doesn't want to talk about it. There were a lot of opportunities there. There was a lot of back and forth. I gotta give one shout out though. Our boy Vikla, he's been the most criticized in the LCK for good reason. That was a clean as air game, actually doing crazy amounts of damage. And I think the biggest reason why they were able to pull back in that one
Yeah, such a solid performance from him, especially when you have to play against Arya and Vi. It was such a pressure to play Azir cleanly, but I think he had such a clean game. I think that's the reason why they could bounce back with the Atakan force, and I think Vigla should get some spotlight here.
Yeah, what is bothersome to me here from the bros is that it's the thing that you notified right away what did. Once things got a little hectic, they went away from the basics, and that's what got them this great start. It was fundamentals and solid drafts to kick things off, but then we started getting a little wonky with the basics, and that's why we're showing some kind of silly mistakes here early on by the bros, and maybe not as much for BNK Fearx, who are due some credit here, who Diablo continued to battle back, scale, and then we know how scary that Sivir can be late game.
Well, you can talk. Because I'm
But it's lost. I think in this next game, Bro had a really good early game. I think that they need to lean into that and not fall prey to the dreaded 10 minutes of Bro just kind of sitting around.
All right, well, hopefully we won't get that. Maybe we'll get a battle back here. Maybe it'll just be a 2-0 while these guys hug it out. Let's send it on over to our AA cast of Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, Tigon. So sorry we did. Sometimes, you know, the video games are just, like, the things don't happen the way that you want them to happen. But they happen the way they happen for a reason.
I wouldn't have changed anything about that game.
Absolutely not. Not even a little bit. Sometimes you just don't feel comfortable on a fifth of your health bar, even if there's no bad guys around.
Yeah.
Okay?
You know.
And I don't blame Morgan for anything ever, because he can do no wrong, because he is the Lord.
Also, he saw those Krugs looking at him.
Oh,
right?
yeah. We didn't even see it, but he saw those Raptors as well. You know what? He took them down as well.
Yep. Well, actually, maybe he could...
And do you know what Raptor really likes? He likes Raptors, and Raptor couldn't get the Raptors because the Raptors were dead.
Raptor was...
He had to settle for a Nexus.
Raptor's on the enemy team, so he was like, you know...
Yeah.
I'm taking down Oh, that was the Raptors, not Raptor.
Yep.
You know, it happens.
It does. And do you know what the best part about this is? Best part about this is that if the bros manage to fix some of these issues, we just get it all over again. And that is the best part of it. That, Woodid, I think, is what you should be focusing on here, is that we can have even more of this level of Rise Group gameplay.
Yeah. And look, there's one thing I can always say about Woodid. He loves League of Legends.
He does.
And we're going to get a lot of League of Legends out of this.
So much League of Legends. It's actually insane, the amount that we're going to get. Bit of a reminder, by the way, guys, as we jump into this draft, that Mel has been disabled. There's a bit of a bug. Some silly stuff is going on. You can do some further research if you would like to find out more. But we are not going to be seeing her or Yunara this time around this week. I think some Yunara will be available next week for the players to play. We'll see whether she is something that's going to creep into the meta or not. As the Scion a ban here, as Morgan getting some respect for his zombie man that he's pretty good at.
Maybe the Ambessa ban was kind of telegraphing.
Yeah, a little bit.
For the Scion. Just the P and V. Obviously, the other V already taken away with that one. Xin Zhao was banned in the first draft, and that is open and available, pretty high priority. The Aurora is going to get taken away. Sorry, not the Aurora, the Talia. The Aurora and the Yone were banned. I do feel like they were kind of just a setup for the Azir. I'm interested to see what Vikla plays. Obviously, the Azir was phenomenal for him, but that is taken away. One of the things with Fearless does kind of limit the ability to keep just playing Azir every game, as we know LCK players love to do.
Well, one final ban coming through here. They are certainly taking their time figuring it out. See what it is going to be, the Trundle to be taken away. So I guess Ornstock kind of rising, which is kind of interesting, but probably not something that we're going to see first pick. What? I think the Xin probably makes the most sense, as you mentioned before, and that is going to be locked away.
Especially for Krakow, you know, being so strong in the jungle. I think it's a pick you definitely want to secure for him.
And also, you'd probably like a Trundle to play into it, and as it turns out, he's not there.
Yeah, I feel like that kind of set him up in a really good position, so I'll be interested to see what BNK Fearx sort of go for on the back of denying that Trundle.
Aha.
Maybe they were worried about the Trundle pickup coming through and feeling less comfortable on the Xin in return. But it looks like they're going to go for the Crocodile and deny that from Morgan.
That's an interesting one, because of course, Morgan, a bit of an expert when it comes to the Crocodile, knows how to defang the dinosaur. Let's see what he does elect to pick into it. The Orianna going to be taken here, maybe poised for a bit of Nocturne Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne Orianna, also Jarvan Orianna potential as
true.
well. So kind of setting up for those junglers which are available.
The Demacian Prince in the jungle theme as well, kind of beautiful on both sides of the rift.
Yeah, a bit of a throwdown there.
Like that a lot.
Interesting if we... Oh.
That would be very... Oh, he's just going to lock it in. Okay.
The Akali immediately. Not an easy... Like, it's a good target because if they do end up going the Jarvan or the Nocturne, not a great target really to go for in either sense.
Oh,
and then Poppy immediately for that level of disengage. Could go in the top lane, could go in the support roles, has that flexibility.
I really feel like it's a Morgan pick.
Would make a lot of sense.
Like to me. But let's see whether it is just going to be Nocturne, Jarvan, whichever one of these. It's probably going to be a jungler because otherwise I think the pool will get thinned out. This has been a bit of a favorite. Of course, DNF really loving the Nocturne Orianna, for better or worse. And they will lock that one away.
And now you have to kind of hedge your bets if you are going to try and ban away either support or top lane. Since you don't really know 100% where the Poppy's going, could just ban away 80 carries in the situation. I think Xayah is a good ban if you are trying to play this Nocturne Orianna.
I think Jhin also a decent ban as well. The follow-up from range going to be pretty important when you've got these champions that really do want to run forward. But you can see that BNK really putting some stock into the fact that Polo could be playing that Poppy towards the bottom side of the map. Even though Poppy, decent matchup into the Renekton, can deny some slicing and dicing. That is going to be a Nico ban. Oh man, Nico Orianna, certainly a powerful combination, so a good ban there.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Nocturne is so obnoxious.
Oh, yeah.
So problematic to deal with, and also doesn't really get shut down too heavily by the Poppy. We'll see. I think the Xayah would make a lot of sense just to take away in the situation. If you are really wanting to commit to dive in that 80 carry here, they go for the Kazante instead. So they're fully thinking this is going to be a Poppy support. They're trying to limit options for Morgan the top lane.
I think there's like a 12% chance that it's Poppy support. I don't know. Maybe Morgan just hasn't really been playing it very much. Maybe in scrims, Polo's been favoring the Poppy support a whole lot more. Not entirely sure. Maybe I'm just reading it entirely wrong. That has happened as well.
Senna and Alistar are available. Obviously, Alistar into Poppy can be a little uncomfortable, but it's still such a good pick for Kellen. I feel like you just want to pick it up.
Yep. The cowl for Kellen. He's had some great games on this. Has had some stinkers on it as well in the past, but more recently, the Alistar certainly has been very high value. Oh man, now we flex the Akali top lane and play Sylas. Let's go.
I feel like if you're committing to this Nocturne Orianna, I feel like it's so weird to let Xayah be available. Because it's just like, who now are you going to ult when this is on the enemy team? And it looks like they're not even going to go for it, which...
That would be odd.
Yeah, so committing to the Corki here, which means, well, now you're going to go for the Corki. That's the target. So kind of exposing yourself to that one. Not even going for the Xayah, they definitely considered it, but opting, and now we get to see where the Poppy goes. Is it going to go top lane? Is it going to go support? They commit to it in the support role. Maybe specifically because the Alistar was picked up. Going for the Ornn in the top lane into the Renekton. No, Trundle gives it.
Man, this is a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kai'Sa with his composition. Fully committing to the dive for BNK FearX.
I feel like the Bros had a lot of options to make things work really well, and haven't quite managed to hit the payoff. That's where I'm kind of feeling.
Yeah, BNK FearX composition feels a lot more cohesive. They are very much around diving in, and there are some tools to make that difficult, like the Poppy and the Ornn, but also the Akali feels a little bit just kind of sprinkled in.
Yeah. And it is Closer. Like, Closer is a phenomenal Akali player. Once again, they have a very strong mid-jungle that can skirmish in the mid-game pretty comfortably. And we know what Closer and Crocker can get done together. That has been the identity of almost all of these Bro drafts. But I'm still a little bit worried about where this is all going to end up. Because once again, BNK have an incredibly, coherent composition, right? There is obviously the Renekton there for some of the early game power. They've got late game insurance in the Orianna and the Kai'Sa that can do a lot of damage later on.
And both their solo lanes are going to have comfortable lanes with Prio, you know? And I feel like the bot lane going to be a little bit in the back foot, but once you get to those team fights, you're just going to kill the Corki on repeat, and the rest of Bro just have to clean up the pieces.
Let's see what they're going to be able to make of this one as BNK looking to try and put the last nail in this series, get themselves a 2-0, or the Bros, and they fight back. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. And we are just hoping for a bro win so we can get a third game in this glorious series. Game number 1, an absolute joy, a true treat to the eyes. And we might just get 2 more of those. At least we're guaranteed 1 more. As Croco, tuxedo skin as well. One of my favorites, although I am a bit of a commando Xin Zhao purist.
Yep.
It's an oldie, but a goodie, you know?
A lot of classic skins, pretty highly rated.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Spooky Nocturne being another one.
Yep.
That's
classic.
like, what, 12 years old now or something like that? 13? That's a long time ago. All right, let's see how this one's going to go. Of course, the Poppy has a decent matchup into the Alistar.
Yeah,
That's something they can do.
Just a Quirky in lane.
Owie.
Does a lot of damage. Just does some powered autos with the extra 2 damage, and also things like Gatling Gun, the fast respawn early. I actually feel like that trade initially, the level 1 trade, like Dabble got a full Q onto Hype, and even then the trade was lost.
Yeah.
Kind of shows you how it goes, so.
The Gatling Gun just kind of works, does it not? As Polu picks up the shield. And yeah, Hype and Polu doing a very good job continuing the pressure. We're hoping that Polu has a few less of the whoopsies that were highlighted a little bit on the space. See whether that is going to be something that he can improve on as level 2 going to be gained. Of course, Alistar, level 1, not great. Kai'Sa, level 1, also not exactly the most power, especially given the fact that your range is quite low. And so yeah, this is kind of going as we expected. Top side of the map, clear in this early game, looking good. Ornn was always kind of okay into the Renekton, especially in years past. But you can see here, Closer is going to have to be trading a lot of his health bar in this lane to try and keep up in farm, and so far it's not quite working as Vikler is going from strength to strength as he's moved on to the Orianna.
I mean, a lot of lanes for Akali into ranged in mid are just survive, play around your Shroud, wait until you get to the point where you're level 6 and you can actually threaten all-ins. The Renekton, I don't think you need too much pressure on the Ornn. You can have Prio, but you're not really going to be able to, shouldn't find solo kills or really force them out of lane that effectively.
Yep.
So, let's be seeing what BNK Fearx can do with that pressure. Obviously, Raptor just looking to farm up to that level 6 point.
Nicely done here by Closer, actually manages to get the wave shoved in. Can go for a little bit of a reset now.
Yeah, Vikler went for that early reset for tier and TP'd back in. Had a lot of pressure prior to that, so favoring that back and giving an opportunity to Closer to get the reset.
Does only go back for one little book. So not too much going to be gained here as Raptor making his way over. A level 4 Nocturne gank. That's something. As Shroud going to go down here as Closer looking for an opportunity. Croco in this brush. They've switched off the lights.
And that actually worked out really badly because even though both Vikler and Closer lost health, Closer has a Doran shield and a refillable potion. So, even though it looked like even the amount of health that was lost, Closer's going to fare a lot better in the long run. Also has Resolve. I presume had second wind.
Yeah.
Maybe doesn't, but at least has some Resolve to sort of mitigate damage. And now...
Oh, goodness me. Okay. Well, Vikler's going to have to go home now.
Yeah, I mean, this has actually backfired massively. Considering you're playing Orianna into Akali, it should never look like this before 6. This is so bad for BNK Fearx.
And I'd like to say that's why. Okay, never mind. We've got a heroic charge. There's the flash out from Polo immediately after he bonks his way forward. Activates the Hex Flash. And I believe they spotted Raptor, which did spell the disengage.
Well,
but
I think
still, that was wacky.
Yeah, went for the stun and realized if I stay here, Helen will press Q and I am dead.
Yes.
And had to very quickly exit out. Didn't quite have kill pressure, but was close. Was looking for it. Trying to maintain the pressure there. Morgan doing a pretty good job of trading in this matchup. One of the advantages of Ornn is that you can just pick up a Bramble Vest without even recalling, so...
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good about the state of this lane
So
right
that's
now.
the thing. Top lane's kind of stabilized. Mid lane is somehow winning. Yeah. Somehow. And bot lane going pretty good. So, bro, overall...
Oh, this only gets worse as well. Level 6 hasn't even been hit yet by Closer. And Vikler is going to be stuck on his side of this lane. From probably this point onwards.
Closer nearly, he's got level 6 now.
Yep.
In fact, Raptor isn't level 6, and he's having to come babysit the lane.
Oh dear, Polo and Croco both here. Wind becomes lightning. Spell Shield does manage to block the heroic charge, but that's all the good news I can really find in that scenario as the Bros once again in the early game looking fantastic. Now going to turn that into a Drake start. As we tick over to 6 minutes, gold is incredibly even. But I feel like the Bros are poised for another good mid game. Oh, just when is that moment going to happen, you know, where it all falls apart?
The thing
Just
is,
have to see. Maybe the Bros can avoid it this time.
the thing is as well as normally, there's a lot of mid lane matchups where if things don't go super swimmingly for the Orianna Nocturne, once you hit 6, you just do the old combo mid, you get a kill, easy going.
Yeah.
But Akali's actually kind of hard to kill.
You kind of just press W, don't you?
Yeah, and then you also have the ult as an escape. So if Raptor's first ult is mid and they don't kill Akali, the game might just be fried. So he now does have that ult available.
But instead, maybe he kills the Ornn. Or something like that. We'll just have to see.
Could be an option.
Might be something they're going to look for.
Maybe bot lane pushing pretty heavily. We'll see what he goes for.
Vikler being a little scary. Raptor going to be stealing away this blue buff. Should be able to lock this one in. We have the Grub spawning in a minute's time. And right now BNK in a pretty good position to be locking that one up with the vision that they have in the area. There is the shockwave avoided as Closer decides to go in. He flashes for it but doesn't land the ulti. And Raptor should be able to finish him off. There is first blood going over to the Nocturne. And sometimes it's not about the execution, it's about the result.
Yeah, good flash there from Vikler.
Oh, Apollo could have tried to charge a Hex Flash or something, but never mind.
I think he got hit by the minions, so wasn't able to. Or maybe got hit by the Orianna. But honestly, Closer could have escaped there. Closer 100% could have gotten out there, because he had the second ult charge and flash to get away from the Nocturne. But he went for the kill. He saw blood, and then the flash from Vikler saves him.
And if Closer, I think, had have just waited a few moments on the ulti, and actually like processed that the flash had come in, then maybe that was the opportunity, because he would have been away from Raptor and back on top of Vikler, but hindsight's 2020.
I think in fairness, when it's you have the Nocturne vision,
yeah, true,
and he's about to get feared by Raptor, I think it does pressure you in that situation, so it's harder to, you know, look at it from our perspective. But yeah, a good pickup. You know, I said if he ulted mid and Closer got away, it would have been fried. They managed to get the kill, managed to get the ultimate hunter stack, so a good recovery from BNK Fear-X.
That's what we wanted to see. And they will be able to get themselves up to an 800 gold lead. That will also be the Grubs going their way, or at least two of them. They will get the majority, grab themselves the feat strength point. So now back to the drawing board just a little bit here. For Closer on is Akali, and we know he loves this champion, right? There's a reason why we're, you know, less upset when Closer picks weird stuff, because he's just pretty good.
I love how
this
you
was the
say
Aurelia
that.
guy.
You say that as he misses the minion with a shuriken.
Yeah, you know.
He's calibrated.
We can forgive him for that. That's exactly what I meant. In fact, that proves the point, because I see that happen, I'm like, oh, you still got this.
Yeah, yeah. It was only a caster minion.
Yeah.
You know, not a big deal.
You just need to miss some of these caster minions so that you make your opponent feel like you're not as adept at the champion as you are. It's all mind games.
False sense of security.
Yeah. As Morgan pops Brittle here, does get the knock up onto Clear, but we're just going to press Q and just say goodbye to all of the damage that he sustained. Balmy Cinder done here for Morgan, as he's just looking to burn the waves, feel good. And so far, like, this is kind of what happens to the matchup. Is all right, bit of a flash in, Shockwave fantastic there, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough to get him out of dodge. As Closer 5-point strike locks down the kill. The answer is there here for the Bros. There and here. Yeah, both.
Good pickup there. Finds the angle in.
And here.
Securing that. You know, uses the flash to secure it. Knows Vikler has no flash.
All right, Morgan. Does he just? Yeah, he wants the ward.
I love how the
Not about
TP
killing
upgrade coming in made that look like really intense, but it was just like a light trade.
Yep.
It's like, oh, something's happened. No, they're just trading over a ward.
We're going to have the replay here. It was just Crocker comes in and lands the W flash.
Yeah, it was a good ult from Vikla, honestly. He created space, but just wasn't quite enough to get away. And the fact Closer could finish it off and then ult out just guarantees safety. And kill goes over to Closer, who now has that rocket belt, so extra dash.
Yeah.
I think that's something, when I think about Akali's kid, I think, you know what?
More dash.
Needs another dash.
It's certainly going to be powerful here. As 5-point strike just to clear out these minions, throws out even more of them. Level 9, a big deal actually for the Akali, getting all the points into the queue. So feeling pretty happy with where he's sitting right now. Speaking of happy, I think Morgan is getting happier and happier. Does break down his little boulder that he threw out. What is it there on this skin? I know it's train related. Is it just like a signal post that he puts out?
Let's have a look. He'll use it. Oh, no.
We'll check it out at some point. Like, Jonas Strong really likes his skin as well, so he'll be back up there.
It is a great skin.
We could message Keyson and ask.
Some skins they do are just an absolute slam dunk.
Oh yeah, that was definitely one of them. That's all right, BNK starting up a dragon here. There's the shockwave to dive on in, but they get on top of the Xin Zhao, and Croco keeps himself so comfortable. That killer instinct is not what you want to see. As Closer gets into that backline, Vikla in a bit of trouble. They take down the Xin, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? And the answer is a little bit too much. As there is that Sundered Sky completed here for Croco. A little bit late to keep him alive in that fight, but the Bros still managed to win it. And yes, signal post, very cute.
Polo did so much there. Ults away the backup that would have been able to finish the fight quicker, and also stops Diablo from getting back over the wall here. The play comes in, the ult timing is great because it stops the shockwave damage from coming in. And then that ult away, and then blocks the blast cone from getting him out. So Polo really the clutch one there. And then yes, Croco does go down in the end. Because Raptor has to commit for the play, it ends up being a favorable trade for the Bros.
Nicely played. It's 2 games in a row where the early game has looked pretty clean here for the Bros. 100 gold still the lead for BNK, but I think that Closer especially, look at this. It's getting harder and harder here for Vikla as Raptor going to have to once again babysit. And we've seen a few different Orianas here in the LCK, and some of them have been great, some of them have not. This is looking a little bit more like it's leaning towards the secondary direction. It's not great for BNK FearX.
Yeah, and it's kind of night and day, because Vikla last game on the Azir,
yeah,
so on form, and felt like he had complete control of a lot of the fights, and right now really struggling into Closer's Akali. And with him being that low, you really have to just give up the...
Oh, Train going to get the flash out of clear here. Very nicely done. They do have the paranoia, but they're not going to be able to use it to stop this dragon from going down. Another Infernal Soul this game is Pulverize. Not even going to be used as... Wow! Okay.
That was a decision. He
was butchered so quickly.
Yeah.
All right. Well...
I kind of want to see it again.
Yeah, well, we might. There it is. Okay, we got an instant replay as well. Here's the instant replay. Now you see him. Now you don't.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That'll do it. Didn't make the decision to ult. Kind of thought he had a bit more time.
I don't think he thought very much.
Yeah, I'm not sure he thought. Yeah. But maybe it was like, hey, if I go in here, maybe something can happen. And something did happen.
It did. It was not great. If he was, yeah. If his goal was to die extraordinarily quickly, nailed it.
Maybe they were like, how much damage did they do? And they're like, I'll find out.
Yeah, the damage calcs.
This much.
And now it's downloaded. Now he knows.
Exactly.
So next time he'll not be surprised. Okay. All in all, guys, probably a bad thing. That's all right here. Morgan, I think, has got back some control. However, gold lead still in favor of the Crocodile.
Yeah, he is down in farm a decent amount, but I feel like
if you got the levels, you're a happy on.
Yeah, it's obviously not optimal, but I think Morgan's still fine. This is kind of the thing, right? You don't have as much pressure in the lane, but Clear hasn't really achieved anything yet with that pressure. And you are just going to start handing out items to your teammates at some point as Morgan, so you're really fine with how things have gone.
Clear is also farming ahead of the clock right now. He's got the most CS in the game. It's a happy Crocodile. He just needs to transfer that into victory for the team, as Clear had a bit of a rough one on the Rumble, despite the W in the win-loss column. Certainly not exactly his best performance. His teleport in. Yeah, here we go. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. Heroic charge to try and get Kellen out of here. There's the paranoia. In goes Closer as well. They're looking for the angle. The train doesn't find the mark, but Croco is unkillable. And the Steadfast Presence stops Clear from really doing much. Now he dives in. The Dominus is cutting them up. And the Akali just kind of accidentally dies. A very awkward position there as Hype is now dashing after Kellen. He will be able to get that kill, but now where are his friends? They're all in the death chamber, and it's Vikla that's chasing down the Corki. He gets a last-second barrier, but that won't do it. And BNK find another mid-game decisive fight.
Managing to turn things around, you know, they get Clear into the fight. The Renekton presence is there, and they manage to clean up. They didn't even get much value. I feel like the Nocturne Orianna, they keep using it onto the Xin Zhao, and he just ults, so the Orianna ult doesn't actually do anything really. But just the presence of the Renekton in the mixer here, and the front line is doing so much. The Akali gets focused down so quickly, can't really do anything. Morgan gets shredded.
Oh my, Clear just did, like, the Dominus just did so much damage.
Yeah, it shreds. And Vikla and Diablo just completely untouched here.
Wow. Sometimes, you know, the early game can mean things.
Yeah.
And other times, it can mean less.
Yeah, I do say, though, need to pick better targets than Croco with that Nocturne Orianna.
True.
The Renekton, they got the value. Clear, great work, no notes, but yeah, they just keep ulting the Xin Zhao, and he just presses ult, and he takes like a little bit of damage.
I'm just going to, okay, never mind. We've got Kellen doing that thing where he's going to die again.
Okay.
There that is. Raptor, let's see what he's going to do. Is Diablo, they are going to close in. There is the Valkyrie out, but it's not quite going to be enough there. So Diablo now going to be the next to go down. The Bros do manage to trade up. There's a knock up onto Vikla as well as the train has left the station. Vikla will be knocked up as Croco makes his way in, audaciously charging down this Orianna, and the Bros waste no time making themselves into the advantageous position once again.
Immediate punish comes through. You know, Kellen didn't have his ult available for the last fight, I believe, and they get a cleanup on the back of it as well. We do get the Nocturne ult onto Hype, a better target, but they managed to mess up the combo a little bit here. It feels like they're not very practiced at this, but Kellen, yeah, no ult available. Just caught wandering.
Yeah.
Team comes in to try and back up, and then Raptor realizes he's caught out. It's like, okay, let's go for Hype. The ult
literally just came off cooldown as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there. Kai'Sa gets caught out and dies, and then Morgan's like, you know what? I'll take one more. Train's on time today, Vikla.
I mean, it's Korea. Normally, you know, very reliable as far as the train's concerned. And honestly, if they're not, there's another one coming every 2 minutes. So Morgan, I think you probably on this server get a little bit of a better cooldown reduction on your ultimate based on the public transport system. I need to check that. Might not be true. It's all right.
You know what? I'm going to choose to believe it because it sounds good.
It does sound good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that is, and sometimes that's better. As okay, this dragon going down lower and lower. There's the paranoia, but out goes the cow, and in goes Croco. There's a shockwave onto 3, but there's not really very much follow-up. They're just looking to make their way out as Closer on the backside of this fight. Clear also getting himself set up. The killer instinct comes down. Croco stays alive for such a long time, and Clear is being such a menace, but Closer manages to find the squishies. And now he's trying to get out, but Clear is just a monster. Polu's running, and Closer gets flashed on. Down he goes, as this prehistoric monster is really starting to run away with things.
I feel like Clear is just doing so much just by existing in these fights. Just his presence, his aura is such a problem. You know, he's zoning away Closer here. The ult buys some time to finish up the dragon. That gets a lot of value here. And in this situation, Shockwave gets a decent amount of value. We end up seeing a lot of damage done to Croco. His ult times out. Double commits in. Hype has to fly in to try and finish off the AD carry, but on the other side, look how much Clear is doing. We see Closer has to run away from him, but then he's just threatened constantly by this Renekton. And just the constant ticking damage off the Dominus, and whenever he gets on a target, just shreds them. This Renekton is at the point in the game where he's super strong, and it just feels like no one wants to be near him, and this bro comp is 4 melee champions and a Corki.
Yeah, you don't really have much choice. So they're just going to have to try and figure out a way to deal with it. And maybe it's Morgan giving a whole bunch of items, and maybe it's getting picks. We'll just have to see. 11-11. as far as this scoreline is concerned. But look at this Otacon. BNK going to be starting it up. The Bros trying to move down to make something happen here.
Rocco's so far away. I think it's just gone.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's going to be any way for them to do anything about this. The teleport does come in, and yeah, they spot the health bar, and they're like, well, I guess it's doomed. Still, they're going to go for a fight here as there's a shockwave only onto Polu as the train comes down. They're looking to now finish off this Crocodile. He's taken down relatively low, but gets out of the fight. Kellen manages to separate Croco. I don't know whether he's exactly the prime target, but they do manage to take him down. And now Closer has to ult his way out of this fight. Does everything trying to escape, but Vikla is chasing down 2 people and winning. BNK looking fantastic. Hype might be able to kill Vikla, but I just think that BNK are looking better. Hype now wants to try and kill Kellen as well. Kellen has been dying a fair bit in this game. Trying to keep him interested at this point in time is probably a good thing.
Oh, Hype, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he's dead now, I think, guys. Clear is just going to be slicing around. Will it be a consolation? Alistair, it will not. He's just going to get baited in.
I think this is the second time we've seen Hype just Valkyrie in to die. Just like, I'm going to try and trade. Yeah, so they get set up on the Atacant, the ult comes in to dissuade them, and then they even manage to, on the back end, go in with it. Little bit of a whiff on the ult, only hits Polu, he has to immediately disengage. But they're just not able to really make the way in. They focus down Clear, but they don't do enough damage.
Oh, Polu as well, missing the ulti.
And again, like, this Akali can't really find too much headway. Clear causes such a headache. Closer gets chunked out. Vic was zoning off Hype and Polu.
And it
just feels like Bro's composition is feeling some of the limitations, I would say.
And it's just a lack of Brotax, really. I mean, we can't be reminding everyone at all times, but
That's what it boils down to.
there's just not a lot of purple in that chat.
Guys, we try and be unbiased casters. We can't always be asking for Brotax.
Well, let's see whether some Brotax can be delivered here to save Closer's life, as there is the ulti to come through from this Nocturne. He gets underneath the turret, but it's not going to save him. Shockwave onto the Xin Zhao again, and this time it's the perfect choice. Inner turret going to be taken down, and no amount of Brotax is going to be able to repair this game. The Bros really starting to fall apart now.
Yeah, Morgan going to take this top lane tower, but in the meantime, his bot lane inhib tower is going to go down. And BNK FearX in firm control. Just feels like, you know, even though there's been some whiffs with this Orianna Nocturne combo, they know what their comp needs to do, they know how to find their way in, and they are just delivering time after time.
Yeah. As Hype, we thought that maybe he was in a bit of trouble here, but everyone is just going to go back home, and so he is going to be safe. And yeah, Closer is overextended. And him and Croco just die.
The fact he has so many dashes and still dies.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're overextended.
Yeah, and he even makes it back to the turret, but honestly, it does not matter at all. That's all right. Let's see whether the Bros can find some magic. There is, you know, there's a speckle, you know, there's a little bit of purple in the chat. Just don't know whether it's going to be enough.
Almost 7,000 gold lead right now. It is a massive deficit.
Yep, this is feeling so rough. As now Closer also just going to get engaged on here by Kellen. He's able to backflip his way over this wall. He's going to get him to relative safety, but this is the problem. They're not going to be able to stand up and stop this second Infernal Dragon from going over to BNK. Thankfully for the Bros, they did get the first 2 dragons, and so it's not like there's any soul point on the table or anything like that, but I mean, that's consolation at best.
Yeah. Problem is as well, this is the sort of position where you kind of want to stall the game out, but Baron is up in 50 seconds, and BNK FearX have this really effective strategy, but what
Pausing
they do...
the game.
Well, what they've been doing is they go to an objective, right? They start it up.
Got it.
They start damaging the objective, and then when it gets low and the enemy team are approaching, they press Nocturnal, they turn the lights off, and they kill it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Wow, that does sound like it would work pretty well.
And they're probably just going to do that with Baron. I'm hedging my bets. I think that's probably going to be their strategy for the next one as well. So we'll see if they go for that. But I'm wagering with this much of an advantage, I don't think that Bro are just going to be able to hold on.
Well, we'll see whether this issue is on the Bro side of things or whether it is on the BNK side. Right now we do have refs moving on over.
Looks like it is a clear peripheral issue. That is to say, it's peripheral issue with the player Clear, not that it's clear that it's a peripheral issue.
Maybe Clear has a clear peripheral, and that peripheral has an issue.
So it's clear that it's a peripheral issue for Clear. It looks like it's a mouse issue. So
Yeah.
it's clear that it's a mouse issue with Clear.
Yeah, no, and his peripheral was too clear, so he got just a black mouse.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So sometimes, like, you know, see-through peripherals and stuff like that, they're cool, but they can just be a bit weird.
I'm glad we could clear that up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty clear. I didn't think that there was any confusion there at all. And so we are just going to be absolutely fine. Looks like he's got the new mouse and everything is sorted. Of course, every player does have a backup of their preferred peripherals that they like. They either bring with them or it is just stored here at Lolpark. I'm not entirely sure which, but we always do have options. All right. Oh, even wired mode. Interesting. Looked like he was relatively comfortable just going wireless there. But sometimes people like to just plug it in.
I think it was wireless. Maybe they didn't have the wire to connect it initially.
Ah, to try and sync it up?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Maybe.
Might have been something like that.
Maybe
Just have to
in
see.
the interest of time.
Well, some BNK fans here. Pretty happy with how things are going right now. They are looking poised to deny us the third game, which I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit sad about.
Well, it ain't over yet.
It ain't.
But it is looking pretty...
Is it throwable? How, like on a scale of 1 to 10? Where's the throwability?
Like a 3 in the throwability scale. It's looking pretty low. You know, it is a Rise Group game, which always ups it. We're not seeing that much purple.
What if Clear's mouse stops working and we have to unpause the game?
Well, he'll probably just ask to pause it again.
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, that's a good strategy.
So I think that it has been synced up, and now we can utilize the wirelessness and the freedom that is involved with that.
Yeah.
How do you sit on the wireless, not wireless mouse thing? Because there are a lot of people that are like, no, wired will always just be better. The response time's too low on wireless.
I am a wireless dude. I used to be wired, but then I heard a lot of feedback that wireless really
has gotten better.
Has gotten really good, and I have a wireless, and you know what? It's done me well.
Yeah, I'm the same way. It is annoying having to charge it. I don't have like the charging mouse pad or anything like that. So sometimes it just turns red and then I'm like, oh,
yeah,
this is a bit of
I
a
have the
shame.
charging mouse pad. It's good.
Oh, that'd be the best.
Yeah, it's so nice.
That's what I need to get. Maybe I can do that. Ask for it for my birthday or for Christmas or something like that. We'll see. All right. Closer now having to watch this inhibitor get sieged as we get back into it. If you guys want a bit of a recap in the state of the game, not great here for the Bros, although they're looking for Vikla. The train's now out of the station. Let's see whether they can actually make this one work. Already the Orianna has gone down, but it's a fight on two fronts as Morgan managing to buy so much space. Closer goes in, but Raptor does not go down. Wind becomes lightning onto Diablo. That's a big deal, but the follow-up not going to be there. The Bros very happy about getting this one pick, but what can they turn it into?
Maybe a 4 out of 10 on the throwability.
Yeah, we are moving up.
Moving up the scale. Yeah, Vikla a little bit overextended, without flash, without Zhonya's. They do find the engage. Not super meaningful.
Oh dear. Well, Hype is going to get engaged on it. There's a rogue charge, but it does nothing. Diablo tanks up the turret, though, and it's the Poppy that grabs the kill back. A 1-for-1 trade as both 80 carries bite the dust.
Explosive engage there from Diablo to find that kill. We'll see what comes in. I mean, Closer just finds angle. The follow-up is there. The Nocturnal not enough to disrupt and save. Orianna goes down, but it's just difficult for them to find more in the follow-up. They do get the flash from the Nocturne, but it's traded with the flash from the Akali. You can see Kroko trying to get the slow to find more, but again, this Renekton is such a blocker for the team.
Yeah.
And then here, I think this actually ends up favoring, because although unfortunately, it's Polo who gets the kill gold, 767. Both summoners from Diablo go down here, which is, it's such a small...
It is a something.
But it's something. I will say though, he has picked up a secret Zomguard now, big safety net, but we now have like a flash advantage in favor of 80 carries. We do have Vikla with a flash advantage, but it's kind of feeling like we're getting to the point of the game where the next fight, assuming it's around Baron, is going to be really impactful. Even if it isn't, if it's around Dragon, next fight's going to be a big one. It's the comeback moment for Bro, or it's probably game over.
That's what I'm feeling as well.
Beating summoners like that really are going to be important. Any scraps we see in the next couple of minutes, any summoners burn, you're going to be held accountable to them. And ultimately, we saw a play there from Dabble that did cost him both in return for only the barrier from Hype. So we will see if he does come to pay for that.
Yep, 3 items are now done here for Croco. Actually getting the 3 items before his mid laner, which is kind of nutty. 3, 5, and 9 right now. This game kind of hinging on this Xin Zhao.
You have some ornaments being handed out. You did already have...
All right, there is the kill the Corki angle, as we do say goodbye to the cow, but we also say goodbye to the Corki. It's bad news for the pros, as Polu gets feared and taken out. Bellow's Breath not quite doing it here, as Croco trying to keep himself alive, and he does so pretty well. Clear goes in, but he doesn't manage to get it, and it's the tower that takes him down, but the rest of the team will just be annihilated, and BNK bring down the wallets and say, sorry everyone, it's a 2-0.
Hype overextended there, gets punished, and this is the sort of composition where you can punish an AD carry so easily. Remember, they went for the Corki, not the Xayah in this situation. He's walked up so far. I just don't see how he can fathom going up in that sort of position. Immediately gets punished. The rest of the team scrambling to try and disengage. Gotta give some credit to Croco, because him surviving here was kind of insane, even with the turnaround kill onto Clear. But that's making the best of an atrocious situation for the bros, and BNK FearX very swift to punish. I will say they're not able to end the game off that, and actually not even able to take the Baron. But we were just talking about how Summoners being burned being significant. Hype just lost his flash off the back of that play, and now Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so BNK FearX can just look towards that.
Should be able to pretty comfortably take that one down. See whether the bros can get themselves set up for a Baron or something. Just have to see. It's not exactly the fastest of Barons here, with the Akali being in the mid lane and Norn towards the top side.
Even the Corki, kind of low DPS compared to other AD carries. Not much attack speed in the build, so I don't think it's realistic. I don't really think you can leave half of the map right now. I think
Zonya's completed for Diablo as well.
I think you just give the Dragon, honestly. Scale up a bit more, guard some more ornaments. If they go Baron, you can test that. Yes, it feels bad to give over third Dragon, but I mean, they could just send Kai'Sa there to solo it while they maintain pressure.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Get some vision in the Baron area? Sure, sure. Do not start that Baron. Oh, no, they're going to start it on. Okay,
it's time to start the Baron,
They just send it, you know, why not? Why not?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a lot of vision here available for BNK FearX, but they can turn off the lights, and the Poppycopter not going to quite find the angle here, as there go the lights that we were talking about, but it's on to Closer, and he's able to get into the Shroud. Morgan tanking things up, but where is the follow-up? Where is the answer? And the answer is, it's nowhere. They're just going to back away. They lose the on-killer instinct here from Diablo. Supercharges himself, flashes forward, and then leaves. No questions asked as Raptor is looking to take down Croco. He flashes, but it's not going to do anything. And BNK just wipe the floor with Pro in this series.
Bro start the Baron, and it is their demise. BNK FearX, we thought it'd be a 2-1. They say no. Managing to close out a 2-0 was a scrappy series, a lot of back and forth. In the end, they're the clear victors in this one and will push themselves to second place in the Rise group.
Yep. 1-2 early games, GigaChat still get 2-0'd here by BNK FearX. Nexus gonna go down, and BNK with a decisive win here, really making this Rise group look interesting, because this was the other team that was vying for that position that Pro currently holds.
And I think as well, you know, with DRX close on the heels, there's still that danger. There's still that fear that maybe the catch-up could come through. Maybe that they could find an opportunity to gain some distance. So, got to be a little bit concerned in that regard.
Yep. And are we okay with that, Palm? I know you're considering, you're doing a little bit of thinking, a little bit of trying to figure out who it's supposed to be. I have no idea, honestly, where my vote would go if I had one.
Yeah.
It's not there, though.
No, I'm rethinking it.
Definitely not where that one was.
I'm rethinking it.
What are your... Chat, let us know. Who's POM? We got a Diablo fan?
I think I have it.
Yeah, that might be the way.
I think I have it.
There's a couple of options. I reckon Vikler will get some votes as well. It's his best performance of the season so far.
I think I have it.
But I think, you know, as long as it's not support, I think he'll be okay. In my personal opinion, humble opinion. I
think-
the whole Kellen dying unceremoniously.
Yeah, I think
was a bit weird.
I think Clay had a good game 2. I think Kellen had a good game 1. I think Raptor had a good game 2. Less so game 1. I think Vikla had a good game 1.
Yeah.
I think Diablo was probably the best over the course of the 2 games.
Yeah, I think Diablo was just good. Although he did die at the beginning of game number 1, some civers just do nothing for the rest of the game after that, and this one just annihilated everyone.
It's a scrappy Rise Group series. No one's going to be flawless, right? You know?
Absolutely not.
It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I think he was, for me, the most consistent over. But I think there's reasons to vote for a lot of people. You know, Vikla had a really good performance on the Azir, and as much as he did have a rough time in lane, did bounce back on the Orianna, so I can understand that. But yeah, this game, there was a point in it where I was like, you know, as much as I favored the draft from BNK FearX to be more cohesive, there was a point where it looked like it could be a bit doomed. But as soon as Claire joined the team fights, that Renekton was such a presence that I think the Akali just couldn't deal with.
Yep.
This Akali, it just didn't feel like it fit with what the rest of the team wanted to do. The Corki just couldn't really function. There was a lot of times it was targeted, and it was kind of that low. It just felt like a composition that lacked a lot of DPS as well.
It was.
In the mid game, this Renekton could kind of just stand there, and it's like Corki could do how much damage to you? What, like maybe 30-40% with a full combo? And then what? He's just in your face.
And it would have been one of those games where, like you said earlier on, the Xayah could have found a fair bit of value. But maybe just wasn't enough early game power, and they were going to rely on tempo. It's hard to really say. Just felt a little bit incoherent, incohesive on the side of the pros.
I don't think it's never all draft right. I think there was also definitely some mistakes in the game. I do think it put them in a difficult spot, but I also think BNK FearX showed a lot of sort of resolve in this series, because this was a lot of back and forth, a lot of kills, especially in this game. But I think the objective control with this Nocturne, I think even DNF with the Nocturne Orianna showed better proficiency for landing the combo on the right targets. But the objective control and the use of the Nocturne in that way, BNK FearX was so much better there. They really had a good understanding of how to start objectives and then shut down any chance of contesting with the use of that paranoia.
Tell you what though, Clear had a phenomenal game here in game number 2 after one of the most forgettable Rumble experiences that we've ever seen, to then dishing out 28.6k damage. Very, very impressive stuff. In fact, everyone pretty even across the board here for BNK FearX. A lot of damage coming out of Diablo in the end as well on this Kai'Sa. So very interested to see who's going to pick up POM. I do think that, like, I think probably now that I've sat with it for longer and thought about it, it's probably Raptor in my mind, but his game 1 was not the most good. Game 1 was so weird because they spent a lot of it losing. So it's hard to then understand who was the best after that.
I mean, Vikla was the best in game 1.
That's true.
I think Kellen was also really good in game 1. Dabble was decent in game 1.
Yeah.
I think actually Kellen had a really good game 1, but his Alistair was, no.
Yeah.
But I think game 2, again, like, I think there's argument. I think for me, Dabble was the consistent across the series. But I think if people went Vikla, I think it's completely fair. If people went Raptor, I think it's completely fair.
I'm hoping that there's a smattering of votes all over the place. We are right now going to have a reveal of just who won it.
Yeah.
But afterwards, we'll be able to see exactly where those votes are. And I'm just hoping that they're completely confused and no one has any idea.
I think it's a good series when the votes are a bit all over the place.
It's either a good series or a terrible series. It's one of the two. Because then you're asking the question like, oh, it was all bad and it's illegal to vote for anyone, but I have to vote for someone.
Yeah.
And you can't abstain, which is maybe something we could look at for next season. We're all about change here in the LCK, so maybe that's the change for next
also, this one's particularly hard because it was
Oh, it's Vikla that picks it up.
And I think this is fair. I think this is fair. Again, you know, I thought for me it was Dab, but I think Vikla, his Azir was really good, and he did bounce back in game 2. Yes, he had a rough time early, but he did bounce back, and I think that's significant, so I think completely justified.
And it was his best series of this season by far.
Yeah,
so,
you know, fair play. Deserved win, I would say.
I would agree. I imagine that all of the votes are not going to be going over towards him, but now that I sit here and think about it, I'm happy to flip-flop a third time and agree that Vikla was a great choice.
Yeah.
I think that that just epitomizes how this whole series went.
We saw the result, and you know what? We based our analysis on that.
Oh, That is absolutely beautiful. If only I could have just like thrown to the interview right there, but I can't. It's not ready yet. So we need to get Vikla on stage and get all of that sorted out. But otherwise, that would have been a poignant moment to leave it. But sometimes that's just not the way. We're going to have to find another result of this conversation, Orcs, which might be a little bit of a preview of what we've got coming up, and that is going to be Nongshim versus Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see, because Hanwha, I mean, this is the easy game of the week, and we'll see whether they can be clean, because they haven't necessarily been clean, and there is a change-up on the Nongshim side. Some spicy noodles.
Very spicy. A little shake-up, which will throw some excitement into that one. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yep. And so you heard some cheers in the background, I assume. I think that might be Vikla making his way out. And so we are getting closer and closer to this interview. I imagine it took a while to do the calculation or something like that. Maybe there was a tiebreaker in the votes.
Oh, tiebreakers always takes more time. I'm hoping it's like all over the place. Tiebreaks start to happen. Chronicle's crying because of the stress, you know. That'd be the goal.
Now it is time, though, to head over to the interviews. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Sir for the POM interview translation. We are here with Vikla on the side of BNK PRX, who just secured a 2-0 victory. Congratulations. You just took down OK Savings Bank Brion, and it's your first POM, which might make you even happier. How do you feel? You know, because all the teams that we're facing are on the similar level. We really wanted to make sure that we win today, and I'm just so happy that I was able to get a POM on top of that. And against OK Savings Bank Brion, you guys actually have a dominating head-to-head record. And today's victory marks your 13th win in a row against them. So you must have felt quite confident. How was it? Yeah, so I realized that we had a really good matchup and a really favorable trend. So it just felt like, you know, maybe today we might as well just win again. And actually in game 1, you guys came back from a tough position. And from the start, the enemy at Vi got fed, giving you quite a hard time. So what was the plan to catch up? I think our comp had pretty high value, and we just wanted to play out slow. We knew that our comp had a late game in the end, so I think we just wanted to take our time. And in game 2, you guys went with the Nocturne Orianna comp, which is a pretty frequently used comp lately. And given the Wombo combo is key for this comp, how did you like the Ori Nocturne comp? Yeah, it's really, in the end, it really depends on the team fight, and I think we really enjoyed playing this as a team. And there was actually a dicey moment early mid where Raptor pulled off an amazing save with Nocturne ult. Yeah, I actually noticed that the Kali was about to dive me, and I actually called, and Raptor was actually, he really did have my back. And after the match against Deepaskia, head coach Ryu said that the main focus will be improving teamfight setups. And you guys today showcased exactly that and came out ahead in teamfights. So what was the practice process like? I think even if we played the game, we wanted to make sure that we can secure some space and make sure that we're able to continue our teamfight pretty aggressively. And yeah, it looks like you guys might have gone through some tough times, and you know that there are fans out there who consistently got your back. Anything you'd like to say? You know, I know that we're giving you guys also hard times, but you know, as you guys keep on watching us and keep on supporting us, I think we'll be able to pay you back with some great performance. And you guys are able to, with that form, secure another victory, and you surpass OK Savings Bank Brion to rise to second place of Rise Group. Anything you would like to say about DRX? I know that DRX isn't going to be an easy opponent, but we'll make sure that we get the victory down to rise even higher. And that's the end of the interview with Vikla, and back to the space. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yes, it was Vikla getting his first ever POM here in the LCK for 2025. What a time to do it for them as they close out the series.
How does that make you feel, Digon?
Yeah.
They close out the series 2-0.
How does that make
How
you
does it
feel?
feel?
It
Against
was
your team.
Great performances on the Orianna and the Azir. Let's take a look at how the tie was broken. I'm sure it was very
I'm
difficult
hearing a lot of
to
cheeriness, but it's only on the surface.
Oh, yes. There it is. Helios Valdez at home.
Well played.
Velga's clearly having a much better read than anyone else together with Helios.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel so bad whenever I trust Bro as a team. Like, they fail somehow.
They do.
So they got the struck. I already mentioned it so many times that after Duke joins, like, I think they finally built up some synergy between like the objectives, and they're not taking any random fights. But now they're just completely reset again. This is the team that we know before, like from round 1 and 2. They didn't change.
Wish you guys could see Digon's facial expressions as all of this was happening. He is keeping it in.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I'm Digon. I'm feeling great. Get that zoom in on his face. He is not feeling. He is so close to cracking.
Let's take a look at the votes here for how Vikla ended up the POM. Yes, it was
Zoom in more.
How did that happen?
All right.
Vikla,
Look at him.
POM.
As well.
How does that make you feel? I'm kind of surprised that we don't have a wider spread of votes.
I thought it was a tiebreaker.
So I think for game number 1, Vikla was without a shadow of a doubt the standout. I was just expecting a more spread field. I don't think Vikla would have gotten this many. I thought it was like 5 for him, 3 for Raptor,
I mean,
2 for Diablo.
I would say it was more impactful because we normally see Vikla making so many mistakes, but the reason why they could actually bounce back from the game 1 is because he was the one who has the solid performance. But I voted for Raptor because I think he was kind of unsung hero for the team. Like, they went for so many objective fights, but he was the one who didn't miss the smite. And I think that was most important thing in the games as well. So, yeah. Well played, Raptor.
How about you, Cronny?
I am a known jungle voter, but in this case, I think when the games get this messy and when I really feel like both teams are kind of just throwing stuff and seeing what sticks, I think Raptor just always consistently makes the best play. I think his team fighting sense is possibly the best out of any jungler that we have in the Rise group, which is kind of crazy, right? Doesn't necessarily have the mechanical highlights from the other players. Some players are more snowbally, but I feel like he just makes so many good decisions so often. And I think it's a large reason of why when the games kind of devolve into chaos, BNK pulls out ahead.
Completely agree, especially with his Nocturne. Like, he just turns off the light and he finishes the objective and he didn't just run in to die, you know? So I think it was actually great performance from him.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid and a reason why this team's been picking up wins. Now let's move on over to the Korean side. The one who signals the initiation by Pony. Yeah.
And BNK have been effectively the same team for like 6 years now, 7 years.
Yeah.
They're a dive team. They always have been, always are. And I think Raptor has really done a really good job of filling the shoes of some of the players that came before him. As it's me who turns the game off, obviously referring to the Nocturne, which Nocturne is so interesting because I feel like it started out as just an owner pick, and now it's just good, right? Owner, I think, was the front runner, and in this case, we did see it with the Orianna combo, but I feel like now it's just a good jungle pick. Don't need to pick with Orianna if your sense of engages are good.
All right, we should have one more. Yeah, Go saying, make way, General Vikla has arrived. Again, a big performance for this player who's had a pretty tough 2025. Came up huge on the Azir and executing well on the Orianna.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
God,
That is a homie.
In case you're not aware, Vikla and Prince went to FlyQuest together. The team did not do that well.
They did in the spring split.
That is
not so good in the summer split.
That is an incredible comment. I love that. That might be the best comment of the No, how can you top that?
I don't think you can.
That's so funny.
I don't think you can. FlyQuest fans everywhere now get their answer, as it was a 2-0 here for BNK FearX over the Bros, and that means they'll swap positions. They aren't now second place here, and the Bros win streak, their first opportunity for 3+ wins in a row, will continue to wait back to spring 2022. There's always next week, Bros.
And now all we need is for DRX to 2-0 BNK and continue this chaos, because these three teams are... Didn't someone predict that?
Only one person was brave enough to predict DRX over being
So the thing is, I think all the Rise Group teams, they need some consistency, right? Like Bro didn't show up with the consistency. They were just absolute...
Not good.
Not good. Yeah, I almost read. But anyways, it's same for BNK as well. He just needs some consistency, right? I just want to see those things from the team.
All right, well,
I'm just vibing. Both of you are so angry.
You saved me.
Yeah,
well,
I'm
we might be able to
chilling.
get some consistency in our next match. We're moving over to the Legend group. This group right here, it's the Noodle Boys with the roster swap. We'll have that for you. Up against Hanwha Life Esports, looking to continue their winning ways. We'll see you after the break.
올라프가 올라프가 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. 7위 넥서스께서 4연속 MSI 진출 T1
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
makes me stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs, and we are ready for an incredible best of 3 between two titans of the LCK here today.
Yep, and I feel like even though these two teams are quite far apart each other in their place in the Legend group, I think one of them really hoping to pick up some wins because they're down towards the bottom, and the other one not in the best form at the moment and needing a little bit of redemption because there is a team hot on their heels who are in phenomenal form.
It's exactly right. T1 are chasing after HLE right now. Let's have a look at the standings to really paint a picture of what's going on here. As you can see, HLE still pretty firmly in that second place, but T1, like you say, hot on their heels. 2 matches they need to win in order to claim second here. And Nongshim still without a victory so far here in the Legend group.
And for the first time in basically forever, T1 longest win streak in the LCK, a team who isn't Gen G, having the longest win streak. And Nongshim at the moment, because they're in that 5th place spot, if the season ends like this, they would be in play-ins. The other 4 teams would go straight through the playoffs. They are fighting to try and avoid that fate and not have to fight their way through teams like D+.
And today may not be the day for Nongshim. As we can see, it's been a fair bit of winning.
Whoa. They got a game.
That's true. Okay, 2024 Summer Round 1, they did manage to at least pick up a game. That is a very, very good point. So it is only a 95.7% win rate here for HLE since the start of 2023.
Yeah, you know.
Doable. We're gonna, like, maybe Kingen likes those odds, you know, 4.3. Maybe that's his favorite. But this is the big reveal. Nongshim's decisive move. They're calling up Trigger, who has actually been playing since 2018. It's kind of nuts. This guy had a very, very brief stint in the LCK a few years ago, I believe, for Solo 1 Prince. He was playing for APK Prince for a really long time before that. He then spent some time playing in the Arabian League and in EMEA and all over the place, and has now come back.
Yeah, a lot of worldwide tour, honestly.
Yeah, and now it is time to hear from him.
안녕하세요. 이번에 농심 1군으로 합류하게 된 원딜러 트리거 김의주라고 합니다. 5년 만에 롤파크에 오게 된 거라 되게 감회가 새롭고, 이번에 상대가 또 하나라서 되게 또 강적을 만나서 열심히 잘 해보겠습니다. 네, 그때 좀 연습해서 뽑았던 기억이 나요. 근데 그때는 좀 제가 약간 숙련도 다른 원딜들도 부족했고 팀적으로 썼던 거라 그냥 되게 좋은 추억, 약간 좋은 기억. 어떻게 보면 이제 다시는 못 쓸 것 같은 픽인데 쓰게 된 거니까 좋은 추억인 것 같아요. 원래는 약간 아펠, 카이사, 제리 이런 거를 좋아하는데 최근에는 코르키 좋아하는 것 같습니다. 맞딜이 세고, 그러니까 체급 자체가 챔피언이 다른 원딜러에 비해 세가지고 좋아해요. 시우 형이 되게 라인전을 잘해가지고 배우고 있는 입장으로서 점점 맞추고 있어요. 어떻게 보면 바텀 듀오는 한 몸이니까 시원시원하게 하는 스타일이어가지고 저도 시원시원하게 하려고 지금 노력하고 있어요. 제가 생각하는 마인드 중에 대회는 스크림처럼, 스크림은 대회처럼 하는 마인드로 편안하게 경기에 임하겠습니다. 농심 레드포스 파이팅!
So it's a little bit disappointing because he has cut off those luscious locks. He had very long hair last time we saw him. Can't believe it was 5 years ago. Actually kind of nutty that he has made his re-debut after 5 years.
2020 wasn't 5 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I know.
We're so cooked.
It is a little bit rough how time just continues and we can't do anything about it. But that's okay. That's okay. That's something that we'll have to cope with. And Trigger, let's see what he can actually do here up against, as he said himself, formidable opposition. As Delight and Lahens sharing a few words, as of course they do know each other very, very well. Of course, it feels like Lahens is just kind of mates with everyone.
He's got great vibes.
Yeah. And so obviously gonna have a relationship with Delight as well. We'll see what they have cooked up for us towards that bottom side of the map, especially now that there is a new face down there, or at least a new face for those of you that may not have been around for 5 years' time, perhaps. As Trigger will be taking Jiu's position. Jiu actually was kind of finding a little bit of something in the last match, but it wasn't enough to get them a victory. In fact, they haven't taken a map so far in the Legend group, so something needed to change. And Jiu this year just hasn't really been having a very good one. So maybe just the change-up might help this squad.
I think if there was a player on this roster change, unfortunately it would be Jiwoo. You know, there have been previous times his career's looked phenomenal, but he has just looked rough recently, so hopefully get some success from that.
Yep.
Top lane matchup though, that's what I'm pretty hyped about. Zeus hasn't been in the best form so far. After LCK Cup and First Stand, kind of been a little bit hit or miss. King has had some pretty great moments. I think overall the team has been struggling, but he's kind of been a shining light for them.
I would agree. I think that Kingan's had a pretty good year so far. Unfortunately, it hasn't necessarily translated into anything this season around, but I mean, I think that he's a large reason why this team is in the Legend group at all. He has had some great performances in the previous splits. So we're going to have eyes glued to that top side of the map to see whether Zeus can find some form. I think this is actually a great measuring post to see whether, you know, this Worlds 2022 top lane finals rematch is going to come out in favor of Zeus, or whether it is going to be King and be able to find some success. I also think this man on your screen right here has an opportunity as well. I think that Zeka hasn't been having the greatest of performances since they made their way back from EWC.
Yeah, I would say of everyone in HLE, Zeka probably the biggest underperformer at the moment. I think the mid jungle in general have been really struggling, but I also think Calix's most recent performance wasn't the best.
Yeah.
So he's had some good performances since he joined the roster, since he was called up. Has been a little bit hit or miss at times, but I think this is an opportunity to right the ship a little bit. And I think this is a time where a weakened HLE, you're bringing in a player, it's a time where you know, it's a bit of experimentation, but a big win here could be such a morale boost for Nongshim. And currently in the position at bottom of the standings, Legend Group is a tough environment to be in. You're not guaranteed any wins. There aren't teams, there's no DNF in the group that you're just going to get free wins from. So every single match is a battle, and you have to kind of bring your A game, and the hope is, you know, even a game would be a positive against HLE. Nongshim definitely capable. We've seen them show that. I think particularly their performance in the LCK Cup gave a lot of inspiration for what this team can do. But yeah, they really need to bring the level up a little bit if they want to start delivering strong performances, particularly against the top, I would say top 3, but top 2 right now are really the ones to be feared in the Legend group.
It's very true, and HLE still up there right now. As let's have a look to see what Nongshim have prepared for us. I think on the other side of the coin, I think, like you say, it's a great opportunity for Nongshim if they can find a victory here. But HLE could use this as a springboard to find some of that form once again. Because as you say, everyone in the group is terrifying, unfortunately, except Nongshim.
Well, that's the thing, is I talk about, when I say top 2, I keep thinking Gen G T1, but you're right, HLE are still in that top 2, but it, in their current form, doesn't feel like it right now. We do get quickly in the draft. We actually see the Taliyah and the Vi immediately banned away. The Taliyah responded immediately with that Azir ban away, that trade-off. Varus not being banned away yet, though, but the Pantheon does come through.
Yeah, I wonder what this necessarily means. Maybe it's just an R3 ban for the Varus.
Oh, respect ban. I mean, especially with Taliyah off the cards, who's often can do a good job of shutting down Rakan, giving a lot of respect over Delight, taking away that Rakan. A lot of junglers left open and available, though, even with a Vi and Pantheon gone, but they're immediately going for the Gwen for Kingin.
I feel like this is bait, man. I feel like Gwen has had... Like, she's gone through a lot as far as the changes are concerned, but this pick exists. And now you can Aurora Wukong, and I don't know how Kingin really gets to have any fun at all.
And Zeus, of all the top laners in the league, is so willing to play ranged top laners.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think Keen has been a phenomenal Aurora from the time the champion came out, but ranged top laners in general has been Zeus' forte. So definitely comfortable to pick this up. Obviously, in theory, could be a flex, but I think you're picking this to match into the Gwen. The Wukong comes out, one of our highest win rate champions on the patch, and we see them considering the option off the rise. Obviously could lean up towards the top side of the map and also apply some pressure to maybe mitigate what this Gwen can do.
That would be a choice. Think about the amount of CC for the top lane that they'd have in that 2v2.
Yeah, not sure any of these are going to come through. Zinzar probably the most likely option. That double circles with the Gwen does provide a very threatening front line. Now we see what the options are for mid lane.
Okay, just
Orianna does combo decently well with the Wukong.
And you do have a little bit of that range advantage in lane against the Ryze as well. I feel like Orianna, over time, has been okay into this matchup.
Yeah, and now looking towards the bot lane, so some of the big picks still open and available. Obviously, the Alistair still on the cards. We heard Trigger talk about the Corki being a bit of a favorite, but Kai'Sa has historically been a big one for him. In fact, when he was playing in the LPL, was one of his highest win rate picks.
The only champion he's ever got a pentakill on as well.
Oh, there you go.
Interestingly enough.
Nautilus comes out as a pretty quick ban, not something we'd necessarily always expect.
It's the Lehen's tax. I think generally, like, the second round of bans is always where the Lehen's tax is paid.
Yeah, stuff like at least we tend to see. Nico's still open and available, though, I think is also with the looking maybe just in general.
Oh, that would be... Imagine if HLE got Nico as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I think
Sounds
Alistair too.
disgusting.
Maybe like Alistair Nico ban from Nongshim could be worthwhile.
I'd like to see it, because otherwise I think you're giving a little bit too much power over. The cow has been addressed. Let's see whether that Nico does get a look as well. As Nongshim, I think paying respect to the Rakan of Delight as well is a really good one. But the unfortunate thing is that Delight just plays a lot of things real good. And so he's probably not too upset about it. One final ban to come through here for HLE.
I feel like there's so many 80 carries open that it's really hard to get to the ban a specific 80 carry and feel like you've answered any particular problems.
Yeah.
So they're just banning away the supports right now.
Leona is a really interesting one.
That kind of makes me think the Nico, because Leona is often picked into the Nico because when you Zenith Blade, it goes through the clone.
Yeah, true.
You know, the clone's very good at blocking things like a Nautilus dredge line, but doesn't really do much against Leona. So sometimes we see Leona sort of picked into Nico. So maybe they're trying to either bait the Nico ban or just wanting to go the Nico themselves. I wonder if Nongshim will ban that Nico as a result.
I think it would be a good idea. I wonder whether that then just means... Okay, never mind. So Nico is left up. I was thinking that maybe a rel angle could happen there as well, but not going to be the case as the Sivir is taken away instead. Viper finding some success on this one, I'm pretty sure. At least he's played it. No, he hasn't. He hasn't actually played it at all so far in the LCK since he made his way back.
So I think Poppy, Nico are some of the big picks that are left open and available. I don't think Brom's going to be picked up by HLE here because they did ban... surprisingly, I mean, they go for the Lucian. It's surprising they banned Nautilus, Leona, and are prioritizing Lucian here.
Yeah.
Considering Brom is so good into those. But they will pick that up. Nongshim here could go for the Corki themselves. Could even go something like... I mean, they could go Kai'Sa Nico, but it's a bit of a rough lane. Senna's open, but it's kind of fallen off in terms of prio, and you could have a tough time in lane. Looks like they will go for that Corki Trigger talked about in the interview before the match.
Not too surprising there. Of course, fits in the composition as well. I think when you're hitting that 2-item spike, the Ryze is also hitting his. I think you'll have like some decent items on Gideon as well. I think around the mid-game, they will be able to fight relatively well. The Lehens, what are we going to be playing here? If they do want more engage, the Rel is up and available. But if you're staring down the barrel of a Braum, maybe you just pick it. But instead, it is that Rel that I was talking about prior, and that will be locked away. So Delight looking for that B section. And there is the Braum.
Will just be the Braum in the end. So interesting the fact that they banned specifically the Nautilus Leona and then went the Braum, you know? Because I feel like the Rel handles the matchup a bit better than those two comparatively.
Yeah.
But maybe was trying to not give away their intentions. A lot of mind games. But so far, you know, I think a lot of dive potential on the side of Hanwha Life Esports with that top side that they have and the threat onto, you know, the Ryze in particular. But I think Nongshim have a good amount of scaling in their Gwen. The Corki we've seen really ramp up over the later stage of the game. And the Ryze as well. It just comes down to whether they can protect their backline when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, I think this comp for HLE, if they can stabilize, will be really scary as we get later on. But as soon as Nongshim get a lead with this draft, I just feel like they steamroll them, right? Like you just have so much damage up front and then so much mitigation with these circles that can come down that you're really not as worried with the amount of range that is coming on through for HLE. But it will take a bit of execution, and that is something that Nongshim have struggled with so far this season here in the LCK, unable to pick up any wins at all.
A little bit worried about the top lane matchup though, and this Aurora.
Yes.
What is going to happen to this Gwen? So Kingen needs to be on top form to match up into that ranged top lane matchup, which is never any fun.
Nope. Oh, we are blending some oranges? Wow.
Brutal.
That is definitely a very brutal image, but that's a pretty happy raccoon, so I guess we're okay with it. Just sometimes the imagery that comes out from some of our fans, it's almost too much for me to handle. Let's have a look, though. As this draft, we have seen drafts like this work out at HLE, looking at those individual lanes, especially towards that top side of the map. I think you're right, Orcs. I think that it can be a little dangerous. Let's jump into the Rift here for game number 1. All right, Hunnell fans, pretty loud here in Lol Park today, but the Noodles, not shy either. And let's see, as we are getting legendary. Here now, second matchup of the day. Trigger making his re-debut after 5 years. We haven't seen him, and did play a little bit for Nongshim Academy before. He has now been called up. So let's just see whether he can prove himself. A huge opportunity for the guy. He's 24 years old. It's a little bit older than a lot of the players that have been debuting more recently, as we've had some young guns show up. A little bit of a different story here, as Trigger looking to try and hit his stride perhaps a little later than a lot of our other players have.
Yep.
And he's doing it on the Corgi as well, which is a fantastic thing to do.
Got the right skin. That's the first step.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's hit by a Winter's Bite and a Piercing Light, so welcome to the LCK there, Trigger. Crashdown does come on through, but Lehens not really finding the targets here, as Delight just moves towards the alcove.
Yeah, it can be a really dangerous lane to play into. You know, there's a lot of upfront CC from the Rel and burst damage from the Corki, but those extended trades because of the CC from the Thorm and the Lucian trading power. Very scary.
Very aggressive barrier being used there. Viper cleansing the exhaust, which I think he could have probably just walked away, but instead trying to keep up that pressure for as long as possible.
Yeah, just all combat summoners just exchanged immediately. And it feels like we've seen this to a degree, where like we exchange the early summoners for pressure, but this has been like the most extreme example where it's like level 1, everyone's using their summoners. It's a real handshake scenario. And slight edge in favor of HLE with the push prio and Trigger being a little bit lower in health.
As Viper with a relentless pursuit getting out of the way of the Frost Bomb. And Nongshim just doing their best to weather the storm, as we can see. Really feels like Viper and Delight are putting on a bit of a clinic as far as the amount of pressure they're trying to put on, but it's not exactly giving them all that many advantages. Calyx down to 50% health in this lane so far, up against Zeka, who's playing a pretty aggressive Orianna damage-wise in these trades, but it's not really showing up in the CS numbers or anything like that just yet.
Yeah, Orianna, not so fun to play into. Back to so much trading power.
That's an owie.
Yeah.
I give that an owie.
Yeah, Calyx trying to focus on the wave, Zeka trying to focus on Calyx.
Yeah. Might need to focus on this cannon minion that really did bop Zeka for a while there.
I think Calyx got enough gold to reset, buy a tier, and get back into lane, so not too much of a concern.
But now full health here for Viper and Delight, as Trigger still sitting on 50%. Wanted to try and lifesteal as much as he can with his Doran's Blade, but it's slow going at best. As Peanut looking for an early dive situation here, as Kingen is in so much trouble. He did have a ward, but it's a bit of a see your death ward as over he goes. Oh, Q going to miss. It's going to be 2 more autos, but the tank was there. And Zeus able to just make it easy for Peanut. That dive about as elementary as you can get.
So well played. Zeus first one to take aggro. Peanut, when he gets aggro at the end, still has a W to get away. He didn't have to burn flashes there.
The flash forward here from Delight, as that's a couple more autos. The Piercing Light is going to get it for Viper, and now Lehens just having to beg his former AD carry to not kill him. And I don't know whether he's going to get his wish. Never mind. He will be able to make it underneath the safety of his turret. But man, 2v2 kill there as well to augment this already pretty good early game for HLE.
Yeah, this is such a big start for HLE in this one. The fact they have that early kill in the top lane, but also getting rewarded in the bot side. Just so low already. This is going to happen with the matchup. And then Zeus, he takes the aggro, communicated so well, just gets the auto off, doesn't find the Q, but then Peanut finishes it, W's out, only takes 1 tower hit for his worries. And then Trigger here, you know, Lehens goes aggressive, burns the CC, gets stunned, and then Delight with the flash Q to find it. So much confidence, and they knew that, like, even though there was no cleanse, on Viper. Lahen's only had his W to respond, and he could just flash over it.
It was beautifully played. Does mean that there's no flashes towards that bottom side. Trigger and Lahen's, neither of them used theirs. So that might be a opportunity for Gideon to make something happen.
I feel like it's
they might require it, though.
Braum Lucian, obviously quite aggressive lane, but also you both have dashes, so it's you have to be pretty overextended to be super vulnerable.
Yeah, that's true.
Result.
And it's almost like you get Lucian's dash because then he dashes and then the Braum dashes and then it's everyone safe and happy.
Not the easiest lane to gank, and also very strong in skirmishes. This trio of the Wukong, Lucian, Braum, you cannot opt into fighting that. If there's any doubt that Peanut is there, Gideon does not want to be involved.
Yep.
Because if you commit in and you get Braum passive applied to you and the Wukong turns up, it's over for you.
And it's also that first blood going over to Peanut as well is such a big deal. An accelerated Wukong, this is the kind of Wukong that we get really scared of. I think that some of the Wukongs over this week and the end of last week were a bit more muted than the ones we were seeing earlier on. And I think it's because the accelerated Wukong situation, when he hits that Trinity Force early, it can get so incredibly scary.
Yep.
And that's sort of where Peanut is heading for now. Does have his Pahage completed.
I feel like he just becomes such an obnoxious pick because he's got so much team fighting power. He's so slippery. But like you combine his team fighting power and his hardness to like lock down his mobility with him being fed and doing damage and being hard to kill. It's just problematic. And now, for a potential fight, Peanut just wants to scuttle crab his team.
A little bit of a 4v4. There's the flash in from Lahen's. The exhaust down onto Peanut, but the flash out from Gideon will spell his demise. And that's another kill going over to Viper. Concussive blows are just so broken as Lahen's will get evacuated thanks to the Realm Warp, but HLE full control of every part of the map right now.
Such a miscalculation because not only are you going for the Wukong, hard to pin down and still had that flash, but Peanut secured the scuttle, which gave him level 6. So he just pops his ult, disrupts the dive onto him, and the turnaround was so swift. And as you said, the concussive blows, so powerful in those sort of skirmishes.
This is looking like an HLE trying to find a bit of return to form here as Lahen's. He's the one that just used his flash. You can understand why they're going to be trying to engage onto him, but concussive blow's not going to go off there just yet. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
So Peanut, level 5 now, actually smites and gets level 6.
Oh my god.
Is then able to ult, and as soon as that happens, the fight is just over. And the only silver lining for Nongshim is that they only lost one member.
Yep.
Because of the Realm Wolf from Calyx, but just an absolute disaster of a play attempt. And, we were talking before about Viper and Delight not having flashes. They would be infinitely better targets.
Oh dear. King in, going aggressive here. Zeus going to have to pop to the other side of the world. We'll be able to do so.
Zeus toying with the idea of, can I kill him? And he was like, no, I'll play it safe.
I mean, I have flash, but so does he. So it's a little bit of a scary situation here, Zeus. Zeus has made those plays in the past, but
full snip charges. I'm not sure. What are they called?
Yeah, we'll go snip charges.
Yep. Well, he had full snip charges. I think not wanting to play a dangerous game with them. And when you're 20 CS ahead already in the matchup with an assist as well, why would you?
Yep.
Why would you chance it?
Well, that is going to be the grub secured here by Nongshim. All three of them, in fact, going over to Gideon. Peanut not looking very interested in heading over there. Instead, just wants to hoover up his jungle. And has pretty comfortably been doing that. Has retained a bit of a camp lead throughout this entire game. And so still sitting 2 camps ahead. 1-0-1 now on the Wukong. Very close to that Trinity Force that we were talking about. And the first dragon is an Ocean. It's been up for quite a while.
And so often
really looked at it yet.
About Sundered Sky, how broken it is, that one item spike that is in Zhao, how much impact you can have. But now when you're behind the curve, you miss out on those spikes that are, those key early fights that being like a driving force of this champion's success. So, unfortunate.
Zeus is going to do a lot of damage here, and Peanut moving over as well. Cyclone going to get that knock up, but Kingen making it to the safety of his turret. Still a lot of pressure, and the flash is now down on this Gwen. Man, life is so hard in this lane, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of lane where if Aurora really messes up, maybe you can find a window, but not when you don't have flash and Aurora does. And yeah, So taking the flash in this situation just means the kill pressure for Kingen is non-existent now.
Well, this is also a difficulty, as Viper with the culling is just going to layer it into Lehenz's back. The Magnastorm comes down, but it's a bit late, and it's still the death of this Rel. Trigger has to get the hell out of there, and HLE's bottom lane is just running away with this game. There's a Shockwave in the mid lane as well, as Zeka really ramping up these autos. Does almost get the kill with that dissonance. Calyx, probably time to get out of here. And it's going to spell time here for HLE to take this first dragon.
I feel like we're just struggling, just trying to find somewhere on the map where it just doesn't look horrific for Nongshim right now. And it's like the camera's panning.
Yeah.
There's no.
It's like Jonas Strong is looking for the stuff that's safe to show on broadcast. And he's like, I don't know. I can't. No, not here. Not here. Oh, not here. Not here.
I did see a cute little frog in the river. Maybe
That's
just
zoom in on ducky.
that.
We need the ducky as well.
Yeah.
The ducky's really cute. That one's great. Look at this little statue up here. Looks like a koala.
Oh!
Isn't that cute? Let's move up to that. I don't want to see the Gwen versus Aurora anymore.
I never noticed that.
Right?
Oh, no.
No, this is less cute.
We should have stuck to the koala.
Look at the little. There's a little dragon though in the corner.
Oh, that is
top right. Isn't that one cute?
That's adorable. Oh wait.
Oh no, we can't see it anymore. Oh no, we have to look at the play. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, the koala's back though. There's always something to look at.
Yep. Learning a lot about these little features of the Rift that I've never really paid that much attention to.
That's why it's so cool that we get like these new rifts throughout the year.
Yeah, I've been missing out.
Yeah, we get like all these little extra secrets.
Little bonuses.
Very, very cool.
Now I'm like peering in, I'm like looking out.
Yeah, what's the next thing? There's a sword. Is that Excalibur? I don't know.
Oh, there's another little like dragon there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I do like these little pools.
I wish there was like a frog bathing in them.
This is less fun for Calyx. Taken down to 50%, but that is just a bit of a softening with the culling here.
Yeah, just a light, little tenderizing.
Yeah, bit of a dusting, perhaps. It's all right. Peanut looking for another angle. There's Delight up here as well. Zeus not too far up. Still just doing fine. You got Zeus. Zeka in the side lane as well. Farming up against the Rise. Lehen's just trying to find somewhere to, do engage support things, but it's getting more and more difficult to do so.
And this mid lane matchup's just starting to go really bad, especially the Luden spike for Zeka. Oh, yeah.
Well, Shockwave going to pull back the Pirate Man. As teleport comes in from Delight, he's just looking for a way back onto the Rift.
He's just there for moral support.
Indeed. And when everything's just winning so much, that's all you really need to be.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Viper might be face checking. Never mind. Shattering Strike will connect there as the Magnastorm comes down. They get the flash out from Viper. That's good news as Trigger almost just dies in this 2v1. Going between worlds for Zeus here as the Needlework's going wide. And now everything's gone wrong in the mid lane. Peanut will just settle for the kill on Lehens. That's going to be his second of the game. You can see a bit frustrated in the player cam as HLE look to grab some more plates as there's the flash forward. Delight just says you're not allowed to be here, buddy. Welcome back to the LCK. There is a lot for you to learn.
No, I feel like maybe we've been too harsh on the engaged Braum because Delight's selling me on it, right? He's been making some progress with it in this game, flashing onto Trigger. As you said, this reintroduction to the LCK not going so similarly so far, but I don't think you can really blame him for this one. Nongshim just on a rough receiving end here. Viper not opting to cleanse the Q here, ends up flashing out, sidesteps the big one, and then Delight comes in. And as if that couldn't get bad enough, the follow-up is here from Peanut as well. Lance knows he's going down, there's nothing he can do. Then the fact that Trigger ends up staying around, Delight decides to finish him off with a Q flash.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a legal type move. And I think message was received loud and clear as Nongshim are looking to steal away a red buff here. I don't know whether Delight's happy about that, as he doesn't have his ultimate. But there is an Aurora in the area. Peanut's making his way up as, oh dear. He shows them the door. Peanut's going to get turned on though. This could be a danger as he does use the Warrior Trickster to try and get out, but it's not going to allow him to escape. And Gideon's going to lock that one down. That Shockwave onto 2 is so good out of Zeka, though. And alongside the culling, they are just going to massacre them. Peanut did fall down. He's been doing that a bit so far this season, as there's some snips for Kingen as he grabs one on the back end. But Zeus not wanting to let him leave. Concussive blows there as the Braum still helping, even though he's off screen. Zeus, yeah, he's even got a command protect there to help him out. Kingen just doing the best he can, but it's just not going to be enough. And Zeus will lock down that kill. Calix says, this is way better. Why don't I just stay away from the enemy team for the rest of the game?
I think Calix made the right call. I think that was the best decision in this situation. They end up committing to this play. They have the TP in as well. They look for Peanut, but they're kind of corralled in this situation, locked in. And the punish comes through. This shockwave gets a good amount of value. Viper culling as well, chunking them down. They end up a little bit danger close on the Gwen and the Xin Zhao. Viper does at least. But they're kind of locked into the situation. We see Zeus hop over the wall to follow up. And as you said, the concussive blows allows the chase down.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough here, as Kingen just was out of buttons, and Zeus was feeling very comfortable, able to lock down that kill.
They could have got the red buff, so...
True, they killed Peanut.
I mean, it's something.
There you go.
Yeah, it didn't really pan out super successfully overall.
And at 16 minutes, a 5,000 gold lead is a big number.
It is. It is. It is. That is.
Sometimes the play-by-play's job is to just, you know, say the obvious thing, okay?
At least they got some kills on the board. You know, if you look at the gold graph, there was those little dips.
It's a bit undulating. You're right.
Oh, that tower's pretty low. They could look for that. That tower's also pretty low. That's gone.
Bounty
Top
gold.
tower also pretty
Bounty gold, right? All right, Zeus going to make a circle, try and get himself to the other side of it. Will be able to do so. Trigger going to be chasing after him here. Zeus still does a fair bit of damage, but there is the rocket. Oh, no! Oh, that is such a gimme.
There's like 10 HP.
That is so unfortunate here for Trigger. As Lahan's not wanting to let him get away with it, but unfortunately he has got away with it.
As well, if they'd gotten that kill. I mean, they got a lot of gold from these towers. If they'd gotten that kill as well, it could have been a big swing.
Yeah, Delight also may have gone in a little bit early here as he's taking a lot of damage. Never mind, I underestimated the door. Sometimes that is just the thing that happens. As needlework going to be demonstrated here nicely. Zek going to return the favor here by taking the inner turret on the top side of the map.
Is Braum balanced?
Not looking like it. I don't know how you stay balanced when you're holding an actual, like, chimney in front of you.
Well,
Seems
he's doing a pretty
rough.
good job.
Yeah.
Not opting for the kebab skin, though.
That is a pretty good one, though.
Yeah. I will say, though, this trading, I would say, Nongshim, the fact that they managed to get 2 towers and the objective bounty, considering HLE are this far ahead, pretty good, all things considered. The goal difference about the same, but, you know, 5,000 means less when everyone's gotten more gold. The game's kind of moved on a little bit more. You can see they got a bit of objective bounty.
It's about percentage.
Exactly.
You know, total gold.
You know what? Things have been dire.
Yeah. You're allowed to cope a little. It's fine.
That was a little bit less dire, you know?
Yeah.
A couple of towers in the bag. Good job, Nongshim. You know, they haven't given up yet.
And look, you may have just lost a dragon, but guess what? Didn't lose a team fight as well.
Actually, Gideon has a gold lead.
There
Quickly
you
look
go.
at it before it goes away. Quickly.
Well, Gideon is now going to have to flash to get out of the way of the shockwave. He will be able to at least do that. Rift Herald going to come down and allow this turret to be taken as Kingen realizing that he is just going to have a terrible time unless he teleports out, and he is going to be able to do that.
I hope you looked at the gold lead because it's gone now.
Yes. No, I did. Believe me, I did. It said 20, something like that. And now it's going to be it's going to be a bit redder.
But hey, they're doing the cross map. This is, honestly...
There we go.
This is pretty good from Nongshim.
2 towers for 1 so far.
Oh,
we're realm warping the minions. There we go.
Okay, TP coming in. Gwen not quite doing the damage yet. The Rise especially as well, not that much AP.
All things still going to
considered,
chase 2 people.
I think Nongshim are doing the best of a pretty dire situation.
Yeah, I think they're doing the best they can.
Yeah, they're trying. They're trying something.
Yeah.
You know? And look, it's a Hextech Soul, HLE of 2 dragons. They're probably going to have to fight the 3rd dragon. They're probably just going to get obliterated and the game's going to end there.
Yeah.
But aren't we glad they're giving it a good try?
Exactly. And that's what you like to see. Because it ain't over till it's over. And HLE could just mis-execute. You never really know. As Viper will be able to take away this Raptor Camp. Be very happy about that one. Popcorn Chicken. And they've got a lot of vision towards the bottom side of the map. Arakan's going to be coming up in 40 seconds time. Likely a place for Nongshim to find a final stand.
Oh, okay,
you know,
okay.
If HLE do start that and they manage to sneak in some vision.
I have even more cope.
Oh, yeah?
Nongshim have like 18 petals. HLE only have 10.
Oh my goodness. Imagine the Otacon value in this game.
Yeah, would be crazy.
Insanity. Let's see whether they can make it happen. As HLE are demonstrating that they are a little bit stronger for now. As Gideon clearing some things out. Viper coming on over and will be able to At least get a cheeky Q off onto Gideon. And Delight just going to face check because he can. Throws down the ulti. Gideon getting a back massage, but does have the ulti to keep himself alive. Now the AoE's working. Shockwave lands onto 2 though, and immediately the Gwen and the Rel hit the dust. And down goes the Corki soon after. Viper able to lock down that kill, and yep, I'm running out of those cope options there, Orcs, as HLE are just looking a little too strong.
Yeah, kind of hard to cross-map a team fight, unfortunately, and they just get shockwave and exploded, and that's what a 5,000 Goldie looks like on display. Gideon ends up ulting pretty late, but they kind of use the Shroud and the ultimate of the Zins out. By the time the ult comes in, and you're like, hey, they haven't died yet. Oh, then they die. Those things time out, and they are just immediately obliterated, and HLE remind them that they are very far ahead.
And also, like, Zeus' ultimate in that position as well just means that no one else can back them up. The other two are stuck in there. Zeka now has a Magi Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
With 9 stacks. It's not gone too bad. Needs 1 more stack, though, to feel really good about it. But yeah, then Trigger was slowed down, and he had no way to get out because he was caught right on the edge, exactly where you don't want to be. And yeah, Peanut now has 2 items. Sundered Sky now completed.
Yeah.
I really like this Orianna build, by the way. I'm really glad that Zeka decided to go for this one. With the Shadow Flame, just feels like on 2 items you actually do damage.
This is like, I'm going to actually shockwave one-shot you.
Yeah.
So...
And you can see it's working because he's up there in the damage numbers.
He is doing the boom boom damage. In fact, everyone on HD kind of doing the boom boom damage. Even Delight was pretty up.
Yeah, Delight was higher than Peanut, wasn't he? That was a bit strange.
Yeah, I mean, he's been getting the numbers in. This is the carry Braum we've been waiting to see.
Yeah, he's allowed to max Q this one.
He's justified.
All right, let's see whether HLE can cleanly close this one out. Currently sitting at a 7.5k gold lead, and that is a big gold lead for 22 minutes into the game. And next dragon going to be Hextech Soul Point for HLE as well. To add insult to injury, it is the most devastating soul. And they already have a monopoly on the dragon so far this game. If there's any like doubt in your mind to those watching back home, this game is going to be difficult for Nongshim to win.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get across
difficult.
here. I don't know whether I've really stated it enough so far. I would say
before the game, it actually showed us that HLE against Nongshim in the past few years.
4.3% chance.
I think 4.3, yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe a bit generous.
Well, we've got a Cyclone now as Gideon does use the ultimate pretty effectively. Mitigates Viper's damage, and in fact, no one's dead. Massive win!
This is looking like a 4.3% angle.
Oh, that was exactly what they wanted to see. We've got a back angle to come on through here for both Delight and for Peanut, but we're running out of ultimates.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that some low H... Oh, whoa, there...
We are... What? Oh, no, Trigger! That was not even his fault! Oh, Calyx, why are we doing this? We're going between worlds, and Zeus is just bouncing around the fight, picks up a triple. Peanut turns up, he's like, what the heck is going on? I guess I'll help my top laner get a quadra, and there it is for Zeus. Oh, God, I never want to see a roam up like that ever again. That hurt.
Welcome back to the LCK.
Oh, God.
You know what? That might have been a test. Are you along for the ride? Do you follow the call? The call was to get in the realm warp, and he did it.
Is this hazing?
This is hazing. hazing. You know, this was actually a decent start of the fight, all things considered. They got some good poke back. Trigger hit a big one. And then HLE were like, we're low. We should reset. Nongshim were like, this is our best chance. Let's not reset. The realm warp was on Vision.
Oh no!
You know, they committed to the bit, and I think that's beautiful.
Do you know what I love? I love seeing in chat the one guy that just said, wow, what a throw. I'm like, if you're in a winning position, you can throw. There's nothing throwy about this for Nongshim. This game was over a bit longer than this. Let's just say that.
You know what this was? This was Zeka throwing a brick at Nongshim when they were already on
maybe that's what they meant. They were like, oh, what a throw, because Zeka threw them around. As speaking of which, that's another one. The 2-0-12. Orianna here doing pretty well as Kingen just trying to side lane. Zeus is in melee range with the Gwen. Sometimes that's hard, but not this time, as there is a kill for Viper. just mopping up the Xin Zhao. Crescent Guard not going to be helping him here as Calyx. Where are we? We're winding up the clockwork here, says Zeka. He just needs another combo, and an attempted escape is just not going to happen.
Take the kill, Delight.
Oh, there we go.
Do
That's
the damage.
powered up Q.
You're the carry. You know, I just feel like
He's 2-0-14. He has a better scoreline.
we were going from person to person, and I feel like we were seeing people doing loads of damage. We were seeing, you know, just explosive bursts in so many members, and I'm just glad Delight's getting in it. He's like, yeah, I can do it too. He's just showing up. We have a 25 stack Medjay's and Zekas. He's kind of pumping too.
Yeah, that was 9 stacks.
Look at him go!
Oh my god, he's kind of alone. The rest of them are now trying to turn up here. Zeus, yeah, bounces to the other side of the world. He's gonna kill Trigger one more time as Delight says, yeah, bring it on. Down to 200 health, not scared at all. Magnus Storm comes in, and then Magnus Storm goes out. Cyclone looking a little bit better than that, as now Gideon gonna get knocked off for the second time. Decides to go back in, because he knew there was no hope. And it's now an 8-0-7 Legendary Aurora on the top side of the map as HLE pushed to win this game.
Look, sorry, I don't want to correct you or anything, but you said he's kind of alone. Brom's never alone when he's got his Poros with him.
Oh,
right?
that is actually a really good point. I'm sorry. It's like
Yeah.
saying Bard is alone.
Exactly. He has his backup. This is the Giga Chad Brom. And he's doing his best, right? King and Calyx, they're going to try, but yeah. Actually holding Peanut off a little bit here.
Yeah, taking some needlework. Looking a little bit worried about it. Well, he's not actually looking worried about it. I can't lie. But at least Nongshim will be able to clear out this wave. Nexus turret's now in a little trouble.
Wait, Delight?
Yeah, he decided to go back. He's now going to spellbook himself a teleport.
But he just bought redemption for the help. He recalled so he can restore everyone else's health. Look at this!
Oh, I thought it was going to be a damage redemption.
Wait, and Peanut missed it!
Yeah, he didn't manage to get in. That was very funny. As Zeus goes between worlds and just does so much damage to everyone. Zeka as well going to help out there as you've got also Viper just tearing them to shreds. There's that shockwave we were waiting for. And HLE, yeah, they make short work of Nongshim here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think HLE had a lot of fun that game. You could tell the vibes are good. They're having a good time. There was another team in that game, and they will hopefully bounce back for game 2, but I don't think they had such a swimming time. There was some solidarity moments though, the Realm Warp, you know, at least they're on the same page. That's
maybe like, because I'm trying to work out what the space is supposed to do with this. You know, maybe just a slow motion of that Realm Warp for the entire duration of the space would be the best way to utilize
like a rewind, little reverb.
Yeah. Because that's what I want to see over and over again. Trigger like, welcome to the LCK, buddy. Boom.
And then you play like a voice line of Conrad Clergy, and like, you flashed over the wall. A little remix. That'd be great.
No.
I'd love that.
Yeah, I would love that as well. Maybe we will get that. That'd be perfect. As this was really good.
I feel like we've set the standards so high.
I know, but it's okay because it'll be great no matter what.
We know they can live up to it.
We know what the best possible is, and if they don't hit that, it's probably still going to be amazing.
Of course, of course.
That's what I'm thinking. Having a look here at the damage graph, HLE did damage, and their opposition didn't do as much.
You know what? Delight, you really tried to beat out Peanut, and you were close. Good effort.
Very close.
Maybe need to build a little bit more damage next time. That's my only critique. Maybe use the redemption offensively for the true damage.
You know a game is pretty doomed when like the Brom does more damage than the opposing Xin Zhao, though.
Yeah. Maybe the Light should have bought Sundered Sky.
Well, I think I know who our front runner is for POM. That's all I'm saying, because we've been talking about Delight this whole game. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to do that cool thing with the slow motion shockwave with Trigger being hazed in his very first game back, and then we will have game number 2. So whether Nongshim can bounce back in that one.
그냥 여기 타 여기. 정면 서줄래야 이거 밀어낼 수 있는데. 공 10초. 야 한 명 돌았을 수 있어. 생각만 해. 괜찮을 것 같아. 생각만 하지 생각만. 구원 받아. 공 3초. 내가 공 먼저 걸어줄 수 있어. 공 박아놓을게. 레일 풀 더블 조심. 레일이 무조건 걸 거야. 레일 깔았어. 레일 깔았어. 그렇게 높을. 원킴문 가자.
This is just going to explode. There is no smite. DK gonna have to kill them if they don't want them to take this. And there is the engage from Polo. Doesn't have the Magnus Storm anymore, but they will be able to take down this Baron. Decent knock up there from Sheer as they take out the Rel. Tibbers goes down as well. Morgan is almost, he's flashing forward. This guy is an absolute insane person, and he takes down Showmaker to start off the fight. I guess he's still got a regular champion's health bar. It just doesn't look like that. Yeah, this is what they learned from T1. Just mash. They just start up the Baron. If Chobi finding an angle, or did T1 find a Chobi? Chobi kind of knew that this was what was happening. He doesn't have an arm guard, so he's just dead. Now the quickness goes all over the rest of Gen G. Can they find it? No, they cannot. The Emperor's Divide throws them into the mix. And now, Ona trying to dash his way out. Ruler is doing a decent job, but Gumayushi just getting on in there. Bottom side of the map. They've done their homework. That's what we like to see. Hugh is just being bait right now. Alex, he's going to take it. The Pizza Rush to come down at the very early Zonyas as Faker does get hooked, but maybe it's an overextension this time for Lahan. Dorn goes in. I don't know about that as the Keeper's Verdict will knock the monkey away. And down goes the Sivir. T1 finds their prize.
Just a free kill on Ascena, and this has been happening all game long. I feel like Nongshim is playing
For
real? It's crazy. Oh, the knock up into the knockback. It's crazy for BDD as well.
I feel like Nongshim are playing as a 3+1+1.
Get down!
Oh, make it more BDD. He says, I will win this game.
BDD. How much man? Okay. Oh.
T1 now without that big tool. The needlework coming out there. The pop box is going to connect on a new top plate. Oh no, 4 people! Oh no! It was 5! My god, the cyclone and they all explode! It is over! As Genji, they'll take a celebratory dragon and oh god, T1, that is not where you want it to be!
That's a bad movie right there, baby!
That's what that was! That was a 5-man shockwave! I was like, surely it's not 5. My brain just refused to believe that that was 5 people that were standing in perfect position to be blended.
In content earlier this week that Hanwha Life Esports put out, they said they had a very long heart-to-heart meeting after their loss against Gen G at the beginning of last week. And it looks like it came to fruition. Everything that they wanted definitely happened in game number 1. Whereas for Nongshim, they tried to be the ones that took the headlines here with news that Trigger was coming in for Jiwoo, and it just did not matter.
I was told that with Rise and Legend groups, that this won't happen again. This was painful.
Well, at least for last series, we could like have some fun, you know, because like they're at least like fighting as a team. We could like analyze why this is wrong, why
Egon was doing stuff. It was fun.
Yeah, but this one, like we can't even make fun of it. Like this is just full of disaster, you know.
Oh no!
Like I'm not sure what should we start with, you know. Like when Corki and Rel is losing lane against Lucian Braum at level 2.
Well, yeah, obviously we have a lot of emotions that we need to work through. We can't talk about the draft because that is where it's not the reason why
that's the beginning.
Stomped this game. Yeah, right. It was just the skill diff everywhere just blew our minds. But good PSA. If you are picking Gwen and the cost is highlight, we would just want to repeat it. If you pick Gwen when Aurora is up, you're trolling. Like that matchup is just not playable. Stop doing it, please.
Ban it.
Please. Well, ban it, or what teams have been doing, which I think is good, is just let them play Aurora in another scenario. I think Aurora is really good, but I do think the pick has some weaknesses. And then just pick Gwen once Aurora's gone, and then you're fine. And a lot of the other matchups are nearly as punishing. But I swear, this B1 Gwen, I can't excuse it. They had no pressure point anywhere else on the map, but that matchup didn't help.
Yes, that matchup didn't help. Neither did what happened in the bottom lane as we take a look at the early game in this series. It didn't go well anywhere.
Look, you know the matchup we talked about in top? Yeah.
There's the push.
King and his Zeus doesn't even hit there, by the way.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And here on the bot side, it's also kind of similar difference because it's exhaust versus heal. And I mean, normally Corki and Rel should have some priority because that's the reason why you pick Corki on the bot lane. And Lucian Braum, they are known as a good team fighter. I mean, they have some decent laning phase, but normally in LCK, we saw a lot of like situations where Lucian Braum is kind of behind in lane, but they bounce back in team fight, but they got solo kills in lane.
It was way too much. 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 Why are we trying to 2v2 there? I know that obviously in a perfect scenario, maybe that works out. But instead, we get Delight carrying on Braum. You know, that's not what the champion does. He's an anti-carry. You know, you try to carry, he's like, oh no, holds up the door. Literally. Why this was a montage Braum game. That's not a thing. That's not real.
We got to see Engage Braum. He got to do everything that he wanted. And especially after this double kill that Viper had here, which is our second highlight at 12 minutes, because that's when the game got out of hand. 12 minutes.
Here, the playmaking, like, Viper already knew that there's a chance that Rel can be there, so he didn't give a range, so that's why Rel couldn't reach, and after that, he just got counterattacked. You should bring your jungler if you want to make some plays on the mid lane, but they didn't, and this is the play that they just didn't plan at all.
Oh yeah, that's good Braum.
And yeah.
That's good Braum right there.
All right.
Flash Q. Hell yeah. This was I think the most one-sided game we've seen.
So yeah,
thus far.
I'm just so worried about Nongshim right now because yeah, like we are not like saying that like Nongshim was doomed, but just randomly they just changed their players, which was like their icon, and like they're just so doomed now.
There was no, and I think Jiwoo's performance hadn't been great, right? I think that, and also Trigger, even though he obviously wasn't playing very well, really wasn't the core issue. This was an everything gap. Like every single, there was no winning anywhere, right? Gideon didn't get to play the game. Calix held on for a little while and then accidentally became the main perpetrator of a mad movie that I'm sure was waiting to happen with that Shockwave.
Yeah. Get your khakis, get your polos. It's the gap.
Like, what can you say if you are a coaching staff for Nongshim?
That one got chronic.
Like, seriously, what can you say to your players? What if this happens for game 1? Nothing, literally. So I think you gotta do better in lane at least.
What did you say?
You can have
10 minutes into this game.
All right, guys, go next.
And that's what we're doing. We're going to game number 2. Hunwell Life Esports look dominant in game 1. Let's see if they keep up the form here. Let's send it back over to Ox and Atlas.
Yep, I agree. I think the thing that Chelly does after that game is he says, all right, guys, it's time to take on HLE. Here's game 1. Let's do it. I think you just try to pretend that that didn't happen. And you know what the best part about it is? You can't have a Gwen versus Aurora in the top lane anymore.
Honestly, even to explain the fact that 1-0 down, you go, guys, we submitted the roster late, accidentally, the roster changed.
I would just not even say anything about the 1-0 down because when the players are playing, they can't see the scoreline.
True, actually, yeah.
So just like...
Don't even mention it.
Don't mention it. Just wipe it from their memory banks and we move on to the next one. That fan sign with the noodles, by the way, was absolutely amazing. Oh, wow, it does a loop-de-loop before it gets kicked away? Wow. That is super cool. I don't know whether that is what's going to happen based on what we saw in game number 1, but game number 1 didn't exist, right, guys? Right? Nongshim, once again, on the blue side, that was the same as the theoretical other universe
the what?
Thingy. And so...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So Nongshim on our blue side here for game number 1. Let's get into it. Hee. Banana Kick, by the way, is a Nongshim snack. And so it has even deeper meaning here in Korea. I don't know whether you can get them elsewhere in the world. I know Nongshim does. Like, I went to a random, like... we drove to the Grampians, which is a long way away from Melbourne, and there was a small, like, corner store, and they had Shin Ramyun there.
There you go.
It was the best.
Universal.
It's very, very cool. Anyway, that's just for Australians to get, I guess, and maybe only ones that live in Victoria. It's a niche market, but we'll still manage to try and satisfy as many people as we can. The Talia and the Vi both taken away here by Nongshim as the PV.
I have some great news.
What's that?
They can't first pick Gwen again.
Wow, you're right. That is without fear.
Opting not to ban the Rakan this time around and instead banning away the Ornn.
It's first pick Rumble time, baby.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a lot of Ornn into Sion. Is that something they want to prioritize? I mean, it could be the Rumble as well. We'll see. Haven't seen a look at the Azir, though, which was banned by HLE last time. And they banned the Poppy instead, so Azir available.
I think they should pick that.
Yeah, I think something that would often be highly prioritized here. That being said, wouldn't put it past Zeka to pick Yone, as he is very known to do. So...
Oh god, yeah. Imagine if they just ran into like a immediate Sejuani Yone situation.
Yeah,
I think Calyx is still going to do it, though. The bird has to be prioritized. Champion is very good.
Yep, I think it's one of those situations you can have to. This could just end up being like... I mean, I don't think you need to pick Rumble Yone here, but Rumble Yone topside would be really good. They take the Rumble, the Aurora's already off the cards.
Rumble Sejuani. I mean, you can't deny the Yone after that. Like, if they do want to play it. Peanut is very, very good at the champion. Can also just play Tree, if you'd like to be Tree.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Rumble Sejuani looking pretty good
Save
from
bet
this
Peanut.
angle.
And it's setting up for that Yone on 3. Now the question is, do you just take Trundle in return? Yes, that is the answer immediately. And what do you take in the top lane into the Rumble?
They could Scion.
They
something.
Could.
I mean,
Galio
Trundle really good
thing.
into Sejuani.
Yeah, Galio was a thing for a while into the Rumble as well.
Yep.
Could also see Kingen just going for a pick that may not necessarily have the greatest matchup, but just he feels comfortable on.
This Trundle angle is really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of value. And I feel like this is kind of very signature of Peanut. I feel like a lot of other players might have just gone towards a Bruiser jungle. They actually opt to go and leave the top lane pick and pick up Sivir for Trigger here. And it looks like HLE may not lean on...
I mean, it's...
Oh, they will, yeah. Okay, well, that was pretty telegraphed.
Yeah.
And now, bot lane picks. So, 80 carry already secured for Nongshim. Do HLE put bans towards top lane? Are they worried specifically about like the Galio coming out? Is there other picks you think Kingen might lean towards? Are you worried about the Scion?
It might just be bot lane bans. Like, Nautilus, I assume, is probably going to be the ban here, just because they often just ban it into Lehens.
Yeah, which they did last time.
But
Actually,
Kasante.
Kasante is something that can maybe deal with a lot of these melee threats and peel away. This definitely feels like we've seen the Sivir Azir a lot. This definitely feels like more of an engaged composition from HLE, and Nongshim are playing kite back and defense. Alistair ban comes out, makes a lot of sense. Possibly going to be the Rakan as the second ban, if you're just trying to limit what Delight can do, because it just feels like the goal is get on the back line and smoosh them.
Yeah, I do feel like Rakan would be very powerful here. Be a pretty good pick. The Nautilus, though, is going to be the ban. As we said, often it is the tax you pay up against Lehens. So will it just be the Rakan? I imagine that they probably will just take away the Rakan. See what Delight does want to do after that.
Like, he still has engage options, but I think that one's just the most punishing, especially combined with the Yone. The fact he is the snap engage you can follow up on, or you can lead the charge with such reliable engage.
Yeah.
They will take that away from him, so I think it makes a lot of sense. In terms of options for Viper, I feel like...
I like Kai'Sa.
Could go Kai'Sa here. Could also go Jhin and just follow up from a distance with that ult. Jhin been doing really well recently.
I feel like you can't answer wave clear very well, but I guess Kai'Sa is a similar situation. And the Sivir is kind of unanswerable. But there is the Kai'Sa option. Would be a lot more front foot, you know, a lot more aggressive. That is what Viper is going to lock away here. Still up in the air as to what Delight is going to be playing into this Sivir X bottom lane.
Yeah, could go like the Leona, could go the Nico. Has those options available. Looks like Nongshim going to take the Nico, which I think is pretty heads up, because if you're thinking going to take the Leona, you're thinking they're going to take the Nico.
Yeah.
You can take the Leona into it. We've talked before about how the Zenith Blade obviously goes through.
Whoa! That's Silas. That's Kingin's cooking again. Kingin's cooking again. And he's got some pretty fun ultimates, obviously, in, you know, Glacial Prison and Equalizer are both very, very good if you're going against the 2v2 on the top side of the map. But Fate Sealed is also pretty good coming out of Zeka. So let's see what the answer is going to be here from Delight.
And if you go Nico here, it's such a good ult for Silas as well.
Yeah. And the Big Bad Brad. Yeah, Tempered Fate is a harder one to utilize effectively.
I wonder if that was a factor in the decision in the end that came through to go Bard instead off the Nico. Maybe didn't want to give over that ult. Also the Leona matchup, but either way. So a lot of engage, very on theme composition for HLE. Dive the backline and look for that. Nongshim, much more about kite back peel and play around those two late game carries and see if you can keep Calyx and Trigger alive and they can deal that DPS. Interested to see what King can do in this top lane matchup with the Silas into the Rumble.
Yeah, I feel like that doesn't sound like the most fun matchup.
Sounds like you'll get roasted and toasted a bit, but maybe when you get some levels into your W, you can kind of sustain final lane angles.
You do have that Kingslayer that can bail you out of some of the situations, but we'll see what Zeus is going to be able to do. I believe Zeus has actually played a couple of games of the top lane Silas as well, as of course the man has been a known chef on the top side of the map also. But Kingin is always the guy. He is just always the guy that plays the weird stuff, and we know sometimes it works, and sometimes it's Diana.
Diana into Gwen, the old classic, and how that happened and existed and was a thing.
Kingin demonstrated that there is the other side of the counterpick, and that is the self-counterpick.
Yes.
And it's not so great. We'll see whether this is going to be an example of that or something else entirely, as he has picked up the Silas. It's a pretty good angle. We'll have to see how it does play out as we get onto the Rift here for game number 2. Nongshim looking to bounce back. So the cool thing about Nongshim's comp is that they basically have a build your own Sejuani, where Trundle goes up, becomes tanky instead of the Sejuani, and then Silas goes up and takes her ultimate away.
Yep.
Well, it doesn't take it away, obviously, but, you know, gets one of their own. And so they will have the same amount of, you know, utility, I guess.
Yep.
As we are playing some cello. It's not cello, it's a different instrument that I don't know the name of. I liked it when it was Yasuo and he just played the flute, and I knew what a flute was.
It was good vibes.
Yeah, I don't know the name of that instrument.
I'm not here to bail
Wait,
you out.
yeah, no, I apologize. I'm sure someone in chat will be
I'm
able to
not
tell me what
enough
the
of an
name of the instrument is.
Do you have the Spellbook Sejuani coming through? Obviously, you don't want to take Aftershock into Trundle and get punished even more by the Subjugate.
Yep.
Double Spellbook versus no Spellbook? Oh,
Oh.
man, HLE going to be rotating those summoners like crazy.
Man, Peanut could go into a Smite fight without Smite. That would be cool. That sounds like something Peanut would be.
That sounds like
do.
such a Peanut move.
Yep.
You remember the Elder moment against Quandom Freaks?
I beg your pardon?
The Elder moment when he was against Quandom Freaks.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
dashed out the pit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
That was
But you were very upset for an extended period of time after that. I remember.
It was very funny looking back on it though.
It was. It was a weird situation. As Viper is going to get aggressed on. There's a flash forward from Trigger. Okay. Taking the last game pretty seriously, I guess. As Zeka also taking a lot of damage here. Certainly do in the early stages of this matchup, but this is an aggressive start for Nongshim.
Yeah, it ends up being a bad trade in terms of summoners for Nongshim, but a good trade in terms of lane pressure. And so Trigger flashed forwards because he knew they have the advantage in terms of the trade. He knew we can force Viper out of lane. It does mean, again, down in summoners, but...
Yone's instrument, by the way, according to one guy in chat, is called an Urhu.
Oh.
So if that's wrong, it is... wait, where is it? It's key rail. Key rails. It's what they told me.
If we'd sat here the next 7 hours, we'd never would have got that.
No, absolutely not. I could have racked my brain as much as possible, but sometimes it's just not in it.
Yeah, it's not in there.
No matter how hard you rack. All right, Lehens looks for a bit of a cheeky Zenith Blade. It could have been a funny one if he had traveled all the way back with the Yone. Doesn't do so. As Winter's Wrath is going to be utilized, Arctic Assault, to get Peanut out of there, but he is out of there without any health. So HLE on the back foot in this early game, although they have gold leads across the board. So take it away, Orcs.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I just like the early pressure Nongshim are coming out with, right? They fell so far behind in the previous game. Kingan's finding opportunities to challenge and move forwards. Lehen's roaming mid. We saw the early bot lane trade in 2v2 to give an advantage and put Viper behind. Again, gold lead is in favor of this miner, and I just feel like Nongshim are trying to get off the ground running.
Yep.
This one.
We also have a technicality by someone else in chat saying, lore-wise, it's actually an unnamed, thus far, Ionian instrument.
That resembles
an Urhu.
Okay.
That's we can take both answers as correct, but that would have been a good one for us because it requires zero actual knowledge of anything, and you can just get away with the technicality.
Yeah, it's important if you end up in like a pub quiz situation.
Yeah, exactly. You can probably argue that one pretty effectively.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get the best answers from chat. Thank you guys. Appreciate you a lot. As we're getting a bit of a zoom in, hoping that Urhu comes out again, but we do not get another look in. And we've got a bit of a back coming through from Trigger. Calyx teleported back to his lane. And things have sort of rotated back into Nongshim's favor. But this is the problem, man. Every time Zeka plays Yone, you're like, melee versus range matchup. This is going to be difficult early, and then he's going to get better later. It's even. Yeah. Everything's even.
He's fine. And you just know that there's going to be a team fight at some point where he hits a monster ult.
Yep.
And it's going to spell a bad time for Nongshim.
He's going to collect them all together, and Zeus is going to light them all on fire, and it's just going to be barbecued noodles, and it'll be delicious, but also really not good.
But Nongshim, it's up to you to stop that from happening. Trying to have faith, trying to have belief, you know? They do go for the swap, so we're going to head and put pressure on Zeus right now. Do the TP from King on the bot side. He will go 1v1 against Viper.
An interesting matchup. Zeka is not quite able to get these minions. And Calyx is doing a decent job putting the pressure on as best he can. Just catching waves under turrets. HLE biding their time as Zeka dashing forward. Does find a lot of damage here, but also takes a lot back. Delight comes on over. Gonna help him out. And I think he's going to enjoy the hot cocoa.
Yone is so annoying. I feel like this champion is so irritating playing to. And, you know, Calyx is like, well, I had to dash into him for the shield and the extra damage in the trade, but it just doesn't feel right, you know? Playing a ranged champion, you're like, the correct play is to dash.
I think if, like, it didn't do any damage as you rebound the soul, it would still be obnoxious. But the fact that you do that little last hit, it just feels kind of terrible. It's okay, we're going to go again. Emperor's Divide, and over to you.
Try to do like a scoop and chomp, you know?
Aha, the scoop and chomp.
Yeah, that's a new.
I didn't catch that. I didn't know. That's why you're the analyst.
Yeah, they were
I
trying
didn't
to
spot the scoop and chomp.
new little strategy they're going for. Didn't quite work out.
So wait, basically what we're watching it like you know when you got grapes and you throw them into your mate's mouth on the other side of the room.
Yes,
that's what they were trying to do.
Yes,
but they missed, and so instead it was just throwing grapes across the room.
Trundle's mouth isn't big.
All right, there's a flash out, but the flash to follow immediately is Calyx. Not going to quite get finished off here by Zeka, but still, that's putting a fair bit of fear in him.
That was single digit health right there. So Calyx very close to surviving. But does manage to keep himself alive. Fortunately, Zeka nearly getting the angle there, Gideon there to save. And you know, despite the fact the scoop and chomp didn't work, his jungler does back him up, does keep him alive. So
it works out in the end. Because it was like, even an attempted scoop and chomp is still impressive.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
then whereas all he only has to do is just dash forward, press all these buttons, and then kill you.
There's no scoop or chomp when he does it.
Yeah, just a lot more sword play.
Yeah. And all fate-based anyway. And if it is fate, then he hasn't actually done anything impressive anyway, because it was just going to happen anyway.
Yeah, or not happen apparently, because Calyx survived.
Yeah.
Which it makes me wonder, why was Calyx even nervous about a single-digit HP? Because it was fated.
It was fated anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, you know, why Destiny is boring. You know, because if it is, then it's all just going to happen anyway, and there's no choice. It's all right. Speaking of choices, this is a choice of Lehens. I'm going to come on over and step on some of these Cocos that have been left around here by Delight. As Viper going aggressive against Trigger. He's going to try and push him away. Meep Slap going to get blocked as the Cosmic Binding does connect. Nicely done. And he uses Barrier to deny the damage on the Void Seeker.
I feel like Barrier usage has become so liberal.
Yeah, I feel like everyone just presses the button. I don't even know whether I'm worried about it or what. All right. First Grub going to be taking the flash forward from Delight. The flash out from Trigger is so awkward. Emperor's Divide hits the air. I hope that's what he was aiming for, as Zeka is now just going to get crushed here. Trigger follows him and grabs that kill. That's first blood as Peanut takes the magical journey to follow. Delight flashes into the red pit and does get himself away. But man, that was weird on every angle.
You know, a little bit messy, a little bit all over the place, but Nongshim have a kill, and they're ahead in kills and gold compared to HLE. And that's a lot better than last game, so, you know, I think they'll take it.
Yeah, I think fighting without Viper may have been part of the mistake. That's all I got. Unless he was there, we just didn't really see him do very much. And it was just Zeka being turned on before much of anything could have really happened. I don't think he got an opportunity to even get his ult off. A Solar Flare is celebratory put down in this lane. Peanut moving in, Killer Instinct on top of Trigger. Viper gets the cleanse, flashes to pick up the kill onto the Sivir. Permafrost to lock down Lehens. It's a double here for Viper. And at least this game, Nongshim had a couple of minutes of feeling good before HLE decided to destroy them, as that Cosmic Binding is going to go wide. Gideon moving underneath this turret. There's a chomp, but they don't have the scoop as the feats of warfare come in. There's the knock-up from Zeka as Calyx taking a bit of damage.
All I can think after this is that honestly, genuinely, Chronicle will tell you caster curses aren't real.
Yeah.
He'll see situations like this. He'll be on this space right now, and he will tell you, no, that's not a caster curse. That's HLE rebounding. But we saw this play happen. You know, Nongshim doing a good job of sticking as a unit, focusing the targets, the value of like the Trundle and Leona locking them down. I praised them. I said nice things, and then they immediately do this. And Chronicle will say, no. Caster curses aren't real. Okay.
And just sometimes you don't find the play.
Yep.
You know?
They were looking for something, and one day maybe they will find it, but not today.
No. And not here in this lane. It's all right, we've got another little bit of an engagement here as Lehens is in the river and is no longer in the river. Because he's dead.
Viper's getting pretty fed.
He is.
Yeah.
Zeka also, because he managed to get that kill, is feeling a little bit better. Because Calyx has gone with a fair bit of the money after that initial play. Yeah, so Trigger got first blood and it was looking kind of good. And then Viper is on a killing spree. And so
Delay is just, he's just in melee range of Trigger.
I thought we'd seen the limit of the aggression with the Braum. No, 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 no.
It's just B-named champions, man. Delight just feels good when he's on them.
That's where they turn to beeline for someone.
Yeah,
right?
there we go.
He's beelining for Trigger as because he's playing Bard.
Yep, it's the Brad lining.
Yes, it all makes sense.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're getting to the bottom of a lot of things.
I'm learning so much.
Yeah. Instruments, you know, like is it an Uhu, isn't it an Uhu? You just never know. Although it is maybe just an Ionian instrument resembling one.
Which is as close as you really need to get.
Yeah, probably the closest you're ever going to get, really, because otherwise we won't be able to name anything in the the Runeterra universe, because maybe they have a different name for a table, for example. You know, it's not a table. I'm sorry, it's the Ionian representation of something that holds your dinner at night.
Yeah.
We haven't called it a table yet. It might be called a blanc.
Honestly, that's probably a better name. I think we should have stuck with that.
Yeah, maybe Blanc was a step too far. It sounds too good.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to rename this table to a Blanc.
Honestly,
maybe we're not at the caster desk anymore. We're at the caster Blanc.
Caster Blanc? Yeah.
Whoa.
It sounds
kind of fancy, doesn't it?
It's so nice. Oh, we've peaked, honestly.
I really do like being here on the caster Blanc with Yorks.
I feel like, we call things because they've been called that already.
Yeah.
But have we ever thought, could they be called something better?
Exactly. We need to expand our minds. And then we get gifted with things like this, like Cloud Souls. It's beautiful. It's perfect.
Always know you're on the right train of mind when a Cloud Soul comes up.
Exactly.
It's just factual proof.
Glacial Prison doesn't do a whole lot of anything. Maybe it's luring them into a false sense of security, though, as Zeka rebinds the soul very quickly. It's Delight meep slapping, having a good time, but otherwise not too much else is going to happen. As Trigger did press the on the hunt button.
I do like when the on the hunt is used and they all just kind of stand around.
But also, wasn't the Drake was just taken. Oh, Solar Flare is going to come through. Delight might just be dead, and he is. So there it is. Sometimes sticking around in a place that you don't necessarily need to be for a really long time pays off. And maybe it's going to continue to do so, or maybe they're going to get punished as the ulti comes through from Zeka. He rebinds the soul, though. The health bars are low. But Gideon, with that subjugate, he's very tanky. If he presses that button onto Peanut, they're not going to be able to finish off anyone. Still, they do stop the pressure.
Yeah, Calyx a little scary in the area with that ult, so won't step any further. But, we're seeing some buyback from Nongshim. It's not a huge lead as of right now. Still within arm's distance, but Gideon, you are on a ward. That was a good pillar. But Peanut will be taking your red buff.
Yes, he will. No subjugate means that no real advantage here for the Trundle. And Emperor's Divide is going to throw Delight away, but he still manages to land it. Tempered Fate comes in, denies the Winter's Wrath damage, but Zeka just wants to come through, grabs that Q to take him down, and somehow it's in fact Viper that gets the kill, who just pressed R and said, no, I'll have that.
That's pretty stylish from Delight, honestly. Calyx, a little bit late with a flash, gets stunned anyway, and served up on a platter to the rest of the team. And HLE going to take this tower in the bot side as well. Will deliver them feats of strength. Yeah, starting to feel a little bit more significant now. We'll see a replay of that one. Calyx thinks he has caught Delight, but no, it is he who was caught.
Cosmic Binding is kind of broken with the fact that if it ever tags you, no matter where you go, you're still going to get stunned if that wall was there initially.
Yeah. Honestly, he should have asked the wall to flash for him.
Yes, that's what he really needed. Because honestly, if the wall flashed away, then he wouldn't have been stunned.
That also would have really confused the light.
I would have been really confused as well. All right, I think we've seen this play before, but this time Zeka doesn't have the backup. He does unbind the soul. What goes out must come back, and he is just dead. Yeah. 7 seconds until the ulti was back, but I don't think that would have saved him either. And now Nongshim able to take down this outer turret on the bottom side of the map as well. HLE had already locked down the feats of strength, so that first turret blood going down for them on the top side had already happened. Still, pulling some gold back in the lead, only 1.5 is not gigantic. And I feel like the game was well and truly over at this point in the last game, as Delight Tempered Fate, but it just buys a little bit of time, make sure that this tower doesn't go down, as Rift Herald will be secured here by HLE.
They're doing stuff. They're getting stuff done. They're making stuff happen. They haven't completely flopped yet. So just keep the momentum up, and maybe HLE make a mistake and you really find a way to take over this game. You have strong scaling carries, but I am tentative because I still feel like despite the fact Nongshim are trying to make things happen, they have been on the back foot generally so far.
past 5 or so minutes.
Zeka is going to miss a few buttons, but still is just unanswered as far as that aggression is concerned. Peanut, can we find the ulti? The answer is no, and Calyx actually uses it as an opportunity to pick up Zeka. Now Lahen's making his way over, and the Sand Soldiers making short work of the Yone, making him look silly. That was a sick play from Calyx.
So well played there. Calyx circumventing the engage and turning it around. Viper taking a good amount of damage there. The only hunt comes through, but won't really be hunting anything there.
Nope. Just going to be drinking a little bit more as he makes his way out, keeping that health bar up. As Kingen with a Glacial Prison picked up for himself with that hijack. Feeling pretty good about that one, but might be wearing off relatively soon.
Honestly, would I like to see him hijack the bottle for when the Rift Herald is thrown down.
Oh,
that would have been big.
Very good idea. Might have an opportunity to do so as well, as he's throwing out the ulti now for some wave clear. Of course, does a fair bit more damage when you do have all of that extra AP scaling that a Sylas does get.
There's a good sidestep there, and then here, managing to dodge away from the ult. Peanut's ult's not super consistent so far this game, and the back from Lahen's comes in. And the damage is just there.
Yeah, really cleanly done there by Calyx. WEQ up and manages to lock down the Yone very, very nicely. Still HLE in the lead by just a little bit. They've also got the first 2 Drakes. It's going to be pretty comfortable as get in with a bit of a chomp. And now Trigger could be in trouble. There's the knock-up onto Lahen's. He has Eclipse, but oh dear, they are preparing the Sivir for afterwards. The Equalizer comes down. Killer Instinct here from Viper, who really wants to confirm a kill in this fight. Equalizers are everywhere right now as the Void Seeker comes on through, and Zeus, yeah, he's just a walking flamethrower. And even Shelly is getting involved here as Peanut chasing after Lahen's. Oh no! That's how he kills his former teammate. And they are going to look for Soul Point as well. Kingen is done with this. He's going to look to push in mid, and will be able to taxi his way out with that Raptor camp. But yeah, they're taking Dragon, they're pushing mid, and they're pushing bot lane as Peanut cannot land an ult to save his life. Another Emperor's Divide going to hit too, but this time the Pigeon Man is going to go down. Peanut just one more, and he's going to be dead as Kingen and Viper are fighting. Viper now looking for one more Void Seeker. Wants to be able to destroy this turret and should be able to do so because Kingen cannot walk up, and there it is. And Zeka, in the meantime, while all of this was happening, was just on this Drake.
Yep, Zeka fixed with the Drake. Rest of the team just trying to find kills. Peanut not being super clean with his ults so far, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. This play, you know, Nongshim step up pretty aggressively, and immediately Trigger has to flash. Lahen's is going to sacrifice. The ult comes down, stole out the Sivir, and he just ends up trapped on that Equalizer. Slow, taking tons of damage. Viper pushes forwards to punish. And this slow chase, you know what's the best part? Right at the end, the Pingu.
Oh, yeah, well, let's wait for it.
There we go.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's Peanut. Misses every ult all game. Look at this one. Another example. It was a 1-for-1 in the end, so this is actually kind of fine for Nongshim. Peanut's just trying to make that one happen. This does not quite work. I don't know whether, like, did Zeus kill Gideon in the end? No, he's not able to because Subjugate was still there. Gives him all of that health back. But honestly, that was Peanut's first death. And Viper is 5-0, so it's fine. 2,000 gold in the lead for the Kai'Sa.
Viper's very strong right now.
He is. Yeah. Viper has been pretty good so far this season. I'm not even
you know what?
apprehensive to say it.
I think Viper's been pretty good generally in his career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's probably also a worthwhile thing to say.
Yeah. Pretty solid. And now 5-0.
2019 until now, Viper has been pretty good at least.
Home of the bold statements, the LCK. We do like to make them every now and then. Daring. Today we're feeling.
Exactly. That's what the Caster Blanc is all about. It's about making the big calls.
Yes.
Okay. Once we're here, we just feel like we have way less fear.
We're so emboldened.
Emboldened by the Caster Blanc.
Yeah.
I've written it down on the little. You know how we've got the little tape.
Oh yeah, the little tape.
Where we are, and so it just says Caster Blanc on it. So I know where I am at all times.
It's been defined.
Yeah.
I mean, it never said anything else before that, so it didn't have a name.
Exactly. It was just like a bit of green tape. And now, it is the Caster Blanc.
I'm glad we
feels great to
establish this lore, you know?
Yeah. We've been doing a lot of that. I like this more than the tempo vibes. It makes me feel less dumb. Even if it is possibly more dumb. You know?
You know, I always, sometimes I do worry a little bit.
Yeah.
What the rest of our team think about us. Here we go.
They'll probably let us know. They liked the tempo vibes though when that came through, so that helped my confidence.
Well, I do.
I feel like the Caster Blanc could be great. I saw Digon right in chat, Caster Blanc in all caps. I don't know what necessarily that means, but it might mean that this Otacon is going to get started from HLE and could be a dangerous time. Lahens, the Eclipse is on cooldown. The Equalizer actually to break up the fight here as Zeka was looking for a bit of an angle. Doesn't quite get there. It's going to be a 50-50 as Trigger not going to get hit by that one. And it's the Brad that unseals the spellbook to get the Smite. Empress Divide sweeps up 2 immediately. They do take down the Azir to punish him for that sick play, but it's still a big one. And what goes out must come back. As it's the Silas that takes down the Yone, and grats on the Otacon, but everyone is face first in the mud.
Calyx with a sick shuffle to punish HLE get the objective, but Calyx is insistent that the fight goes to them. Viper, the only one to survive 7-0. He is putting the team on his back, but it was not enough in this team fight. We'll see the replay here, so the double smite comes through, and that is enough to secure them this. But Calyx finds this beautiful angle, catches every single member apart from Viper. They look for him afterwards, he repositions with the ult. Zeka, nothing he can do for this situation. And again, it really does just feel like it's Viper versus the world, and Calyx kind of destroyed
all of that money just spewing out of HLE as he went for that play. Absolutely massive stuff here for Calyx. The immediate arm guard purchase there as well to mean that next time he makes that play, he would not even die.
We're 400 gold apart.
Oh.
Think how doomed last game was at this point.
Exactly. And as soon as it became a situation where we were on the Caster Blanc, that's when we had a game on our hands, and it is well and truly there. See whether Nongshim can fight for this dragon. It is Cloud Soul point for HLE. They lock this down. They're going to be running real fast as Kingen finds an equalizer. The flash forward. Another ulti goes to Narnia, but the ult's there from Zeka to lock down Calyx, and this time the Emperor's Divide divides by 0, and it does absolutely nothing. Cosmic Binding is a flash there from Delight. He tries to get himself out of the play, but now it's the Viper show as he dives on top of everyone, gets the triple, and there's the follow-up. Quadra kill for Viper, and maybe it's just as over as game 1.
Viper just refuses to lose. He is putting this game on his back. Delight comes in with a clutch ult as well on the Calyx, but man, this Kai'Sa can do no wrong. See from the replay, they start this initial engage. The ult comes out, it's pretty big. Zeka finds his angle onto Calyx. So much pressure forced onto him, and then this ult catches him out. He has to stasis on the back of this to buy time. Delight goes in aggressive and then skirts away, but Viper's just ready. He even uses the gate to dodge the stun from Lahenza. That was so sick, actually.
The W flash into instantly killing Trigger as well before he could even react. 11-0-2 now. Yeah, and like, we had like the most obvious POM vote last time around where Viper's like, well, I've got this. I feel like this is the same vibe as those games.
That gate was insane. That gate, honestly,
I mean, that was ridiculous, but like, this is just Viper saying, guys, we are second place. We win these easily. What are you doing? And Peanut's like, I'm going to throw another ultimate to Narnia. Is kind of what they're doing. 3,000 gold, now the lead for Viper though, and it is becoming more and more difficult. This is only a 3,000 gold lead at 25 minutes though. It could be worse. Could be game 1. That I guess we agreed not to talk about. And Trigger is going to land the spell shield. Nicely done. Going to be tagged by the Void Seeker. But HLE just getting more and more control of the map. And as you can see, they just make things dark. And Calyx once again, unfortunately, having to use the Emperor's Divide just because Zeka decided to look at him.
That's enough. You know, they put the pressure on Calyx. He does have TP, but it's going to be gone before he can get back on the map.
Yeah. There's not even Smite for Delight this time. In fact, no one really needs Smite. Viper is just going to take it. He's got 3.5 items, and the Rebel Baron power play starts now as Nongshim, oh dear, their lunch money just kind of getting taken away. As the equalizer on the minion wave is an interesting choice. I think HLE looking for a bit of a reset before they do go for their Baron push, but instead, I think maybe they're considering just winning. An ultimate landed here from Peanut as Kingen
Just no chance to throw one back, and the Silas will just be torn from this plane. Zeka also splitting on that top side, and HLE. Oh man, when we had a game on our hands like a second ago, and I know Chronicler told me that curses aren't real, but I felt like maybe I'm responsible. Maybe that was a curse.
There is something I want to bring your attention to. I'm not sure we're gonna have much time left in the game. They're gonna blow open the base.
What is?
I did see it pop up when he built it, but I wasn't sure if it was legit.
All right.
Let's continue with what's happening on screen.
Okay, Lehens is dead. There is the Fate sealed as well, collecting 2. The Fate, the Tempered Fate, gonna hold them all together as Calyx trying to get himself out, but Trigger, no way to do so. And HLE, I think they're just gonna follow this next minion wave into the base, unless, no, there is a teleport back here. Delight bringing a redemption in. As there are teleports, in fact, coming from everywhere.
It's the same play, the recall TP redemption to heal up on the final push.
And they turned the equalizer into a 7. That was kind of cool on the ground there as Calyx. Oh dear, going for the play. Does manage to find the rumble, but he immediately dies. You blink and you miss it. As there's the knock-up onto Kingen as well. Permafrost not going to come on through there as, Viper is going to be taken out. Zeka now looking to try and find something back, but they're very tanky, is Lehens and Gideon. Maybe not anymore now that the Eclipse is down, but then it comes back up again.
It goes up soon.
All right. Well, I don't think Lehens is going to be killing Zeka at any point, and Trigger is going to respawn, so the game will continue. You get to talk about that thing that popped up.
That's good, because now we have time to discuss something in...
Well, Gideon, dead.
Not bad.
He went into his own kennel.
Look, I'm gonna be. I don't know if this is a thing. I don't know if this is something I've missed. But what is it? What is in Kingen's inventory?
Oh, I haven't looked.
Okay, we'll get to see after this.
No.
Yeah, he just kind of gets exploded here.
Yes. Peanut nailed the ulti though. His accuracy has been phenomenal in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstep. We kind of get him just shredding down, doing a lot of damage here. It looked like the play was going to be over. The bottled. Missed time on the stun there from Delight, and a little bit of an overstep. The redemption heal not doing as much as maybe they'd hoped to. And Nongshim honestly doing a decent job of holding off and keeping the game alive.
Yeah.
Once again, Calyx with a hero play.
Yeah, he's making some big plays. Honestly, this Azir's been very good out of Calyx in this game, despite the fact that they are losing very considerably.
Okay, now you gotta have a look at
Well, sometimes just want to Manamute. Another ulti going to connect there onto Lehens this time around. Zeka's going to look to finish that one off. The Fate Sealed comes on through, but his target, I think, was dead before he even made it over there. The Rumble grabs the double. Viper's going to finish off the Silas. We'll never see the Manamune value as Calyx once again finding an ulti. This time the Brad going to go down, but not before throwing out the Tempered Fate and setting it up for Viper to knock it down. Only Lehens left alive as HLE will complete the 2-0 and look a whole lot better than their first week. I think getting some good night's sleep has certainly helped out as they've moved to the second week of this round. HLE looking scary here today.
I think there's a lot of discussion about HLE. You know, it looked clear from the level of form that Gen G and T1 really were the top 2 in current form of the league. But HLE making the argument that they are part of that top 3.
Yep.
And hopefully that they can stave off T1 for a bit longer and maybe regain that spot in the top 2. Right now in this game, in game 1 they looked super dominant. Game 2 is a little bit messier, but Viper, his form is absurd.
And I actually think
crazy stuff.
And it really sets us up for HLE versus T1 that we also get this week.
Yeah,
which is going to be so sick because Gumayushi is also in extraordinarily good form right now. So that bottom lane matchup, which we've seen skew one way or another over the years, is looking real spicy.
That's going to be the big test.
Yeah.
You know, I think prior to this week, I would have said it was heavily T1 favored. Right now, I still think based on what we've seen, it's T1 favored. But this makes a strong case.
Yep.
This makes a strong case, and I think if we're coming to that matchup and it's close, then it just means we're going to have a banger.
I'm really excited for it. The best part is that we're going to be on the Caster Blanc while we bring it to you as well, no matter who it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's just beautiful. I really like this one. This is a bit that I've really enjoyed here today. That's really great. Because, like, finding out that things in Runeterra haven't necessarily been named the same way that we decide to name things was really eye-opening.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe it was for the best that we didn't have too much time to talk about the Manamoon Silas, because it just was kind of there.
I mean, I get a little bit nervous when it comes to Manamoon because there has been times where we weren't really up with, you know, the current builds of the time, and a Manamoon was built with an Archangel staff on an Ezreal, and you know, and some people thought it was silly, and then it was just the most broken build of all time. So things like this can happen. Maybe there's something we don't necessarily know about Silas and how well he utilizes the Muramana.
Well, what I can safely say is that top lane Manamoon Silas is 0% win rate in the LCK.
Yes, which is such a shame because it also joins the Diana as 0% win rate in the top lane as well. And I would have really liked those to be sample sizes on the positive direction, even if they are small.
You know what we can say? Kingen, always an innovator. That is something we can never deny from him.
Yeah. It's all right. Equalizers coming down everywhere in this game. It was kind of funny. Maybe it was more the fact that Kingen really just wanted to play Rumble, and so this is the closest he could get to playing Rumble, even though he's not playing Rumble.
I mean, I guess you get a lot of procs, right, of the
Calyx.
Manamoon with it. I mean, Calyx, I think going into this, we talked a lot about how Calyx, you know, in recent form, had some rough games, going up against Zeka, a chance to sort of stave off the critics, maybe. This is a game he played really well. No matter the outcome of the series, no matter the outcome of this game, Calyx played really well in this game, and I think he should definitely be credited for that. Unfortunately, the enemy team has Viper.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like a cheat code.
And is Viper going to get back-to-back POMs here as well? Is that probably just what's going to happen? Or is it Delight because of the Brom game, and then the Bard was also like pretty amazing? So
I think Delight would be a strong argument if Viper didn't exist.
Yeah. And yeah, because it's not even recency bias or anything like that either, because Viper had an amazing game one. So it's just not really a whole lot more you can do.
I'm also the guy who likes to give supports that, like, you know, I give the support votes, and like I feel like support doesn't get the representation, but it's just Viper.
Yeah.
You know, it's not as, you know, last time it was like the most easy Viper POM ever.
Yeah. This was like still pretty easy.
It's still pretty easy. He's not. He's making a good case for himself.
He's pretty good at the video games, and he's going to need to be in their upcoming matchup. Of course, the Nongshim matchup for the Legend Group for a lot of these teams is going to be the easy one. And Viper is going to pick it up, 500 POM points. He's really making his way to the top of those POM standings.
You know what it was for me? It was when Lahens tried to flash Q him and he went through the Bard gateway and dodged. That was just...
Yeah.
That was just disgusting.
Super sick. Look at this, a four-way tie for 4th place. 500 points for Carrier, Showmaker, Owner, and now Viper. That's kind of crazy. And we've got 3 of those players that are going to be facing off in, you know, Viper, Carrier, and Owner. So we might be deciding what that 4th place is going to be. But I believe we have Viper standing alongside, so we can throw it over to Dear for the translation of the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Viper on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. You are the heart of the 2nd consecutive victory. And this is your 2nd POM in a row after that last match. You got 25 total kills today. An insane KDA, how do you feel? Honestly, I'm really happy. I don't think KDA is that important, so I think in-game wise, I feel like we did really well. Yeah, a satisfying game for you indeed. Let's talk about game 1. Through top and bottom early dive, you guys gained early momentum, creating a significant lead towards victory. And your Lucian got crazy fed. And you got 5 kills so early. So how did it feel? When I first got my kill in the laning phase, I thought that it was really great. It's a good start. But we kept winning trades, and it made us feel like we were at a huge advantage. And I don't think we did anything special towards the end of the game. And in game 2, we got your signature Kai'Sa alongside Bard. And of course, we saw this duo in the international stages recently. But ever since Ruler and Life played it back in 2020 spring, this was the second time we saw this duo. So what makes Kai'Sa and Bard so strong? Now, I don't know if I can spill everything, but I don't think Bard is the best support for Kai'Sa, to be honest. And just based on the draft and how it was going, we didn't really have a lot of options, so we had to work with what limitations that we had. And I think we just ended up picking the best outcome, the best possible picks with what was given to us. And in game 2, you just kept taking kills from the start and only had one death, closing it out with such a high kill count. So what does Kai'Sa mean to you? No, I played Kai'Sa for such a long time, since Kai'Sa's been out for a long time as well. So I think Kai'Sa is just one of those champions that I'm super confident in. And today Nongshim had Trigger called up as a starter, and it's been so long since you faced him back in 2020 spring. So without much data on him, how were you able to carry so hard? What is your secret? I feel like every AD carry that you see now is pretty much set, so I think we have a good expectation of what to see in the game. And I think I was just trying to make sure that I'm able to deny the enemy AD carry as much as I can. And this Saturday, you'll face T1 for a Saturday showdown. And last time in Road to MSI, T1 took you down, and it is time for a payback. Now, I always say this, but every time we go against T1, I don't think anything is predictable. And so we will make sure that we are fully prepared to make sure that we can take them down this time. And with so many fans supporting you, would you like to say anything to them? Thank you so much for your support as always, and I hope that we are able to perform as well as we did today, next time as well. And that's the end of the interview with Viper, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Ayaya's in the chat as we welcome you back to the Analyst Blanc. Atlas does it again. Comes up with a new term. We had Tempo Vibe last time.
What does that mean?
The Blanc this time.
What does that mean?
And the reel there for Hanwha Life Esports. They had a highlight reel of plays as well as a lot of swag to give away for their series today against Nongshim.
Some merch, yeah?
Some film. Yeah.
Like it.
Oh, you're just okay. You're rolling it back up. All right. Dominant performance by Hanwha Life Esports. A little bit more life
guys. I was relying on you to narrate
it. You didn't tell me.
No, you did.
All right.
Good. It was good.
But yes, better performance there in game 2 by Nongshim. Trigger gets a kill. He had 0 in the first one, got 3 in the second one. So,
well,
positive. Trending in the right direction.
Yeah, just in general, HLE were just better team. And even though they were kind of struggling in the mid game, we all knew that when Viper has no death in his KDA, like we all know that he's gonna just finish the game. So it was kind of disaster for Trigger to actually come back in the LCK and try to play against Viper here. But anyways, I think it was just, in general, really good performance by HLE.
And yeah, that's what I want to hone in on, because obviously Viper is the standout. But I think that everyone on Hanwha Life look a lot better, right? I think that Peanut was actually on point, and he was the biggest weak point. Zeus, at least in today's series, was really stepping it up. And I can't wait to see if I might get a zoom in on me, because I was in fact a Delight voter. I don't know if I was the only one. I feel like it's warranted that there's at least somewhat of a split, because as crazy as Viper was, I do think that first game, full credit has to be given to Delight. I actually think it's really hard to have a consistent impact on Braum and actually do proactive things, and I thought that was really impressive.
All right, let's take a look at those POM votes for that last one. It did go Viper. Is it 13 out of 13? One dissenter.
I respect it.
Hang on, we got to bring this over to him.
I respect it.
Going over.
I stand by it. Jonas Stronger would have been based. I take it. Battle Braum and Battle Bart. Now, Battle Bart, obviously, I didn't go Electrocute or RFC, but I had to kind of go with the alliterations. But I think out of everything today, making Braum look good is kind of crazy. I also think that, he's facing Lance. Viper was facing Trigger.
Yeah.
Like, there's a little bit of a gap in level there.
Like, it's just impossible to lose with Viper. Like, how can you ever lose a single game with Viper when you're playing together, right? Like, I wonder how you can do that. Like, seriously, Viper is one of the best AD carry in the world. But how can you get demoted? I'm not sure. Like,
my favorite tidbit of League factoids is that Viper and Lahens were on a team, and I want to say they were at some point, they were definitely ending in like 8th place. I think at some point they were 10th. That did happen. The two of them. That's real. You can look that up. Insane.
Now it's time to look up Ox's comments. Let's see what he had here for us. You're just far too good at this game. It's not really balanced, and he proved it today in that last series.
yeah, like especially when the team fight happened on the red side, the portal auto attack into just flash W.
That was good.
Just on point, man.
We watched that one multiple times. Let's see what we had on the Korean cast side, who has a lot of praise for Viper.
All right, so I
Help
need
me.
to explain. So
Viper 3,
Viper 3
Sam?
is Viper's in-game name in his solo queue.
Yeah.
And 3 in Korean is Sam, which means 3. But also at the same time, it means I buy it as well. So he's kind of doing a wordplay.
Yeah. He's buying Viper.
Exactly.
That's what you should do. Thank you, Woodit, for that one. Let's see, what do we got?
Do your research. Snakes are not easy pets to keep. This is really important. You can't just get a snake. You need to get your terrarium. You need to make sure that... What do you mean? That's important.
It took me a second. I was like, why are we bringing up snakes?
Gogo is highlighting it as well.
Yes. Gogo knows. Gogo knows. All right.
You've been by Viper. There's no antidote. That's dangerous. Don't laugh.
I was like, why are we talking about snakes? We're talking about... Oh, I get it now. He was too great for Emir Ramyun Bowl to contain. Thank you, Prince. Should have 2 more? 1 more? No more. That was it. That was pretty fast, just like that last series as we take a look at the standings here. 2-0 victory for Hanwha Life Esports. It sets us up for the battle at 2nd place. Again, who's going to get the bye later on, further into the series? Hanwha Life Esports T1 going to do battle for Nongshim. 11 and 10, now 10 and 11. They're starting to fall behind into those play-ins.
It also means that Hanwha Life now can no longer drop below T1, right? I'm pretty sure if T1, because T1 will not be able to overtake them when it comes to the series. I am really excited to see that matchup because coming in, I think many of us at the cast were highlighting were expecting Hanwha Life to be a lot weaker. I still think Nongshim is definitely the weakest team in this group, so we'll have to see, but man.
Yeah.
Matchup is going to be fireworks.
Like, especially T1 with the home stadium. Like, I think they are actually improving more and more. Like, after the MSI, EWC, whatever. Like, they're just, like, looking really steady. But at the same time, we saw HLE, them having an insane performance as well. Which means that this matchup will be a banger.
Yeah.
100%. 200%.
They saw what T1 did to KT during the Telecom War, and they said, hold my ramen bowl. I got this. They put on a really good performance. That's for Saturday. Tomorrow, though, KT going to try to pick themselves up against the Gyms here in Gen G over from MSI, and D plus Kia and DN Automotive Freaks are going to close out tomorrow. It's going to be so much fun here, Cronny.
Yeah, fun. On paper. on paper. Clear matchups here today.
All right.
Theoretically, should be like today, a 2-0 into a 2-0. And as we all know, KT never does anything you don't expect. They just got bopped by T1. No shut up, they're good, right?
I just want to see some consistency.
And DK are definitely not going to drop games against DNF, right?
You still trust DK, right?
No, I don't trust DK!
You don't trust him?
You know this. Don't question me, man.
I trust DK.
Don't worry, y'all. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. We have the same desk. It'll be the same desk here tomorrow. No fighting. We got to be friends for tomorrow. Come on. Oh. They're going to make up. I'm sure it's going to be good. And while they make up, they'll have 23 hours to get it together because we'll be back tomorrow for those matches. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow.
올라프가 올라프가 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. 7위 넥서스께서 4연속 MSI 진출.